moving through the House, like you said, it doesn't look too pretty for the deficit outlook and debt. So that's what they're focused on.
And a lot of concerns about growing your way versus inflating your way out of a deficit. Now, I want to point out a chart that Torsten Slok was sharing at Apollo this morning. This idea that foreign buyers have already been reducing their purchases of longer-term treasuries, that 30-year in particular, that's now above 5%. How long does that continue? Does 5% not attract people?
Well, yeah, 5% has tended to attract people. And I would say, and I saw Torsten's chart, very cool. And he was talking at the auction bidding, right, at his gauge of foreign demand. I would say overall foreign demand in the whole Treasury market, if you look at the Treasury data, has kind of been coming down. It's about 30%, but it's not falling off a cliff. We're still seeing buying. So I think maybe we don't need to be that concerned, but this kind of sell America trade did get revived today, right, over the weekend since Friday. But it's not screaming, like Matt said. 8 basis points isn't earth-shattering, but I do think it does keep giving people pause. You know, is it worth buying the dollar? Treasury yields, do we want to catch a falling knife? No one wants the long end. You know, everyone likes, you know, the middle of the curve, that kind of thing. So, and right now the Fed's doing nothing. So there's no kind of juice from the Fed cutting rates anytime soon. I see a lot of people saying they're going to cut again in December. So you're kind of in this middle ground here. And if this package comes out that, you know, it's going to be deficit negative in a big way, the bond market still has a reason to stay away from the long end.
And this is the problem. Maybe it's not a scream, but it is a slow bleed. Bloomberg's Liz McCormick, we thank you so very much for your time. Now, in Washington, lawmakers are closer to adding trillions to the deficit as part of Trump's so-called big, beautiful bill. 1B3?
1B3.
1B3. Now, the House Budget Committee advanced Donald Trump's tax and spending package after party leaders agreed to speed up cuts to Medicaid health coverage. Joining us now, Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall. Walk us through the House, but more so the Senate's reaction to what we're seeing right now.
Yeah, hey, Shanali. So while fiscal hawks in the House did get in writing these promised changes from House leadership when it comes to moving up the work requirements on Medicaid, as well as rolling back more of those clean energy tax credits that were implemented under the IRA, to be sure, at this point, the text of the bill hasn't actually changed and the negotiations are ongoing. While fiscal hawks perhaps were able to bolster their argument to colleagues amid the Moody's downgrade, at the same time, it really does remain to be seen whether or not they're going to get the sort of aggressive changes that they are advocating for. So for sure, both sides, the moderates as well as more of these fiscal conservatives, don't appear super happy at the moment as they try to reach some sort of agreement. I actually was on this program on Friday right after I had caught up with Chip Roy, perhaps one of the most vocal members of the House Freedom Caucus, who told me that he wants to see those Medicaid work requirements moved up immediately. That is something that is going to be difficult for the Senate to get behind as well. It's moved up.
And this is the problem. Maybe it's not a scream, but it is a slow bleed. Bloomberg's Liz McCormick, we thank you so very much for your time. Now, in Washington, lawmakers...
That's what it takes to get the deal done, because at the end of the day, this administration really is banking on getting this reconciliation package through as soon as possible. House Speaker Mike Johnson says they're still on track for 1 week from today.
So just to be clear, we're looking to strip...
So
deficit negative in a big way. And if this package comes out that, you know, it's going to be deficit negative in a big way, the bond market still has a reason to stay away from the long end.
And this
is something that we are closely watching. As of now, as the bill is written, it would phase in those requirements through 2029. It appears the sweet spot might be to phase them in closer to 2027. But these members of the House Freedom Caucus are really pushing that they need to get that revenue raising from these spending cuts now in order to make way for all the other tax priorities that are rolled into this bill, not to mention that we are still waiting a deal when it comes to lifting the SALT cap. And these members of the House Freedom Caucus say they need to see more savings in order to get behind that.
Tyler, the president is going to speak with Vladimir Putin right now. And it looks like maybe Russia holds the cards. What do we expect?
Well, Bloomberg News is reporting that Vladimir Putin is going into this call feeling that he might have the upper hand. Our reporting indicates that Russia does feel that it can break through Ukraine's defenses by the end of the year. And we should say that Western assessments at this point do not agree with that. But perhaps it indicates to us that Putin isn't going to get on the phone with President Trump this morning and offer really meaningful concessions. There are a few different ones that we are watching here. Bloomberg News, Matt, as you'll recall, back in April was the one that ended up breaking that the U.S. was set to demand that Russia acknowledge Ukraine's right to build up its own military and defense industry, while Ukraine would abandon its goal to come into NATO, and that the U.S. was also prepared to freeze the battle lines where they are. So those are some of the threads that we're going to be following to see if there can be any movement here today. Of course, as you well know, Ukraine and its allies say that they need to see more firmer security guarantees from this White House before they talk about any sort of territory concessions. Matt, President Trump is expected to call Ukraine's president and NATO allies after the call.
Tyler, we appreciate all of your reporting. That is Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall reporting from the White House with a very busy day ahead. Now, some breaking news. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick sold his stakes in Cantor Fitzgerald. He's divesting the Wall Street business group that he ran for more than 3 decades. He is passing ownership to his children and private outside investors and cashing out at least hundreds of millions of dollars. Now, that private investor group includes Josh Harris. You might remember him as a co-founder of Apollo, now runs 26 North, which is leading part of that minority investment, as well as Glenn August, who is the founder of Oak Hill Advisors. Matt, a very interesting move here for a storied Wall Street firm on to new investors, including his own sons.
Cha-ching.
Cha-ching, that's correct.
Cashing in. All right, let's get to the NVIDIA story.
In corporate news, NVIDIA is going to allow customers to use rival chips in data centers built around NVIDIA technology to expand its AI ecosystem. We're now joined by Mandeep Singh, Global Head of Technology Research at Bloomberg Intelligence. What do you make of this move? There's a lot of things going on with NVIDIA under the surface this morning. I'm going to want your thoughts on quantum computing as well. But this particular strategic move, how big of a deal is it?
I mean, this reminds me of what Microsoft did back in the day when they, launched Azure. They said, we are going to support all the different operating systems and not just Windows. So in this case, we know NVIDIA has really ramped up the GPU side of the business. It's almost going to do $200 billion in revenue by the end of this year. And look, if they really want to integrate with the cloud providers, which are 45% of their business, they need to support the ASICs and the CPUs that other companies are making that NVIDIA is not making. So clearly opening up the platform seems like a very sound strategy here.
I also see in the information that they're in talks to invest in quantum startup PsiQuantum. What's the story here?
I mean, look, I know Jensen, when he was at the CES, he said quantum is like 10 years out, 10 or 15 years out.
This doesn't seem that long.
And clearly, there was a lot of backlash from the industry on that comment and the fact that, he wasn't thinking about it in the near term. So since then, they have backtracked in terms of holding a quantum investor day when they had the GTC. And look, in this case, clearly, NVIDIA, now that they are such a big player in the data center market and everyone is relying on them, they want to be associated with every new technology. Why would they leave out quantum, even if, I would say the prospects haven't changed materially since the time he made the comment, but it makes sense for them to have the ecosystem with them. And I think investing in quantum computing is a bet probably for the long term here.
If you thought that Gen AI was a game changer, when we see it, you have to imagine that quantum could change everything.
Sonali is all about quantum computing, and I'm right there with you. Glad to have her watching it for us on the show. Mandeep, glad to have you commenting on NVIDIA for us. It's definitely going to be a driver of the action today, maybe to the downside. It looks like the Mag 7 will be a real weight. You can see S&P futures right now down about 1%. The Mag 7 were a huge lift to the market last week. Remember, we were up 5% plus on the S&P. We were up 7% plus on NASDAQ 100 futures. So this little bit of a sell-off isn't going to bring us down too much. Coming up, vaccine makers, they're back in rally mode because COVID cases are surging in Asia. We're going to talk about that with our BI analyst, Sam Fazeli, next. This is Open Interest.
Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg.
What is the issue between the type of information that's being collected by investors and the marking issue that you're describing?
But what mark-to-market assets do is it forces honesty into the situation. We're talking right after the DeepSeek model surprised everybody in its efficiency. It took hundreds of billions off of market caps because it legitimately raised concerns that maybe the future of AI was different. I guarantee you that if you look at other portfolios that aren't marked, they didn't move. If private assets are going to eat the world, as they say, with the equity market halving in the number of names, you come to a world that is increasingly an echo chamber. Imagine you have a firm that has some public assets and some private assets. If you see your public assets in AI going down by 20%, you're going to be thinking very, very deeply about what your private assets are worth differently than someone who just has the latter.
Up to the minute economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Jennifer Zabasanja in Luanda, Angola, and this is Bloomberg.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets?
We are basically deep in the European earnings season.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
Let's get to high interest now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Former President Joe Biden has been diagnosed with an aggressive form of prostate cancer that has metastasized to his bones. According to a statement from his office, the president and his family are reviewing treatment options with his physicians. Biden is 82 years old and left office in January as the oldest president in history. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says Israel will take over the entire Gaza Strip as the military carries out an unprecedented attack on Hamas. Netanyahu also said Israel would start allowing aid into Gaza, again, despite opposition from far-right members of the coalition who say it will help Hamas fund its war effort. Israel has been under intense international pressure to restart that aid. A report shows that about 1.6 million people in Gaza are facing food shortages. And New Jersey Transit reached a tentative deal with its striking union members on Sunday, but it's still a manic Monday for commuters. The deal didn't allow enough time for transit services to resume this morning. Financial firms like Citigroup and Deutsche Bank told employees that they could work from home or local offices. The leeway offers a partial reprieve from stricter return to office policies. Full operations are expected to restart tomorrow. Shonali?
And Matt, as you were mentioning before, makers of COVID drugs and diagnostic kits are climbing in U.S. pre-market trading. And that's on warnings from health authorities in Hong Kong and Singapore that cases are spiking. For more, we are joined by Sam Fazeli. He's Director of Research for Global Industries and Senior Pharmaceuticals Analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. How significant is this uptick?
Well, it's not long ago that COVID wasn't doing what most respiratory illnesses do in the wintertime, i.e. just be confined to winter. In fact, right up to last year, there were two curves, two spikes in the US. So one around the wintertime where all the other ones come along with flu, et cetera, and then another one about 6 months later, about this time of year. Pretty much a lot of it coinciding with people being more sociable, or when the summer hits, they go indoors with aircon, etc. And also the fact that your natural antibodies tend to wane a little bit over that period, so you're more susceptible again. So that's, I think, probably what's going on here. I don't think this is a particularly worrying thing. It's a bit early because I don't know whether summer has already started in most of Asia, but I don't think it's surprising to see these two peaks, and the US has been seeing it.
What do we know, Sam, about the Novavax approval. Is this for everyone? Is it only for people over 65? Are there stipulations? How does it look?
Yeah, so Matt, there's two groups that have been stipulated in the actual approval. And remember, this is a full approval. This vaccine has been under emergency use. Remember those days? Emergency use authorization, just like the mRNA vaccines. It just took a lot longer than them to get past this point of getting full approval. And in the end got it. And it is for 65 and above, and those at high risk of catching the disease in terms of their complications between the age of 12 and 64. So when you look at that group, those are probably the same people who've been taking it anyway in the recent past. So it's a good position for them to be in. Probably a little bit late to see major money flowing in from contracts. 2026 will be the year we'll see how effective it competes with the mRNA vaccines.
In a lot of ways, many people are anticipating COVID season, sort of like they would anticipate the flu. How much are people taking these vaccines? What does the uptake look like?
Yeah, so I think the uptake has been declining year after year after year. For whatever reason, is it the sorts of conversations that are being had by some people about, well, you don't need it anymore, we've got natural immunity, etc. But I think even amongst those who should take it, there is a small percentage. There's only a small percentage that do take it. Don't forget, flu has been with us for much longer, and it's still hard to push it past 30-40% coverage of those who will benefit from it. So it's a tough sell, this getting vaccines to people where they need it.
All right, Sam, great to get the intel from you. Really appreciate it. Sam Fazeli runs our Bloomberg Intelligence operations out of Europe and focuses in on pharmaceuticals. Let's get a quick check on futures ahead of the opening bell. We're still looking at big drops. S&P futures down 1.1%. NASDAQ futures off 1.5%. But remember, we had a fantastic week last week with a 5% plus gain on the S&P 500. Also getting headlines across from PepsiCo saying that it is going to complete its purchase of Poppi, which is a maker of some kind of, I guess, healthier form of probiotic soda. And you can see Pepsi kind of fighting the drop today with a little bit of a gain in the pre-market. We'll see how that goes at the open.
Yeah, but it's interesting. We've seen the sell-off get more stark as the morning went on. We were down less than 1% when we started this show.
That's right.
Where sentiment is today.
We'll come back and see what Sinead Colton Grant thinks about Mike Wilson's advice to buy the dip. She sees the S&P 500 finishing the year around 6,200, so maybe she's into it. This is Open Interest.
Listen carefully. Can you hear the rhythm in the markets? Not just in the syncopations triggered by inflation, but in the preludes leading to global elections, in the dissonance that moves the Nikkei, and the rising course conducted by AI. There's music in the markets, and if you want to learn to listen for it, we'll show you how.
Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
U.S. tech is influencing global markets.
Technology is driving business across Europe.
Companies in Asia are betting on tech. From the beating heart of global finance, economics, and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets. Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this a new normal?
Are markets too optimistic?
How do you worry about the things that are outside your control?
How does the current fighting completely stop?
I'm Francine Lacqua, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Onim, only on Bloomberg.
It is a fact that if you put the aggregate of the policies undertaken right now, most of the world wants to diversify in a meaningful manner while keeping a healthy exposure to the U.S. There's no way you can cut exposure to the U.S. and get respectable returns, certainly in the equity markets.
Venu Krishna of Barclays casting doubt on the Sell America narrative. Joining us now at the desk, BNY Chief Investment Officer of BNY Mellon, Sinead Colton-Grant. Which side are you on here? Because it's interesting. We're seeing the market have that Sell America narrative come back into it, but you have Venu Krishna, you have Mike Wilson coming in saying this is a good time to get in.
Look, we've taken out a lot of left tail risk over the last 4 weeks. So actually, we're a lot more constructive. Our expectation of the odds of recession is now down to 25%. We see earnings expanding for the full year around 9%. So look, the S&P could, at the upper end, finish around 6,400, even higher than the 6,200 midpoint. So we like it.
Surveillance had Mark McCormick on this morning from the Toronto Dominion Bank, TD. And he was saying that one of the effects of this deglobalization, reindustrialization we're going through is that foreign investors will be taking money out of U.S. assets, taking their investments out of the dollar and looking for other things at a time when we need it most, right? That kind of investment. What do you think about that argument?
This is where I think you need to be really careful about traditional economic views overtaking what is the rational fundamentals, right? So think about productivity growth in the U.S. relative to most other developed markets. It is at least double over the last 5 years. And that also extends back through for really the period since the financial crisis. So you think about productivity growth, you think about the innovation that happens in the U.S. I think it's pretty tough to bet against the U.S. as a location for investment. Do you want to invest outside the U.S.? Of course, because you want a diversified portfolio, but you certainly don't want to bet against the U.S.
Sinead, you're sticking with us. That is BNY Wealth. Sinead Colton-Grant sticking with us through the open, just a few minutes away. But a check on futures ahead of the opening bell, because yes, we are down in the U.S. That Sell America trade, as you've been talking about, has been taking off a little bit this morning. But the NASDAQ 100 down more than the S&P 500 in terms of futures movement, 1.5% on the big tech index. Russell 2000 down about 1.7%. And the S&P 500 has been gaining steam in the slight sell-off. But as you've been saying, Matt, it was a good week before. Maybe people are just taking a few chips off the table.
Absolutely fantastic week last week. We closed at 59.58 on the S&P 500, so more than 200 points above where we were April 2nd.
6,000.
Okay, but we're still higher on the year. We'll come back with the opening bell. This is Open Interest.
in Davos, you were asking a question of President Trump, and he didn't quite answer the question, and he asked you a question. So the question he asked you was something like, why are you not banking certain groups? What is the answer? I don't think he gave you a chance to really answer that question, but what is the answer to that question?
Well, first off, the Bank of America has 70 million consumer customers and millions of small businesses all over the country, all over the world. And so we bank everybody. But the real question was about overregulation, frankly. And so as you look at what's happened is because the interpretations of AML, Anti-Money Laundering, BSA, Bank Secrecy Act, KYC, know your customer's customer. You know, there's a lot of burden upon the banking system to both report suspicious activity reports and do a lot of analysis. And we have to close accounts, and we can't tell people why we did it. And often we're told by authorities to close accounts. That creates confusion. Another area that comes up in this discussion is in the crypto area where the regulator said you can't bank crypto operating companies, employees of crypto companies, et cetera. We are allowed to do, we bank everybody, but the operating company, they said that's a high-risk activity. Ask us for authority, and guess what? You would have never gotten the authority. So that came up as an issue. So at the end of the day, it's about getting these regulations right.
We're at the epicenter of a global realignment on a scale not seen for decades. At the intersection between markets, economics, and geopolitics, a forum for sophisticated conversation. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Stephen Engel at the Forbidden City in Beijing, and this is Bloomberg.
We are moments away from the start of trading on this Monday morning. It looks like that downgrade is going to lead to a sell-off. Is it a buying opportunity? A question we're putting to our guest today. S&P futures down more than 1%. NASDAQ futures off 1.5%. Small caps falling even further right now. You hear the opening bell down the New York Stock Exchange. An unfortunate ticker, UTI, ringing the bell there. But the shares are up 34% year to date, and they're up like 400% over the past 5 years. That makes up for the ticker they chose, Universal Technical Institute, worth about $2 billion and climbing. A $2 billion biotech firm, Ligand, ringing the opening bell at the NASDAQ. Shares are basically unchanged, I think down about 2% year to date. In terms of the stocks that we're watching, Shonali, you've got a big one here.
I do, and NVIDIA down more than 2%. They will allow customers to use rival chips as part of their AI efforts in a move that's going to further expand its ecosystem across data centers. But shares are falling in line with broader markets this morning. And Matt, it's really big tech that is leading the way in that sell-off in the market today.
Yeah, I think NVIDIA is just illustrative of the Mag 7 pulling the market down today. They pushed it up last week. Vaccine makers are swimming against the grain or upstream. I'm guessing mixing my metaphors a little bit, but they're up. After COVID cases spike in Hong Kong and Singapore, Novavax just got FDA approval for its COVID vaccine. So they're up big, 27%. If you broaden it out, Goldman Sachs says it is getting more bullish on big tech. The strategist David Kostin says we continue to expect that superior earnings growth will drive the Mag 7 to outperform the S&P 493 in 2025. That is the rest of the index, but by a smaller magnitude than in recent years. Let's bring back in BNY Wealth, Sinead Colton Grant. So we saw this Mag 7 spurring an almost 20% gain in the S&P 500 from the April 2nd lows. Does that continue?
Well, look, we think it does. One of the things that we were looking out for in the Q1 earnings season was any moderation in spending around tech related to AI. That is continuing. That's going to continue to boost those stocks. But let's also realize what we're seeing. They're much higher beta. They are far more responsive to any changes in market sentiment, and that continues through to even this morning.
We thought they were defensive. Remember the last few years?
Big hash hoards, cash is yielding a lot.
Are they not anymore? Because they seem to get hit by these macroeconomic trade winds just as much as everybody else, if not more.
Well, some of it is about the fundamentals, right? If you're expecting yields will be higher for longer, then that's going to have an impact on valuations. but it's also about supply chain and tariffs and, in particular, exposure to China.
When you think about the headwinds, I know we're looking at opportunities. There's actually a little bit of bullishness that the worst is over. But if you have yields higher, that means cost of financing is higher. If you have the president saying companies need to bite the tariffs, they need to absorb the costs, and margins are under pressure, at what point does this reset valuations to the point where upside becomes hard to find?
Well, look, this is where you really start to see which companies are the better run companies, right? Who's going to do a better job at having suppliers impact or have some of the impact of tariffs, reducing their prices. But ultimately, the tariffs are paid somewhere. Is it paid by companies? Is it paid by consumers? We know consumers are very worried given where sentiment measures are. What we've seen so far is businesses not making huge decisions because they don't know yet exactly where we're going to land. But it's the time where you're really going to see those well-run companies stand out, and they will surge ahead.
Are there special places or specific places that you want to look to for diversification? We were talking about, the U.S. is hard to bet against, but you do want to have a more diversification than maybe you've had the last 5, 10, 15 years. Are there certain regions that you like better than others? Are there certain assets that you like better than others?
Well, we've always recommended a diversified portfolio with our clients. We've spent many hours explaining why we want to have exposure outside the U.S. But look, you clearly want to be active.
If you haven't, though, Sinead, if you just were in the S&P 500 for the last 15 years, you've crushed it.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Yes. And so that is, without doubt, the largest exposure. Yeah. But, as your mother always told you, you don't want to put all your eggs in one basket, right? Yes. So, look, what do we like? We think some of the defense companies in Europe look interesting. They could potentially be very big beneficiaries of the spending from the EU. We do like some of the alternative infrastructure plays like cell towers, data centers. And those are some of the areas that we like, particularly in Europe. We're still cautious on China. We just think the economic growth headwinds are very significant. And despite the stimulus package, there's just a lot to overcome in terms of the hit to consumers from not only pandemic-related depletion of spending, but also just the impact on the property sector.
But does that mean all of EM? Because last week, Michael Hartnett said there's no better place to bet this year than emerging markets.
Emerging markets, we would still exclude China. We think there were too many headwinds, both geopolitical and economic there. But outside that, yes, you've got exposure to some of the fastest growing economies, particularly when we think about India. And there are some interesting markets in Latin America, too.
So for the people that are looking at the Sell America trade today, maybe looking at the diversification a little bit more seriously, you're still looking at a DAX up almost 19% on the year. You're looking at the FTSE 100 up about 5%, the S&P 500 only up about 0.6%. On a relative value basis, that trade into Europe, you've seen it. Is there much more to be had?
Well, that's the big question, and we're not sure that there is, because there's been a huge amount of euphoria so far year to date. But let's remember, Europe is still incredibly highly regulated. And when we look at productivity numbers over the last decade, productivity in Europe has essentially been flat. And we think a lot of that is to do with just the degree of regulation. So again, a lot of euphoria. We think a lot of it was triggered by just the need to rebalance at the end of the year, right? And then you sell your winners, you trim the US, and you buy the underperformers, which is Europe and Asia.
By the way, the DAX, if you are a dollar investor, is up 30% year to date.
Okay.
The same is true of like the IBEX and the FTSE MIB. Southern Europe has crushed it if you're a dollar investor, right? Because of the gains that you've got from the euro.
Yeah, absolutely. Sinead, we got to leave it there. That is BNY Mellon's Sinead Colton-Grant. We thank you so very much. We're going to also get a check here on some movers right now because we are looking at a down day on the S&P 500 generally, but not all the way around. We're looking at on a points basis, actually some of the big tech holding up. Microsoft, the biggest points gainer on the day. Interesting to see that stand out against the crowd when a lot of big tech has not been doing so well. United Health getting some reprieve. Remember, this has been a tough stock to be in throughout the year, but on a points basis, now up, but only up on a percentage basis, about 0.3%. On the downside, this is what I've been talking about here. Apple, consumer sensitive technology stocks really feeling the pain. Apple down more than 3% today. Tesla down more than 4% today. Nvidia still down about 1.2%, but maybe the pain right now not as bad as it had been earlier in the morning. Taking a look at sectors here as well, as we've been saying, yes, big tech really leading the way, but energy even more so, down more than 2%. This has been a fascinating trade this year. You could just see how broad-based the decline is here and where the sentiment stands. Healthcare is really the only place you're seeing some gains. Remember, Matt was talking about COVID-linked stocks, vaccine stocks really feeling some of that gain because of those cases seen over in the Asia region. But really, this is defensive. And Matt, we've got to see how this holds through the day. Remember, it's really a bond investors kind of day, but the stock market feeling that sell America trade too.
Yeah, absolutely. Healthcare and staples, industrials rising. Coming up, Walmart stock slumps after drawing the ire of President Trump. We'll take a look behind the animosity next as he tells them to eat it. This is Open Interest.
I'm Alex Rodriguez. And I'm Jason Kelly. And we're back with more episodes of our show, The Deal.
The theme of this season, On the Road. We're bringing you more behind-the-scenes conversations with the biggest names in sports, business, and culture, like Melody Hobson.
I started to study women's sports like an 11-year-old studies baseball statistics, and I got dangerous in seeing up arrows.
Susie Wolf.
When you're competing, you're not thinking about any fear or any worries of what could happen.
Josh Harris.
You can't do a good deal with a bad person.
Jay Batt.
At the end of the day, there's never been a better time to be a student athlete.
And more. Stay tuned.
Jumpstart your trading day on Bloomberg Open Interest.
2 hours of single stock stories that are driving the opening bell action.
We'll take you to Wall Street, Main Street, the C-suite, and beyond.
These are companies that are growing their market.
The great companies in the U.S. are the companies hitting the cutting edge. That's a different story.
Get the inside track on what's buzzing in markets
with the players who are shaping the narrative.
If you have bad earnings reports, you're going to get punished.
They're not buying what the industry is selling. Join us on Bloomberg Open Interest every trading day, only on Bloomberg.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg. From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
I'm David Weston. Join me for the next generation of Wall Street Week, telling stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. Each week, we'll go on the road for a look at what lies behind the headlines of today and what will likely be the headlines tomorrow.
Above all else, it's a mission.
It's done nothing but grow immensely. To me, that's an extraordinary sign.
We can be the change that we want to see.
Watch the all-new Wall Street Week. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
And it's time now for our top calls. Some of the analyst action in focus this morning. First up, we're looking at Reddit getting downgraded at Wells Fargo because of Google's AI threat. Analysts say that search user behavior is changing, and that's going to impact Reddit and all firms dependent on search traffic. Reddit really taking a bit of a hit today, down almost 4.5%, but remember, so is the broader market too taking a hit. Now next up, Netflix getting downgraded at JP Morgan. The analysts cite a more balanced risk reward following its outperformance. Now, shares have gained 34% year to date. Meanwhile, Netflix just announced new seasons of Sesame Street coming to the platform. Looking forward to that. Now, finally, Barclays is upgrading Williams-Sonoma, with the analysts noting that the company has already raised prices on many goods, which could provide tariff cover. Matt, I know you and I have probably been feeling that pinch given our stress shopping at the luxury food store.
Yeah, I honestly can't walk by without going in to try and get something. Shonali and I both have little cooking habits. President Trump is going after Walmart after the company hinted at price hikes during its earnings call. I also can't walk by a Walmart without going in. This weekend, Trump posted, quote, Walmart made billions of dollars last year, far more than expected. They should eat the tariffs and not charge valued customers anything. The all caps there, as you can see, are his. Meanwhile, yesterday, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent hinted that price hikes are likely.
Understand that came from an earnings call. They, on an earnings call, because of SEC requirements, they have to give the most draconian case. So Walmart will be absorbing some of the tariffs. Some may get passed on to consumers.
For more, we're joined by Jaewon Kong. She covers big box retail for Bloomberg News. And Jaewon, it's interesting because the Trump administration in their campaign and so far this year has said that the Chinese will pay for these tariffs, not U.S. businesses or the U.S. consumer. Is that not the case?
Well, Walmart and other retailers have said for months that tariffs would result in higher prices and that they're inflationary by nature. And what Walmart said last Thursday during earnings was that they, specified when that would happen and said consumers will start seeing higher prices from tariffs soon, and that these increases will be gradual, but that they'll, become more pronounced as the year progresses. And that's, we expect to hear that from other retailers as well when they report their quarterly earnings this week and in the coming weeks.
Jaewon, I want to pull up here on air a chart of what operating margins look like for Walmart, because back in 2016, you saw them as high as 5%, and they have been narrowing since then. They're closer to 4.3% for this year, and they have been expected to rise. The current valuation has been contingent on that slight rise.
They're tiny, though, is your point,
They're
right?
tiny rises.
Come on. These are little teeny-weeny margins.
And they've been
How
under
much can
pressure.
they eat?
They're quite thin. Walmart's the giant in the room. If they're operating on pretty thin margins like this, how are others supposed to be faring?
That's exactly right. I mean, Walmart is the largest retailer in the world. They are also built to keep prices low. It's very much in their DNA, and the primary reason for why they have the scale that they have today. And it's also one of the best positioned companies in the sector to navigate through these dynamics. So if they feel like they will raise prices inevitably this year from tariffs, then I think it underscores the rising pressure for the rest of the sector. Companies that are smaller than Walmart, retailers that are more discretionary and don't sell things like groceries that are considered to be necessities.
I actually had no idea Walmart's margins were so thin until Shonali pointed it out to me on the FA screen this morning. Highly recommend you check out FA Go on any equity. What about, is Target, Home Depot, are they also looking at margins this thin? They're reporting this week, right?
Yes, that's right. So Home Depot reports tomorrow, Target reports on Wednesday, and lower margins, that's sort of the name of the game for the sector. And, that's partly why we're seeing all these companies invest in more profitable areas of the business, like advertising, marketplace, to, sort of try and offset the lower margins that their businesses have. They've all said, tariffs would lead to higher prices. I think Walmart last week, they are signaling that they're going to be really surgical about that, where they have some products that they're going to hold prices of, some products where instead of raising prices, they plan to sort of spread higher costs across a department or a category. So the products that are important to these retailers are going to try to really keep down and invest prices in. Other areas, we'll probably see some price increases.
Jaewon Kang of Bloomberg News. We look forward to your coverage throughout the week. And Matt, I just wanted to show you, you walk into every Walmart, but I walk into every Target. I buy a normal amount of things from there. But, you know, you do see a real hit to the stock this year ahead of those earnings. It's down more than 27%.
I was just in a Walmart in Carlisle, Pennsylvania over the weekend buying a stroller made in China for $30 because I'd forgotten mine at a graduation. Their stock is up 7% year to date. So while other retailers have fared poorly, Walmart is still ruling the roost. But this is a key issue for them, right? With only 4% margins, how much can they eat of 30% tariffs? It's probably not going to be all of it, and they're going to pass the rest on, shockingly, to consumers.
It's a matter of a spat with the White House. Let's get a check on these markets as well before we head to break here, because we are looking at a pretty tough tape out there. We are looking at that Sell America trade continue, but not as much as we were a little earlier. About 0.5% lower, about 0.6% lower on that S&P 500, and that NASDAQ 100 0.7% lower. The Russell 2000 really taking a brunt of that pain, Matt. Stick with us.
The faster we get to break, the more time we have with Joe.
Oh, we're looking forward to it. Joe Weisenthal joining us next. Stick with us. You're not going to want to miss it. This is Bloomberg Open Interest.
You up-to-the-minute geopolitical news wherever and whenever it happens. I'm Anne-Marie Hordern in Buenos Aires, Argentina, and this is Bloomberg.
Middle East and Africa. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherry Yan in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering.
We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
Bringing you the latest in tech and AI news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Tom McKenzie in Paris, and this is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Open Interest. Quick check on stocks, and you'll see a lot of investors are taking Mike Wilson's advice and buying this dip. When we were looking at futures, you know, early this morning, a drop of well over 1%. Now in the cash trade, we're down, but only 0.6% at 59.24. We're still 250 points above where we were on April 2nd. Obviously positive for the year as well. So a little bit better than a stick in the eye there. NASDAQ 100 down about 0.2%, really being dragged down by the big tech stocks. You can see the dollar index also off after that downgrade by Moody's that no one really seems to care about right now. The Bloomberg Dollar Index down at 1225. In terms of the big stocks, the biggest, one of the biggest, I should say, not as big as Microsoft. Nvidia is down 0.8%. Tesla down about 4% right now. This is a huge weight, up 4% the gain, and earlier when it was only up 0.3%. It was really helpful to the index. Now it's got to be adding a ton of points to the S&P. Moderna gaining on some COVID optimism. Optimism for COVID for them, I guess. Walmart and Home Depot, we were just talking about down. Shonali, let's get to Joe.
Yeah, we need to bring in Joe now. Joe Weisenthal, co-host of Bloomberg's Odd Lots podcast. Of course,
podcast often recently says it's hard to imagine how we fund this reindustrialization if we break all the capital models, right? And Mark McCormick from TD was on Surveillance this morning saying the same thing. Like, if you're going about deglobalization,
who's going to pay for it?
Who's going to pay for it? Everyone's taking their money out of U.S. assets, everyone meaning foreign investors. Deeper dive into that. Coming up in the next hour, Steve Zellen joins us of PJT Partners on tariffs and the state of credit markets. Sounds like one of Shonali's bookings. Then Jim Milstein's thoughts on the ripple effects of that.
In the second quarter of 2024. For the first time as a public company, it turned a profit.
Is this a new era for DraftKings?
There's an inflection from when you're cash flow negative and you're operating off of equity raises from the past to when you're self-funded and you're cash flow positive and able to control your destiny a lot more.
You've had your first quarters of profitability now. Does that take pressure off? Does it increase pressure?
I think it increases pressure. I mean, once you start making profits, people expect you to make more, and all of a sudden you're valued on a multiple of those profits as opposed to the theoretical what could be. So very important, I think.
When you're cash flow negative, you've sold a vision of what the company should be working on.
DraftKings' solid standing in a booming.
Du tradar idag. Ja, men nice. Ja.
booming sector gives them the luxury to play the long game. They're not under pressure to cut costs.
When you have really strong revenue growth, you don't need that.
In more than 100 bureaus across the globe. Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything. Earnings season is here.
I know it's like your Super Bowl, right?
I can't wait. It's like opening presents in the morning.
All right, it will be exciting.
Nobody covers earnings like Bloomberg.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Vicki Barker. Get me Vladimir. President Trump set to hold telephone talks with Russian President Putin shortly, trying to secure a ceasefire in Ukraine after last week's unproductive talks. CBS's Natalie Brand has more.
The president indicating that he wanted to meet with the Russian president as soon as the two sides could make that possible logistically. We also know that the Vatican could be one potential location, the Holy See noting that it wants to help advance peace talks, end this war.
Pope Leo XIV has met Vice President J.D. Vance and Secretary of State Marco Rubio at the Vatican. The two U.S. officials also met with Ukraine's President Zelensky, all three in Rome for the Pope's elevation yesterday. Russia, meanwhile, just outlawed one of the world's most respected human rights organizations.
Russian authorities have labeled Amnesty International an undesirable organization and outlawed the human rights group. This means Amnesty must stop any work in Russia. Anyone involved with it is open to criminal charges. This is seen as the latest in the Kremlin's crackdown on critics, journalists and activists.
CBS's Elaine Cobb in Paris. Former President Joe Biden has posted a message on X thanking well-wishers following his diagnosis of advanced aggressive prostate cancer, which has spread to his bones. Prostate cancer surgeon Vipul Natal.
I think his prognosis is really going to be dependent upon the genetics of the tumor. At 82, he's not in poor health. But obviously, the therapies would have more effect on him potentially.
After a late-night vote in the House Budget Committee, President Trump's so-called big, beautiful budget bill is finally bound for the full House after the Republican dissenters changed their no votes to present. Our congressional reporter Torian Small has more.
Well, the Speaker is looking to get this out of his chamber before the Memorial Day weekend. So that means it would have to hit the floor by this week. The question, though, is how much more negotiating he'll have to do with these members who still are a bit wary about the bill as it stands.
After this weekend's deadly tornadoes in Kentucky and Missouri, the nation's midsection is braced for more destructive storms.
Dallas, Oklahoma City first, and then Tulsa, Little Rock, especially everything's upscaling later on this afternoon to dangerous clusters right around nightfall, and then refiring tomorrow, Memphis to, unfortunately, western Kentucky.
CBS News meteorologist Rob Marciano in Fremont, Ohio.
What started off as what we believe was a daily fishing trip from a family from Fort Wayne, Indiana, has ended in tragedy.
2 women dead, a child missing. This is CBS News. are the Trump tariffs affecting our spending habits?
A new Bankrate survey finds that 54% of U.S. adults questioned about their spending say they are planning to spend less on travel or live entertainment this year compared with last year.
A year ago, 49% said they would spend less than they did in 2023. So we seem to be heading in the wrong direction.
But Bankrate's Ted Rossman says the interesting disconnect is
we do really need to watch what people do, not just what they say, because consumer sentiment has been downbeat for years, but yet people are still spending.
Rossman says we're still willing to splurge on dining out. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
And finally, European leaders have hailed the unexpected victory of a centrist as Romania's new president. Near complete results show Nicu Ordan, a former mathematician and the centrist mayor of Bucharest, has easily defeated the Trump-supporting hard-right nationalist George Simion. Simion initially refused to accept the result, tweeting, "I am the new president of Romania." And I'm Vicki Barker, CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been in U.S. corporate high yield.
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all the fat?
One person's chaos is another person's animal spirits.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Do investors like the M&A that we've seen?
Are people just too exuberant out there?
The window between the peak and cut changing super fast.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
Good Monday morning from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York City to our worldwide audience. We're streaming live on Bloomberg as well. Alex Steele, Paul Sweeney here with you. Busy day coming up. We're going to check in with Michael McKee, Bloomberg International Economics and Policy Correspondent. He is in Amelia Island, Florida. He's never in Sheboygan in January.
To be fair, his travel there was awful, but now I don't feel bad for him because of the picture he sent me over breakfast yesterday.
All right, very good. So we'll check in with him. He's with a bunch of other economists and talking about the economy, I guess is what they're doing. I think they're probably on the golf course, but we'll see. Carol Pepper, founder and CEO of Pepper International. She's going to join us and give us her market call. Tyler Kendall, Bloomberg Television Washington correspondent, going to give us the latest reporting on the call today that is scheduled between President Trump and Mr. Putin. So we'll get the latest reporting there. Simone Foxman, reporter for Bloomberg News Equality Team, saying why DEI has not completely disappeared from corporate America. She'll have the latest reporting there. So we got a lot coming up here. But let's kick it off with Mr. John Tucker.
And this Bloomberg Business Flash being brought to you by IBKR. Will the year-over-year change in the U.S. CPI exceed 2.7% in May 2025? At IBKR Forecast Trader, the yes was recently at 23%. Start predicting today at ibkr.com/forecast. The last trading day for this contract is June 19th. The Moody's credit downgrade of U.S. debt risk reinforcing Wall Street's growing worries. So the rating cut comes as lawmakers debate even more unfunded tax cuts. And right now the risk on move right with the 30-year yield up 5 basis points right now, just under 5, 4.99. S&P 500 17 points lower. That's down 0.3%. 59.41 on the index. 9 of the 11 major industry groups in the S&P 500 lower right now, being led lower by energy. Dow Jones Industrial Average just turning higher. That is up 8 points right now. The NASDAQ 100 67 points lower. That is down about 0.3%. Some of the standouts in the early going, we have shares right now of NVIDIA. They're down about 0.4%. The CEO announcing plans to allow customers to deploy competitors' chips in data centers built around NVIDIA technology. And Regeneron shares right now, they are down 0.9%. On the upside, shares of Novavax, they are up about 13% in the early going. We'll get details on that in just a moment. We check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Paul, and welcome back, Alex.
Why, thank you. Pascagoula, Mississippi.
Pascagoula? Where is that?
That's in Pascagoula.
Sounds hot.
It sounds hot.
It was hot.
Humid and a good place to put an oil refinery.
Really good place to put an oil refinery. Yeah, you could see the Gulf at that time. Okay, well, I was dealing with my own transit issues. Paul was dealing with his transit issues when it comes to New Jersey Transit. But apparently a deal has now been reached after a 3-day strike. Want to get right to this news with Monica Rick. She joins us remotely from Penn Station, New York City. All right, what's it like there?
Well, foot traffic's obviously a little bit light because all rail service is down for one more day, but operations should be back to normal tomorrow. They reached a tentative deal, the union rather reached a tentative deal with New Jersey Transit last night around 6 p.m. and said they need about 24 hours to inspect tracks and get these trains back up and running. So operations should be back to normal tomorrow.
So do we know anything about kind of the economics of this package, or is that anything been disclosed yet?
So nothing's been disclosed. The details haven't been revealed to the public quite yet, but we should know more after members vote on it and the NJ Transit Board approves this at their next meeting on June 11th. But we do know, however, that the governor said that it was a boost from what workers had been asking for during the last contract that they rejected last month. So we do know that they got a little bit more, maybe closer to what they were asking for. However, the final numbers won't be disclosed till later.
So we taking the ferry home, Paul?
Yes, I am.
Ferry here.
Yep,
Okay.
yep,
All right. Well,
yep.
it's important to keep track. Hey, Monica, thanks a lot. Monica Ricks, Bloomberg News reporter, joining us there. Let's take a look at some of the stocks on the move today. I'm Alex Steele alongside Paul Sweeney, and we're joined now by Bloomberg's Denitsa Sakova. You're looking at Alibaba ADRs. What happened here?
Yeah, so Alibaba is having a tough day, and Apple is having a tough day. This is connected with the deal that has been going for some time for Alibaba's AI to be used on Apple devices in China. But now we're hearing a lot of scrutiny from White House, congressional officials, and they're raising more and more concerns about that deal. This is coming off on the back of really tough earnings results from Alibaba. After a few months of very elevated enthusiasm after what happened with DeepSeek. And we know a lot of analysts were saying that Alibaba will be on one of the front runners of that AI boom, especially when it comes to Chinese e-commerce readers.
Nei, det litt risky, sånn jeg.
Yes, they were considered to be the leaders. There was so much enthusiasm, and now we're seeing a double whammy with earnings results and a delay and potentially not happening deal with Apple. And both stocks are struggling. People are saying the partnership loss may be worse for Apple, but we're yet to see.
Novavax, another biotech company, which again, it's a binary situation. The drug hits, you make a ton of money. It doesn't, it goes to zero. What happens at Novavax?
Yeah, incredible volatility this year. We've talked about it as some of the big losers, some of the big winners. Today, obviously, it's a big winning day. It jumped as much as 30%. Now, some of those gains have faded, but still 13%. It's just incredible gain. It comes off US regulators approving the vaccine.
Den gapet jo magnet,
main groups
så kan jo at du skal videre ned nå.
There was a lot of scrutiny there. So the shot is approved for adults over 25,
Nå fyller jo
65
stort sett alltid
and adults
gapene.
between 12 and 64 who have at least one underlying condition. So a lot of scrutiny was coming from Robert F. Kennedy. There was obviously a famous CBS interview after which Novavax suffered a lot. And it wasn't only Novavax, it was a lot of those vaccine makers that have a pretty tough start of the year. Now, that said, with that approval, a lot of the other vaccine makers are also seeing a lift. So there is some optimism after a pretty rough start of the year. Novavax is down just 6% this year, but it was down 16% just on Friday. So one day move makes a big difference.
All right. Thank you so much, Denitsa. Really appreciate it. Denitsa Sakova joining us from Bloomberg. For more conversations just like this one, subscribe to our new Stock Movers Reports. Listen for 5-minute audio reports on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere you listen. All right, let's turn to the man of the hour, Michael McKee. Don't let the view from now concern you. He's in a conference hall, but guys, let me tell you, for those on radio too, the view outside is real different. We're looking blue skies, there's a pool, there's an ocean view. Mike McKee, Bloomberg International Economics and Policy Correspondent, joins us now from Amelia Island, Florida. Okay, so what is going to be the topic right now there among all the Fed officials? What are people talking about?
Well, they're talking about what everybody's talking about, and that is, what is the president going to do, and how is he going to do it, and how long is it going to take? Nobody knows what's going on.
Så faktisk akkurat på linja med på
So the question becomes, when do we find out? And until that point, you're living with uncertainty, and there isn't much that you can do about it. That's the basic philosophy here, or feeling here, among both Fed officials and the investors who are attending this conference. It's watch and wait. So they're looking at other issues. Right now,
Ja, det har vært altfor mange tall for meg å følge med på.
private credit going on, but not at this point monetary policy because there's just no way to know.
And Mike, it seems like if you're a Fed official, you're really beholden to, Washington, D.C. to maybe a bigger extent than maybe you're comfortable with. I mean, it's the president's prerogative with tariffs. It's Congress that needs to pass legislation on the budget front. So it almost seems like the Fed officials are kind of have to wait and see like the rest of us.
Well, their attitude has always
Den
been,
17.
and
mai,
they're
da.
re-emphasizing this these days, that they don't worry about what fiscal policy is going to be because they can't do anything about it and it's not their lane. They react to what it is. They take it as a given, and then they look at what the impact is on the economy and how their monetary
Nei, ja,
policy
vi
mandates can address
gikk
it. So they're at sea as much as
Ja,
everyone
det er
else,
13.
but they're avoiding talking about
Pluss minus.
whether these are good ideas or bad ideas. They say they'll just take it as
Jeg
it
var
comes.
litt flere, da. Men jeg tror ikke det var flere enn
But
20.
it seems like Moody's might have forced their hand a little bit. I mean, specifically saying separation
Ja,
between the
ja,
three
gikk
branches
6
of
meter,
government,
den var
talking
fin.
about the
Da var
dollar
den
still
med
maintaining the
overnatting på hotell
reserve's
for 2
world
stykker.
currency,
2
etc.
dager.
What's the
Og
talk
nydelig.
about the Moody's downgrade?
Ja,
Well, Raphael Bostic was asked about it this morning on CNBC, and he basically said that it could ripple through the economy. We're going to see higher rates, and that's what we're seeing, the yield curve move up and bear steepen. But how long that lasts and what impact it's actually going to have on the economy is too hard to predict at this point because we don't know what the offsetting reaction is going to be from tariffs. But if rates are higher in isolation, it's obviously going to slow the economy down, and it does set a higher floor for the Fed when it considers what it's going to do, whether it has to react to inflation by keeping rates where they are or raising rates, or whether the economy slows and they want to cut rates. The impact is going to be affected by where the markets go from this. But I would remind you, back in 2011, we saw rates shoot up immediately after the S&P downgrade, but then they came right back down again. So that's also a possibility.
All right, Michael McKee, thank you so much for joining us. Michael McKee, international economics and policy correspondent for Bloomberg News. He's down at Amelia Island for the Atlanta Fed hosting its 29th Financial Markets Conference. And at 2:45 p.m. Wall Street time, Mike's going to be sitting down interviewing Atlanta Fed President Raphael Bostic. We'll have that on Bloomberg Radio and television. All right, I'm looking at Pascagoula, Mississippi. Dude, that is right on the Gulf.
Oh, yeah, I could see
now,
it. Mm-hmm.
I see Pascagoula Refinery Pad 1. I guess that's a thing. But I also see Pascagoula Beach Park. That's where I would be. Did you make it to the beach?
Definitely did not make it to the beach.
You did not make it to the It
no.
looks beautiful.
No,
Wow.
I was nowhere near the beach, but I could see the Gulf.
Okay.
But anyway, it was really fascinating, and I learned a ton about refining. And man, it is a complicated,
no doubt.
intense, thin profit margin business.
Yes.
And just the expanse of it. This was Chevron's refinery in Pascagoula. They have 5 in the U.S., and they're expanding in different areas, and just how the inner workings of stuff. Net, guys, oil prices fall. Eventually, gasoline prices will fall, but with a lag.
But with a lag.
With a lag. Because the oil that they are refining right now, they probably bought 3 months ago. Yeah,
okay.
see?
All right, so I just filled up the car, $2.87 a gallon at the BP station on
That's
Route
not
35
bad.
in Wall. That's fine.
Yeah.
That's perfect.
We shouldn't be
Yeah.
complaining.
I'm not
No,
complaining.
well, John Tucker, he's
I can
complaining.
complain about it.
Well, he drives 1,000 miles every week, so I mean, it's a real cost to him. So anyway, coming up, we're going to talk to Carol Pepper, founder, CEO of Pepper International, get her thoughts on these markets. Futures, the equities coming back. Almost to a break even. This is cool.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm John Tuckery in the Bloomberg News, and with this Bloomberg Business Flash being brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses, Oracle offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. And this is for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. The major stock average is modestly lower to little change. The 30-year has backed off 5%. It pushed higher this morning, the yield that is, after the downgrade of U.S. debt by Moody's. Right now, the long bond is at 498, up about 4 basis points right now. Novavax's COVID vaccine received full approval from U.S. regulators for adults 65 and older, and those 12 to 64 with underlying conditions. Now, the clearance was delayed after Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. raised doubts about its efficacy. We did see these headlines earlier today. So far, it hasn't had much of an impact, though. China sees the U.S. as undermining the consensus reached between the two countries during trade talks in Geneva. This was a comment from the spokesman for the Chinese Commerce Ministry. S&P 500, 18 points lower. That's down 0.3%. We're at 5940 on the index. The Dow, 40 points lower. That is down 0.1%. The Nasdaq 177 points lower. That is down 0.4%. You know what they make. Spangler Candy Company pushing back against the efforts by the government to ban artificial coloring. The company has tested natural dyes, but the CEO there says he's skeptical about the adoption. He has concerns about supply, consumer demand, what it's going to taste like, and also potential allergens in new natural colors. Spangler, by the way, is the company behind Dum Dums and Sweethearts.
And candy canes. And candy canes and Neckos.
Love it.
Oh,
My
Neckos.
husband loves Neckos.
Oh.
And
Yes.
most importantly, Starburst. Starburst. We love the Starburst.
No natural
Necco
colored in
wafers
that.
is an acquired taste. You either
It
have
is.
it, and I do. I'm all in. So
Yeah, there you go. Anyway, we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg. Alex and Paul.
All right, thanks so much, JT. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We are broadcasting to you live from our Interactive Broker studio right here in Midtown Manhattan. Also check us out on YouTube as well, and we're also running live on Bloomberg Originals, so check us out there. Very exciting. Okay, markets, the equity market not doing much, but it's the long end of the bond market that's getting hit pretty hard with yields moving higher. Carol Pepper, founder and CEO at Pepper International, joins us now. Carol, if we take a look at what's happening in the long end of the bond market, at what point do yields start to impact the equity market?
Well, I think we're not too far from it, but I think, again, people are sort of hoping that this will be a temporary spike. Everyone's talking about in 2011, the spike didn't last. So I think there's similarly people not wanting to be head faked, not wanting to think that it's going to get a lot worse than it is. The news has been known for a long time. It's not a huge surprise. It's disappointing, of course, and signals that at some point the U.S. has to get this deficit under control. But I think people are just kind of going to take it in stride. That's why you don't see the markets moving much today. There are other potential moves afoot. What's going to happen with the tariffs? What's going to happen with the tax bill? Is it actually going to get passed, and in what form? There are other more driving factors, I think, for the markets right now. This is just sort of a disappointing acknowledgement of reality.
Carol, I know that you and the family offices that you work with have for a long time been a tech bulls. Do you use trading down days as an opportunity to add to those positions here? Do you still think tech can lead this market?
Absolutely. I don't know when. So it may not be this year, by the way. It may not be this year because there are other factors out of the hands of the market that are driving things, namely policies out of Washington. So as long as Washington's driving the bus right now, it's very hard for the markets to do anything other than react. As we, have seen, the Fed can only react. Everybody can only react at this point. However, that doesn't mean that Amazon isn't holding its value, that NVIDIA isn't holding its value, that Microsoft isn't holding its value. So if you're underweight in your tech positions because you felt it was too expensive before, this period might be a good time to get in on a fair day and up your positions a bit because those are leaders and they will continue to lead.
We have a breaking headline here from Reuters saying that Nippon Steel is going to invest $14 billion in U.S. steel if Trump okays that takeover deal. According to reports, it will be about $4 billion for a new mill, a new steel mill. Just take that in for a second.
Nice.
That'd be huge. Yeah. Carol, you mentioned tech, like buy on the dip, right? The valuations make sense. Do you feel like there is FOMO right now on tech?
Not yet, but I do think that there are people that missed it completely before, people that were extremely skeptical and are very underweight tech. So I don't know if it's FOMO, but I do think it's not a bad time to get in. And remember, things like AI and the IoT technology that is going to allow you to have data on every type of manufacturing that we do in the United States, thanks to these new manufacturing policies, we'll need AI, we'll need IoT sensors, we'll need all of the things that tech is building for us. And I can tell you that many family offices right now are actively investing in data centers. Data centers are being built all over the country. The municipal governments, for example, in the state of Oklahoma, the state governments are actively partnering with private sector to build more capacity for AI and technology in this country over the next 10, 24 months. So don't count tech out. It's not out at all. It's just a question of when the market starts driving rather than the policy.
Hey, Carol, there was a time earlier this year when the markets were really trying to digest all these new tariffs. People said, hey, how about the rest of the world? We saw a lot of capital flow from U.S. equity markets, bond markets, overseas, particularly to Europe. Is that something you think is still viable?
Yes, I do think that finally we'll see some movement in Europe. We've had, 10, 15, 20 years of U.S. exceptionalism when it really didn't make a lot of sense to diversify that much outside of the U.S. But now Europe is looking more interesting again. They're uniting, they're actively rebuilding defense stocks, and they're trying to kind of take a bigger role in their own defense. And I think that's an area where we can really potentially make some money this year. I don't think it's a bad thing that Europe is going to step up to the plate. And there are some people rotating out of the United States for other reasons. And the first place they're going to go is Europe. It's perceived as less risky than, let's say, emerging markets or Asia. So yes, Europe is a good place if you're thinking of sticking your toe in the water of going outside the U.S. right now.
Very good. Carol, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Carol Pepper, founder and CEO of Pepper International. Right now we want to go down to Washington, D.C. Geopolitics never far from the front burner for global markets. Presumably today, the scheduled call between President Trump and President Putin from Russia. Let's get the latest reporting on that. Tyler Kendall joins us, Bloomberg Television Washington correspondent. Tyler, what's the latest reporting? When is this call between Mr. Trump and Mr. Putin? When is it scheduled to occur? And what are the expectations going into that call?
Yeah, hey, Paul. Well, it was expected to start at 10 a.m. Eastern. We're still waiting for confirmation from the White House on this, but Bloomberg News did have some pretty incredible reporting going into today that Vladimir Putin is going into this call feeling that he has the upper hand. Our reporting indicates that the Kremlin feels that it will be able to break through Ukraine's defense by the end of the year. Now, we should note that Western assessments don't align with that, but it sort of gives us some clues that going into this call, we're not really expecting Putin to make some meaningful concessions on the table. However, it could be sort of a kickstart to perhaps helping these negotiations move along, since at this point they really have felt like they have stalled. And President Trump himself said over the weekend that ultimately he might need to just meet face to face with Vladimir Putin in order to see some significant progress here. There's a few different threads that we've been watching. Bloomberg News was the one that actually broke that important story back in April that the U.S. was ready to demand of Russia that they accept Ukraine's right to build up its defense industry in exchange for Ukraine and abandoning its NATO ambitions. The U.S. also was prepared to freeze the battle lines where they were. However, our allies do tell us that ultimately they need to see some stronger security guarantees out of this White House before they talk about any sort of territory concessions. But those are sort of the main issues that we are following here as we wait to see if there can be any progress towards a ceasefire.
On this, at the same time, we're looking at Congress trying to get a tax bill through. The key committee that advanced President Trump's tax and spending package was a victory from that angle, but still has to clear the House and then has to go to the Senate. One of the tipping points was faster Medicaid cuts, and in some cases a faster phase out of some of the clean energy tax credits in the IRA. Chances that it passes the whole House?
Well, at this point, there's still a lot that needs to get done, Alex, because while this did pass the Budget Committee last night, these members of the House Freedom Caucus ultimately voted present. They didn't vote in favor of it. So while they do have some written commitments from House leadership that they would be in favor of moving forward the timeline when it comes to those work requirements and rolling back the IRA clean energy tax credits, ultimately, no text of the actual bill has been changed yet, so these negotiations really are ongoing. And I was on Capitol Hill on Friday, and I actually caught up with Chip Roy, a Republican from Texas, perhaps one of the most vocal members of the House Freedom Caucus, and he told me he was pushing for those Medicaid requirements to start immediately. That would be considered a pretty ambitious timeline, and it would put Senate Republicans in a pretty tough spot, not to mention it would be a politically fraught issue for this White House. I did ask NEC Chair Kevin Hassett this morning if the White House would be in favor of moving up those work requirements, and he said whatever it takes to get the reconciliation package through. But there is still a lot of work that does need to be done. You mentioned it there. The House Rules Committee will vote 1 a.m. on Wednesday. So they basically have these next 2 days to hash out their disagreements in hopes for House Speaker Mike Johnson to get the bill on the floor by Thursday and passed by Memorial Day.
Do we have any information about how much President Trump is involved in these negotiations at this point, Tyler?
He's considered to be heavily involved. Of course, he was in the Middle East last week, but we did have Congressman Mike Lawler, part of the SALT caucus. Of course, that's still one of the big sticking points here that needs to get done. And he said that he was going to request a phone call with President Trump over the weekend. Now, President Trump has made his feelings known on Truth Social, urging Republicans to move forward and pass this bill. He did call members of the House Freedom Caucus last week grandstanders. It is clear this White House really is banking on this legislation to move forward with their economic agenda as they try to counter the narrative, particularly around tariffs, to try to spur some sort of tax incentives to get more money into consumers' pockets when it comes to the tax cuts. At this point, we're waiting to see who he calls first. The press secretary was asked directly in the briefing this morning if he had made any of those calls yet, and she said that she would not detail the president's private conversations.
All right, Tyler, thanks very much. Tyler Kendall, Bloomberg Television, Washington correspondent, joining us on many, many things from the White House, and looking forward to President Trump and Putin call later on today, right?
Yeah,
today?
I wonder to what extent President Trump is frustrated a little bit by the lack of progress in Ukraine and Russia, because on the campaign trail, that was something he suggested he could get done very quickly. But of course, I guess when you get into it, the devil's in the details, and these two sides are very obviously far apart, obviously. So.
Yeah, especially when, as we've been reporting, that Vladimir Putin believes that he can break through Ukraine's defenses, and where's the leverage for the U.S.
And there's just
Ukraine
a big
as
attack
well.
yesterday, a big drone attack yesterday on Kiev, the biggest so far of the war, suggesting to a lot of folks that President Putin's still working hard.
And digging in, and that's something that has been there for the last 3 years at the end of the day. All right, coming up, we have a great article lined up for you. DEI has not disappeared, it's just maybe been renamed, ? Simone Foxman is a reporter for Bloomberg News Equality Team. She did a great in-depth reporting. We're going to break that down with her right after this.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. Still risk-off mood on Wall Street. Those we've paired some of the earlier losses. You have 10 of the 11 major industry groups in the S&P 500 lower right now. Energy is the biggest drag. Consumer staples barely in the green. That's as Procter & Gamble is pushing higher, up 1.5%. You have the longer-dated Treasury yield rising above the 5% level earlier this morning. And, of course, this follows Friday's downgrade of U.S. government credit rating. The amount of outstanding Treasuries, that has gone from $4.5 trillion back in 2007 to nearly $30 trillion today. Gives you some of the size and scope there. 30-year right now, up 3 basis points, 497. NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang announcing plans to allow customers to deploy competitors' chips in data centers that are built around NVIDIA's technology. So he's acknowledging the growth of in-house semiconductor development by some of the major clients of NVIDIA like Microsoft and Amazon. By the way, they release their earnings, next Wednesday, as shares of NVIDIA 0.2% lower. Capital One Financial's takeover of Discover Financial Services officially completed. This creates the largest credit card issuer by loan volume in the U.S. And this is probably the most important news of the day. Netflix will air Sesame Street. New episodes of Sesame Street going to debut on Netflix later this year. They also host some of the old seasons of the
I
program.
love this.
Yeah.
Sesame survives.
Survives.
We love the Sesame.
I don't know it was ever in doubt, but
No,
government funding.
The HBO issue and government funding. No, it was a huge problem in terms of distribution.
They would never get rid of. Come on.
Well, if they don't have the money to pay for it.
We'd find the money. We check the markets for you
John
all
Tucker
day
opening
long.
up his pockets for Sesame Street.
Here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. It is good to see you back.
All right. Thanks so much, John Tucker. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney and Elmo. This is Bloomberg Intelligence. No laughs? Nothing? Really? Wow. Okay. Elmo, a tough crowd. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We bring you all the top news in business, economics, and finance. They're a lens of our Bloomberg Intelligence folks. They cover 2,000 companies in 130 industries all around the world. And we also tap our amazing team of reporters. And we have one of them here with us now. Simone Foxman is a reporter for Bloomberg News Equality Team. And this is sort of the article that we have been waiting for the last few months. And it has to do with DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. A lot of companies, that's a verboten word right now, DEI, right? No one wants to put it out there and say it. But does it mean that these companies that have already committed to these programs, are they rolling them back or are they just renaming stuff?
Well, frankly, I've been talking to senior executives at large companies, their corporate advisors, ever since Trump's executive orders came out on January 21st. And the message I've been hearing is no. Frankly, many of the programs that were part of diversity, equity, and inclusion, many of which had frankly been around since long before the acronym even existed, they're still there. They've had some tweaks, maybe, and we can talk about exactly what those are, but companies still believe that these underlying programs, the ones that will help them recruit diverse talent, as well as keep employees happy, these are largely there. And so even at companies that have sort of tried to send a message to their to perhaps the Trump administration, perhaps conservative activists, they're sending a very different message to their employees and investors.
Well, I think what got a lot of people's attention, including myself, was when Walmart came out and said they're going to scale back DEI. I mean, it's like a monster employer all over the country. What did you find at Walmart?
Oh, I mean, even when that announcement came out, which was just before Black Friday, if you looked into the actual depth of what they were talking about, sunsetting the term DEI in favor of belonging, these aren't the huge, enormous things. A racial equity training that they had in conjunction with Racial Equity Institute, it hadn't been offered since the spring of that year, and that was something that they said, okay, well, we're not going to have this anymore. anymore. In fact, Walmart still mentioning it as of the last few days in its job postings that they want associates who are committed to diversity, equity, and inclusion. Spokesman told us that they're trying to phase out that language in posts, and some people call different names. But
what are the names? Like, what are the kind of things that people are now sort of spitting out there?
I mean, it depends company by company. At Walmart, supplier diversity became supplier inclusion, for example, and there were some small tweaks to their supplier diversity program, not just focusing on race and gender in terms of trying to find diverse suppliers, but they're absolutely still highlighting brands that are owned by women, Hispanic people, Black people, it's LGBTQIA plus people. These, in fact, all have landing pages. So it clearly speaks to the idea that consumers want this. They're looking for brands, or Walmart believes they're looking for these brands. So maybe that's not somewhere where they really pull back. Does that satisfy the Trump administration, conservative activists, et cetera? Maybe, maybe not. I will say one thing as well that was very controversial were sort of demographic targets. For example, we want to double the number of women in senior management roles by 2026. That target, that very specific target, lawyers are advising companies that this sounds a little bit too much like a quota, so don't have that anymore. Or if I guess the lawyers are saying don't have that. At best, companies are not having that publicly. Because that is a little bit of that legal gray area, not sorted out by the court, but something, even a voluntary target that lawyers say, you might want to stay away from that.
How about, I sort of remember, talking about internships, mentor programs that help marginalized groups, and maybe, talking about hiring in historically Black colleges and universities. Is that under pressure, or is that going to be changing?
So those are actually two different things.
Okay.
One, mentorships and internship programs have now been opened to everyone.
Okay.
And this is sort of another thing that was recommended by lawyers, came in, especially after the Students for Fair Admissions at Harvard decision. HBCU scholarships, however, if recruiting from a specific HBCU, historically Black college and university, these are actually still getting a lot of interest from companies because there is something that is extremely legally above board. Anyone can apply to go to an HBCU, and a company can choose to hire or to have a scholarship or internship program specifically targeted towards an HBCU. And because anyone can go there, that means they're definitely not, discriminating on race from a legal perspective. And frankly, among conservative groups, this is a little bit of a bone. It's a little bit of a kind of subject of controversy because these are, HBCU programs are the ones that feel like DEI at its very heart. And frankly, they were the way to try and increase the pipeline of Black managers and Black engineers and technologists and et cetera. So we'll see if there's more attacks on those specific programs going forward. At the moment, that seems to be a legal area where, many companies are doing.
Do you get the sense from many companies that there is a worry about going too far in the other direction? Like stripping out certain things that actually need to be thought of and done?
100%. Absolutely. And, when you talk to a senior executive at an accounting firm was telling me they just need accountants. They cannot get accountants unless they are going to places where people have not been exposed to accounting. To try and encourage them to work for them. They don't want to make young people unhappy. These are affinity groups, employee resource groups still exist in part. Maybe there's scrutiny of their spending, but they still exist a lot because this is stuff that makes people happy to come to work. And companies are very afraid because the actual employment law has not changed substantially. They are very afraid that they are going to see your traditional discrimination suits filed by women, people of color, LGBTQ people, people with disabilities.
All right, Simone, fascinating topic. Evolving, fluid, I guess is a way to put it. Simone Foxman, reporter for Bloomberg News Equality Team, joining us live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. A great story. Check it out on the terminal or on Bloomberg.com. Coming up, we're going to check in with Sam Fazeli of Bloomberg Intelligence. He's a director of research for global industries and a senior pharmaceuticals and biotech analyst. Get the latest there. We actually had a little takeover of another biotech company today. That stock ripping. So we'll break it all down here. Looking at the markets here, just a little bit of red on the screen here. We got the S&P off about 28 points. That's about a 0.5%. The NASDAQ off 128 points. That's 0.6%. 10-year Treasury yields a little bit higher here today. Let's call it 4.50 on your 10-year Treasury. WTI crude oil flat, $62.50. This is Bloomberg.
You're listening to Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney and Alex Steele on Bloomberg Radio.
Happy Monday, everybody. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We are broadcasting to you live in our interactive broker studio right here in Midtown Manhattan. Also check us out on YouTube and Bloomberg Originals as well. Looking forward to that. Some of the headlines of today, one of the stocks really soaring here is Novavax. Its COVID vaccine finally receiving full approval from U.S. regulators for adults 65 and older and those 12 to 64 with underlying conditions. It's helped ease some investors' concerns here, but we wanted to get more on this with Sam Fazeli, Bloomberg Intelligence Director of Research for Global Industries and Senior Pharmaceuticals. Sam, why did this take so long?
Oh, that's a good question, isn't it? I mean, this is not the easiest of manufacturing processes for this vaccine. Is quite a complex manufacturing process. Maybe some of that, then some questions. And, biotech companies often end up in a situation where they can't invest in absolutely everything. So I don't know. And I think there was probably some of the changes in the administration that slowed things up a bit. As you know, there was a bit of a back and forth. In the end, this is the full approval, right? This vaccine has been under emergency use authorization for a while. So now this is the full approval. And we now see the list of things that the FDA wants from them.
Hey, Sam, just give us the state of the kind of the COVID-19 vaccine market in general. Is it shrinking? Is it growing? Because I don't think people are it's not even on anybody's radar screen anymore.
Yeah, no, but Paul, you're speaking from the point of view of this young, energetic, strong man and strong lady sitting next to you. All those folks that are above 65, 70, who are at risk, just like the flu shot, I think we probably take the flu shot anyway. They're more likely to take the shot, and also those who have comorbidities and are at higher risk. And those are the two groups that it's been approved for, actually, the full approval: 12 to 64 with the risk profile that you need it, and then a 65 plus. And those are the people who've been taking it. But even amongst those people, the rate of compliance, if you want to call it, or use has been dwindling over time because of the story with vaccine hesitancy, etc.
Yep.
What do you make of the stock move? Worth 30%?
Well, it was 30%.
That was a Sam, maybe
it's
not.
now 14. Yeah, it's now 14. The same happened with Moderna. I mean, the reality is this still needs investment from the company and Sanofi. Remember, they're partnered with Sanofi to do all the extra work that the FDA has asked them to prove the safety, et cetera, and it won't really help this year. It's next year, because most of the contracting is probably done already this year. But I think Sanofi and them will do a good job in 2026. And of course, it gives you an alternative to an mRNA vaccine. It is not an mRNA vaccine.
Hey, Sam, has the biotech and or pharma industry noticed any changes in the FDA these days with the new administration and new leadership of the healthcare policy? Has it changed anything, good or bad?
So that's a superb, amazing question. The answer to which is
amazing,
tough.
superb. Wow.
Yeah, I tell you why, because you hear about all the changes, you hear about the X number of thousands of people who are being fired, and at the same time, the agency's head says, actually, no, look, we kept all the people that were the most important, the scientific reviewers, etc. So you can see that products are getting approved. These advisory panels are mostly now being held. It may be that the pressure and the problem is more at the early stage when you're trying to file to start a clinical trial or taking your drug for the first time into humans. That may be where it is. But so I think it's going to take till the middle or the end of the year for us to really figure out where the impacts come.
Let's switch gears for a second. We also have a deal here. So the bankrupt 23andMe firm, which is that genetic testing firm, is being bought now by Regeneron for $256 million. Why would Regeneron want 23andMe? Do we know?
Well, there's millions of genomic data sets in there, right, which have been potentially associated with some diseases or not. And there was quite a lot of actually very interesting work being done there. In the UK, we have something like that going on, which is called the UK Biobank, and that's run by the government. So there's X number of thousands of million, 400,000 or 500,000 people, I don't know exactly, are being followed with their genomes and all the diseases that they develop over time, with lots of other biometrics, etc., taken. So it's a really cool long-term way of looking to see whether you can predict who's going to get disease A or disease B. And I think this is what Regeneron's bought, a massive data set of genomic data.
Have you guys done the testing, by the way?
No. Have you?
I did.
I have.
You have. It turned out I'm like 80% Scottish. I didn't know it was like that
there you go.
Intense. It was pretty cool to find out.
Apparently I'm a man.
And you're a man. Congratulations, Sam. I'm glad we worked that out for you.
Sam Fazeli, Director of Research for Global Industries and Senior Pharmaceuticals Analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. But you knew you were Scottish, right?
I thought it was a quarter. Okay. And it turned out like I'm overwhelmingly Scottish. I thought it was a quarter German, Irish, Scottish, English. And it turns out I'm a little bit all those things, but I'm really Scottish.
Really? Okay.
Highlands, here we go.
Okay. All right. Very good. Very good. Well, it's easy for me.
You
Irish.
don't know. I know you're Irish, but like, what if there's some cool stuff in there?
I doubt it. Do you think? There's a little bit of English in there. My sister's gone back to the Ancestry.com and tracked down like really 5, 6, 7 generations.
And they're all.
It's mostly Ireland, but some England as well.
All right, so you know, you're a little bit expansive.
Actually, she made me go meet them in Belfast when I was in Belfast.
Huh.
We went to Sunday Mass at our church that we've been at for generations. We went out to the pub afterwards for lunch with these people. So it was pretty cool.
That's so cool.
You paid? I paid.
He paid. Well, you know, he's the Irish emanator.
But we had fun.
You got to do that.
All right, coming up for our listeners in the U.S., a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM Channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on Sirius XM Channel 121 is presented by Oracle. Stay tuned for the latest market news and industry research. The rest of the hour, Bloomberg Intelligence is coming up in just a moment. S&P 500 off 25 points. The Dow up 72 points. And NASDAQ off 115 points, 0.6%. The rest of Bloomberg Intelligence starts right now.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been in U.S. corporate high yield.
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all the fat?
One person's chaos is another person's animal spirits.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Do investors like the M&A that we've seen?
Are people just too exuberant out there?
The window between the peak and cut changing super fast.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, happy Monday, everybody. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We have a great hour lined up for you. We're going to hit all the news of the morning. Gina Martin-Adams, Chief Equity Strategist at Bloomberg Intelligence, will be joining us to break down what to make of margins right now, the tweet from President Trump about Walmart, and then look ahead to NVIDIA earnings. Plus, Nathan Dean, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Policy Analyst, talking about the tax bill advancing in the House. And Phil Orlando, one of the best out there in Federated Hermes, to discuss his outlook on the market. And Ben Sills is a Bloomberg Managing Editor for European Economy and Government on what to expect in that meeting between President Putin and President Trump. But let's kick it all off for you right now with a Bloomberg Business Flash. And for that, we go to Charlie Pelley.
All right, thank you very much. Good morning. Happy Monday. Not so happy for the equity bulls with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red. We are, however, off session lows. We got a renewed wave of dip buying. S&P right now down 22, 59.36 where we stand. Drop there of 0.4%. Dow Industrials down 40, a decline of 0.1%, while NASDAQ is down 107 now, a drop of 0.5%. The 10-year yield at 4.49% with a 2-year 3.98%. Spot gold up $30 the ounce, $32.34, up 1%. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.2%, $62.38 a barrel on WTI. Wall Street getting a rude awakening after that downgrade by Moody's ratings. Bob Dahl is the president and CEO of Crossmark Global Investments. And on surveillance this morning, he told us that Moody's downgrade is a big deal.
Some would say this is the third credit agency to downgrade. What's the big deal? The big deal is the bond market, and the big deal is the bill that's sitting in Congress that's going to exacerbate the deficit yet some more. So as long as those things keep happening, we will be decreasing the number of degrees of freedom we have to fix this thing before it really strangles us.
Crossmark's Bob Dahl interviewed this morning on surveillance. Novavax is jumping after regulators fully approved its COVID vaccine, easing investors' concerns. Novavax shares, they are trading higher now by 16.2%. And a company we were just talking about, bankrupt genetic testing firm 23andMe, has agreed to sell its data bank, which once contained DNA samples from about 15 million people, to the drug developer Regeneron. Regeneron shares, they're lower by 1.1%. Again, recapping, stocks lower, S&P down 20 right now, drop there of 0.3%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. And starting today, the video presentations for Bloomberg Intelligence and Balance of Power will be running live on Bloomberg Originals. That's Bloomberg's over-the-top platform. Think Roku TV, Samsung TV, all that kind of stuff. So we welcome in our new audience there. Let's get a sense of what's happening in the markets today with stock movers. Denitsa Sakova joins us, cross-asset reporter for Bloomberg News. Denitsa, what are you looking at?
Let's take a look at Walmart. Obviously, there was that tweet from the president. Shares tumbled as much as 2.5%. Now some of those losses have been erased, but still the stock is down today. So President Trump told the retailer that they should eat the tariffs, which is an interesting announcement because we had actually Scott Bessent on the weekend talking to NBC, saying that he has already spoken to Walmart and they have said that indeed they will absorb some of those tariffs. But of course, some of the statements Walmart gave in their earnings and on May 15th is that the tariffs are increasing economic turbulence and consumers may start to see some of those effects in May. Of course, Trump is saying that the company has made billions last year, and the reason to raise prices is no tariff, so there is a lot of pressure. We're yet to see how is this going to play out. There hasn't been a big pushback from Walmart, but yeah, small pressure today on the stock for sure.
Also taking a look at Netflix here. The analyst community weighing in on this one?
Yeah, and it's an interesting...
Because it just hit record high after record high after record high.
And that's why they're weighing on. JP Morgan downgraded it to neutral from overweight. There are no big alarms. There are no big reasons other than it's expensive. There has been record high. The stock is up 30% year to date after another amazing year last year. So the reason is just like more balanced risk reward. In that streaming space. Interesting thing is that they say that Netflix was a defensive play during all the tariff turmoil. And now that some of this has eased, maybe investors won't be as interested. JP Morgan says that following a significant stock price appreciation and outperformance, it's lowering the weight they have on Netflix. But still, obviously, there are so many buy ratings on this stock, and it's a clear winner this year.
All right. Anything else out there?
We're looking at Reddit. That's an interesting one because I actually use it a lot for my reporting, and I've been seeing it less and less when I Google stuff. And that's one of the reasons we're seeing a big hit today. Wells Fargo downgraded it to equal weight, and it's coming off all those changes Google is implementing in their algorithm. Analysts are saying that recent user disruptions are likely to be more permanent. Google is implementing all those AI features in search, which are really changing how some websites, including Reddit, are accessed. The threats are not only to Reddit, but to all the companies dependent upon search traffic. Reddit is down 34% year to date. So clearly, that's an interesting one to watch. That's very dependent on Google right now.
All right. Thanks so much. Really appreciate Denitsa Denizkova joining us, Bloomberg's cross-asset reporter. For more conversations just like this, subscribe to our new Stock Movers Reports. Listen for 5-minute audio reports and the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere you listen. All right, joining us now for what to expect in D.C. and how that's going to wind up moving the markets here is Nathan Dean, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Policy Analyst. Nathan, what Moody's did on Friday at the last credit agency to lower the AAA credit rating for the U.S., what effect, if any, will that have on policymakers?
I don't think it's going to have much of an impact whatsoever with what's going on in terms of this one big, beautiful bill. I think this was somewhat expected from Washington, but I would also say that this is not something that Washington really pays attention to when you're talking about trying to pass a package the president continually wants to get out there. And so this one big, beautiful bill, this north of $5 trillion bill, is one of the three things that are really key to the administration's agenda on economic growth, the other two being tariffs and deregulation. So when Moody's did what they did, I think the Washington response was, yeah, okay, but we're going to just keep going.
So who's paying for this? I think there's some funding gaps here. Could you highlight what's going on there and kind of what the current policy thinking is?
Yeah, so the challenge here is that you're going to have approximately $5 trillion worth of tax cuts, and you have to come up with about $5 trillion worth to pay for it. Now, economic growth will get you somewhat there, but then the challenge has always been, is tariffs going to pay for it, or are there going to be cuts to Medicaid, the Inflation Reduction Act, SNAP benefits, also formerly known as food stamps? And this is where the challenge lies, because for all of the deficit hawks in the House, and this is what we saw play out last night at the House Budget Committee, that says, look, we need steeper Medicaid cuts, maybe cuts that come in and move quicker. There are moderates, on the other hand, saying, look, you can't cut this because if you do, it's going to hurt my constituents. So what we're telling our clients right now is that under the Senate rules, and we haven't gotten there, we're still in the House, but eventually when we get to the Senate rules, there is a chance here where they may try and say that these tax cuts are already paid for. We don't have to pay for them again. And so the deficit is going to increase as a result, because it's much easier to vote to borrow today to pay for later than it is to vote to cut a benefit that somebody's going to see happening in the next year or so.
In addition to that, we also see potentially issues in rolling back of some of the IRA provisions. We already saw them rolled back, but now some in the House want even faster dissolvement, there we go, of some of those IRA and clean energy tax credits. Does that actually happen? Because to your point, a lot of those tax credits benefit Republican states.
Yeah, you know, this is something we've been getting client chats about this all morning. And so this is certainly something very topical because, you know, in order the House Budget Committee last night, what they had to agree to, and this is what Speaker Johnson agreed to, is let's take the solar tax credits, for example. They were supposed to phase out in 2031, according to the One Big Beautiful Bill text. But Speaker Johnson reportedly made an agreement that we're going to phase those out by 2028. Now, you know, the House is certainly trying to, these are the deficit hawks saying, look, we need to cut more of the Inflation Reduction Act. But you have Senator Thom Tillis of North Carolina sitting in the Senate saying, no, we need to actually do more here. Yeah. And we need to give the IRA more tax brackets, or more tax breaks. So what we're telling our clients is that, look, the House right now is about momentum. They need to get it through the House Rules Committee. They're going to meeting at 1 a.m. on Wednesday. And then eventually you're going to see a full floor House vote. That's the challenge, or that's the time where we're going to see this really ultimately play out for Speaker Johnson. But at the end of the day, we believe that the Senate is going to strip out and the Senate is going to do whatever they want and they're going to jam the House. And then ultimately that's going to decide what this bill looks like.
Nathan, I was just mentioning to Alex during the break that, you know, one could argue President Trump is having a heck of a successful second term so far. Does he have enough support in Congress to push through this big, beautiful bill, do you think?
I think so when it comes to the deficit hawks. I mean, obviously, if you talk about the SALT caucus, for those of you in New York and New Jersey, I truly do believe Representative Mike Lawler when he says that he will vote no on this unless he gets relief on SALT, because for him, that's something in a Republican, you know, district in a Democratic state, that's something that really would put his future at risk. But then when you talk about other deficit hawks that are really saying, look, I'm not going to vote for this because it adds to the deficit, if President Trump uses that political capital and says, look, I want you to pass this bill, or are you going to derail my agenda? That's what happened in March with the continuing resolution or this government shutdown fight, and those deficit hawks folded, and ultimately I think that's what's going to happen again, because for Representative Mike Lawler, he most likely would lose his seat if he doesn't vote for SALT. For these deficit hawks, they could probably live to fight another day.
Great stuff, Nathan. We really appreciate it. Nathan Dean, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Policy Analyst, joining us there. Let's get to the broader market here. In particular, what it winds up meaning for earnings and margins as we go forward. Lori Calvasino of RBC says, look, I can't do a 2026 forecast yet. I got to wait for those second quarter earnings to come through. So what do they look like? Gina Martin Adams is Bloomberg Intelligence Chief Equity Strategist, and she joins us now. Hey, Gina, what's the visibility metric that you have right now into earnings over the back half of the year?
I think it's very difficult because of the 90-day pause. I mean, most analysts are anticipating that the 90-day pause resolves itself with generally friendlier tariff policy, generally lower tariff rates than they are imputing on second quarter earnings. So if we get to that point, then you know with some degree of clarity that the analyst community is going to anticipate better earnings growth emerging by the fourth quarter, especially the first quarter of 2026. But because we're on pause and we've seen very little certainty emerge beyond the pause, it's very difficult for analysts to impute some kind of longer term forecast for earnings growth right now.
So what kind of conversations are you having? You know, given that level of uncertainty, which is fundamental, Gina, when you talk to clients, are they hiding somewhere? Are they putting more bigger allocations to fixed income? What are they doing in the interim?
Yeah, it depends on the type of client. Most of the clients that I've talked to so far this year, we've talked a lot about rotation as the main theme for 2025, the combination of higher volatility perpetuated by the U.S. market on the global equity markets and the idea that global equities were actually priced for no growth this year to emerge, or very little growth to emerge this year, while the U.S. was overpriced for very strong growth. And so that's created this ongoing rotation. Inside the U.S. equity market, it's a little bit more challenging because our sector scorecard has suggested a mix of defensives and cyclicals. We are starting to see analyst capitulation on the part of near-term earnings growth for cyclical industries at the very least. But at the same time, you've got falling oil prices, which is very supportive. So it really is in the U.S. market a case of sector by sector, industry by industry. try not to adopt a strategy that is so dependent upon tariffs and tariff resolution, but really looks through that noise and adopts the longer term earnings gainers versus losers over the course of 2025 and into 2026.
Let's move to what President Trump said on social media about Walmart having to eat the cost of tariffs, not passing it on to consumers. I just want to get some context from you as to what retail margins actually look like. Are they thin?
Yeah.
Are they big? Like, is there that kind of wiggle room that one may think?
Yeah, there's very little retail margin. I mean, frankly, what we are seeing is companies eating the cost of tariffs already. Walmart certainly is one of those companies that is eating a large portion of the tariff cost. Otherwise, we would see the tariff feed through into CPI, and that's not what we saw in the month of April. So very clearly across the board, we're seeing operating margin expectations fall. We're seeing operating margins likely past their peak of 2024, in part because of the tariffs, and that's likely to continue going into the latter part of this year.
So how about international equities here, Gina? We had I'm not sure how big a shift, but we certainly had funds flowing out of the U.S. market, stocks and bonds, for international markets early this year during when, I guess, some of the height of the uncertainty. Was that a short-term trade? Is that still there? How do you think about that?
Yeah. Again, this is something that we're working through, trying to work with investors on cutting through the noise of the tariffs in the short run, because there is one thing that is enduring, and that is the outperformance of non-domestic equities, with the exception of last week when the U.S. definitely performed very well in response to the short-term resolution on the trade relationship with China. Longer term, one of the bigger things that you saw last week was actually EM equities reversed all of their tariff-related declines. Developed markets outside of the U.S. also are very near to erasing all of their tariff-related declines. The U.S. is the one laggard. So as much as it has been a very strong performance dynamic in the U.S., we're still struggling to fully erase all of the tariff-related weakness that emerged earlier this year. Also, I think it's important to note that the EM and developed market economies outside of the United States were outperforming well before Liberation Day. So we had seen in the first quarter rotation into non-domestic themes emerging as a bigger theme for 2025. That seems likely to persist in the short run, just given the durability of non-domestic margins as well as non-domestic earnings conditions, trade relationships between other players in the global trade system have not been disrupted. For instance, China's trade with Europe, Europe's trade with South America, and the like. So I think you have to keep that in mind, that there is stability there for the economies that are not so dependent on the relationship with U.S. trade. Likewise, you've got fiscal and monetary policy supports that are emerging outside of the United States, while in the U.S. we still have a bit of a murky picture on that front. That is resulting in better performance elsewhere. And the dollar is still in what appears to be a declining phase, which is supportive of non-domestic equities.
All right, Gina, thanks a lot. We really appreciate it. Gina Martin Adams.
Det trenger ikke å gjøre det. Det kan gå likt da.
There for the team. All right, coming up, Phil Orlando,
Gull er jo
Chief Equity
dollar.
Markets Strategist and Head of Client Portfolio Management at Federated Hermes. His take
Går det
and
motsatt
outlook
av
on the
dollaren.
markets. And then we'll talk
Som
to Ben
regel.
Sills,
Det
the
hender at
managing
den går
editor for
likt, akkurat
European
likt
economy
som
and
dollar.
government, on President Putin heading into a call with President Trump, with Putin more confident that he has the upper hand and he has that leverage. Taking a look at the equity market, you have the NASDAQ selling off the most. We're still just down by 0.5%. Volume is pretty mixed. This is Bloomberg.
Hvis dollaren mister all verdien, så er det jo ikke noe mer dollar. Da er det jo gull som gjelder. Men jeg vet jo at det hadde vært planen til... Nå husker jeg ikke hvem det var. Det var noen, ja, det var noen som ville ha bort dollaren I hvert fall. Ja. Ja. Og hvis at det skjer da, ja. Så det vil alltid lønne seg å ha litt gull I safen, I tilfelle det skjer noe stort. Det var en gruppe som hadde sagt at de skulle ta både strøm og vann og alt I sammen, men det har ennå ikke skjedd. Ja, så ikke bare opp og lufte litt og si ha det til dem som prøver å gå lang. Det jo... Eller at de presser ut shorterne som går short. På en liten shortskvis før vi går ned. Det kan godt hende det nå. Jeg vet ikke hva som har skjedd I Frankrike og Spania, så jeg føler egentlig ikke. Jeg jævlig mye med på nyheter I det store og hele. Det ikke ærlig. Jeg har ikke tida til det. Det var det verste. Det faen ikke tida. Ja. Hvis du mister strømmen, hva som skjer da? Jo, da får du ikke betale med noe penger. Får du ikke bruke kortet ditt. Etter en liten periode så kan man ta kredit, men lengre periode så det jo gull som gir.
News 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 11:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We got dip buyers coming into the market. Stocks off session lows. At one point, the S&P had been down by 1%. Right now, we're looking at a loss of just about 0.3% on the S&P, down now by 17 points. The Dow lower by 64 now, down 0.2%. Nasdaq lower by 95 points, a drop there of 0.5%. The 10-year yield 4.48%. The 2-year 3.98%. Gold up $29.
Derfor jeg vant til å skrive bokmål uansett hva.
Texas Intermediate crude up 0.3%. And Bitcoin now up 0.5%. Bitcoin at 104,622. And this Bloomberg Business Flash brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses, Oracle is offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Capital One Financial's takeover of Discover Financial Services now officially completed. You can wipe the DFS ticker from your screens. We got Capital One Financial up now by 1.1%. PepsiCo has completed its $1.95 billion acquisition of soda brand Poppi. PepsiCo down 0.1%. And Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick has sold his stakes in the Wall Street business group that he ran for more than 3 decades, passing ownership to his children and private outside investors, cashing out at least hundreds of millions of dollars. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Alex Steele, Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. And starting today, the video presentations of Bloomberg Intelligence and Balance of Power will be running live on Bloomberg Originals. That's on your smart TV, Roku TV, Samsung TV, all that kind of good smart TV stuff. So we're there as well.
To Bloomberg Intelligence.
Phil Orlando joins us here, Chief Equity Market Strategist and Head of Client Portfolio Management at Federated Hermes. Phil, it seems like, this market has retraced much of its peak to trough fall here just over the last several weeks as we get maybe a little bit more clarity on the tariffs, but a tremendous amount of volatility down, then up. Where do we go from here?
Good morning, Paul. Thank you very much for having me back. I think you've hit the nail on the head that the volatility over the last 6 weeks, looking at something like the VIX index as an example, went from like 15 to 60 and is now back in the mid-teens. So the volatility is completely round-tripped. Same story with the equity market. From the Liberation Day announcement on April 2nd, market dropped like 15%. And then over the course of the last 6 weeks or so, we've rallied like, 21, 22%. We've gotten all the money back. So we're now, back ahead of where we were. And so now, I guess investors are asking the question, well, what's next? We're heading into what typically is a seasonally sluggish time of the year, the sell and may go away period, but the underlying fundamentals of the market, I think, are going to be driving the bus here. And what has lately improved the prospects of the market are two things. Number one, we're making some positive progress with the tariff negotiations, with the UK and China. And the hope is that there's another, dozen or 18 or so countries that are sort of in the mix now, and we'll get some positive announcements in coming days or weeks. And then second is that when you actually look at the data that drives the market, we've got this ongoing tug of war, between the hard data, which has been fine, and the soft data, the sentiment data, which has been terrible.
Okay,
so what?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Alex. I'm sorry.
Well, I was gonna say. So then, where does that leave us?
Well, we're looking for more. Where's again the hard data that we saw last week? CPI and PPI data was fine. The retail sales for the Marpril season up 5.2% year on year versus 3% a year ago. So the consumer data is fine, but then additional sentiment data, the HMI, the housing data was terrible. The Michigan data was terrible. And so now the next big data point we're going to get this week is, the claims data. This is the survey week for the May jobs report. So incrementally, what investors are looking for is, okay, well, what's the next data point? How do we sort of complete this giant jigsaw puzzle? There are some folks like us who think that this situation is going to continue to improve, that we'll get more countries that will sort of fall into place with the tariff negotiations, and the hard data is ultimately going to prevail. The soft data will sort of fade. But there are other folks that are looking at the other side of the coin, are saying that the good hard data is going to dissipate, and then it's the soft data that's pointing in the right direction. So the short answer is, Alex, right now no one knows. And they're just waiting for more incremental information to sort of form that picture.
Now, nobody knows. That probably includes the Federal Reserve, don't you think, Phil? How do you think they're proceeding these days?
Well, exactly right. I mean, you look at the last FOMC meeting where Powell basically said we're going to take a wait-and-see approach like 24 times because they're waiting for more data. They're waiting for clarity of the picture. And the bond market, which, a couple of weeks ago was thinking that we're going to have 3 or 4 cuts in the back half of the year, they now think we're only going to have 2, with the first cut maybe not coming until the September FOMC meeting, because the thinking is that the Fed needs more data to be able to figure out what their next policy move is. Our position here at Federated Hermes is that the Fed will cut, give us 2 or 3 cuts in the back half of the year. Maybe that first cut comes in the July meeting, because the economy is slowing down, but the labor market's not collapsing. And as we saw with the CPI, the retail and the wholesale inflation data last week, the inflation data is pretty good. All of that suggests that the Federal Reserve should be reducing interest rates in the back half of the year, and we're pretty comfortable with that position.
Before I let you go, are you surprised about the non-market reaction to the Moody's downgrade?
I'm sort of surprised that Moody's was as late to the party as they were in terms of when, Fitch and S&P made their downgrades years ago. And in my mind, I'm asking the question, if Moody's is downgrading now, where were they, over the last 3 or 4 years when inflation spiked up to the highest levels in 40 years?
Right.
Why are they picking this moment as opposed to, perhaps a more reasonable moment a couple of years ago? So I don't know what to read into that.
All right, Phil, thanks so much for joining us. Always appreciate getting your thoughts. Phil Orlando, Chief Equity Market Strategist and Head of Client Portfolio Management at Federated Hermes, joining us there. Phone call taking place between President Putin and President Trump here today regarding Ukraine. We want to get the latest reporting. Ben Sills joins us, Bloomberg Managing Editor for European Economy and Government. Ben, what do we know about this phone call today?
We know that Donald Trump wants a ceasefire. We know that Donald Trump wants a deal that he can brandish as a symbol of his kind of prowess as a deal maker and as a leader. And we know that Vladimir Putin is probably not really very ready to make any concessions in order to reach a deal with Trump. And so the question we're all kind of looking at is how do you square that circle, and what sort of outcome are we going to get from the call?
Who is the leverage?
Who has the leverage? That's a good question. I mean, I think Trump has a degree of leverage, but the question is whether he's prepared to use it. The leverage that he has is he can boost aid to Ukraine, he can ramp up sanctions on Russia, he can sell more weaponry to Ukraine, but all of that takes him away from his overarching goal, which is to restore the economic relationship between the US and Russia. So he's reluctant to use it. Putin, on the other hand, has leverage because he feels like he's winning on the battlefield and he doesn't need to make any concessions.
So, I mean, again, and President Trump ran pretty aggressively during his campaign, saying that he was going to end this war and end it quickly. Does he feel some internal pressure to get a deal done, do you think?
I mean, I'm slightly reluctant to try and read Donald Trump's mind. However, since you asked, I would say I don't really think that there's real pressure, to be honest. I think that he's very good at moving quickly from subject to subject, and if he doesn't deliver what he promised to deliver, he'll reframe his promises.
We're not looking to cost of the crypto.
And I think the thing that people worry about is that he's just going to drop this issue and move on to whatever it might be next, the Iran deal or Israel or redeveloping Gaza or who knows what. And the Europeans will be left to manage a situation without the military and economic power of the US standing behind them.
So to that point, let's say there is some kind of deal between Trump and Putin, right? Then what happens? Does Trump have to go sell it to Zelensky, or does he go to Zelensky and say, hey, this is what you're doing? Does he go to Europe and say that? How does that suss out?
I think that if Trump does a deal with Putin, then both Zelensky and the Europeans are pretty much price takers at this point in the process. However, if he does a deal that doesn't really add up or that has some contradictions, the next phase of the process will be the Europeans and the Ukrainians trying to kind of manage the way that plays out in such a way that the problems with the deal and the way it breaks down, if it breaks down, lay it bare that Putin was acting in bad faith and the terms of the deal that Trump negotiated weren't sufficient to hold Russia to Putin's commitments.
Ben, 30 seconds left. Is Europe playing a role anywhere in these discussions?
Yeah, but a secondary role. Europe's got a big role to play in the long run. I think that the mistake people make is to focus exclusively on the outcome of these talks, on the outcome of this deal, whereas the bigger issue is what happens to the security of Ukraine in the long run, and on that issue, the ability of the Europeans to ramp up their own defense industry to maintain the support they've got for Kyiv and Zelensky over the medium to long run is kind of critical, and they are trying to play the long game while avoiding being dropped by Trump in the short term.
Ben, thanks so much for your reporting. Really appreciate it. Ben Sills, he's a managing editor for European Economy and Government for Bloomberg News. He is based in our Madrid bureau, so we appreciate getting a few minutes of his time. And again, the Associated Press was reporting that the call is taking place right now. S&P 500 off 18 points. That's 0.3%. The NASDAQ off about 90 points, and that's about 0.4%. We're going to have more coming up as we take a look at Bitcoin. For Tom on the Upper East Side, up $600, 104,700. How about that? Remember, all-time high, 107,000. This is Bloomberg.
Nei, det rører ikke på seg, står det. Det står helt stille. Nvidia går videre oppover, da. Det her veldig merkelig, altså.
Oppholdt litt.
Brøt ut av den kanalen sin, men det ser ikke ut som den skal ned der, altså. Ikke på nedgradering heller. Da kommer vi ikke ned, rett og slett. For det ikke noe annet som kan gjøre at dette skal ned. Ingenting. Den nedgraderingen i dag av amerikansk økonomien, de som skulle være liksom, den pissnegativ. Og vi faller ikke på det engang. Nå Nvidia i grønt. Og Meta. Max 7 som går opp. Microsoft, Nvidia og Meta. Og så det bare Apple ned 1,7% da. Så er det så lite volum også, så får liksom ikke gjort så mye.
Ja, poppa nå bare greit der i hvert fall.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 11:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks are rebounding from session lows after a downgrade by Moody's on Friday. The S&P has trimmed most of that slide, but at one point topped 1%. Here's where we stand. S&P now lower by 8 points, a drop there of 0.1%. Dow Industrials down 17, down just about down less than 0.1%. We've got the NASDAQ Composite Index down 48, down 0.3%. 10-year 4.49% with the 2-year currently yielding 3.98%. Gold up $30 the ounce, up 0.9%.
Kull går oppover, rente går oppover, og Nasdaq går oppover. Det her er bare ikke så bra. Det er helt sjukt. Hva sa du?
Gull er vel på stedet hvil.
Du sier at gull er opp i dag.
Here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
Opp 1,6% da.
The economy's course, and it's been pretty lackluster of late. April's 1% drop reflected weakness in U.S. manufacturing and housing and moderation in the labor market. A gauge of consumer confidence was in the red again. April's decline in the leading index is the largest since March 2023. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
Walmart lowers. President Trump says the retailer should stop trying to blame tariffs as the reason for raising its prices. Walmart down 0.6%. Two key retailers report this week, giving us a glimpse into the health of the consumer. We'll be hearing from Target and Home Depot. Right now we got Target down 0.5%. Home Depot lower by 0.2%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellett. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thanks a lot. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We're broadcasting to you live from Interactive Broker Studio right here in Midtown Manhattan. You can also check us out on YouTube, as well as welcoming our original audiences as well on the over-the-top. Yeah, over-the-top.
Perfect. OTT.
Yeah. OTT, yeah.
Man.
Originals content, you can check it out on Roku and your smart TV, so check us out there as well. Once a week, we try and do this segment and dig deep into the research from Bloomberg NEF. Their research is powered by data sets and models and really covers everything that has to do with energy, from commodities to power to transport to industry, buildings and ag sectors, and all to help sort of finance this move as we change the types of energies that we use. And joining us now is Amar Vastev, lead levelized cost expert. That is quite a title. He joins us in London. What that basically means is, like, how do we get alternative energy prices down to compete with other forms of energy? Am I getting that right?
Yeah, effectively, we collect cost data on recently financed power projects, and we sum that up into a metric that we call the levelized cost of electricity. And in short, what that is it tells us what the long-term offtake price is that project developer needs to hit their IRR, recoup all of their costs, and of course pay the taxes.
So, Amara, here's what I don't think people understand, and I did not understand it until recently, that renewables are the cheapest source to meet new demand almost everywhere. Talk to us about that.
Yeah, so the cost reductions in renewable technology, so specifically wind and solar, have been quite remarkable over the last decade or so. And so when we look at those projects that were financed last year and we estimate those costs, we find that either wind or solar is outcompeting either coal or gas in markets that are equivalent to 2/3 of global power generation. So that includes China, includes most of Europe as well.
But we take into account the intermittent power issue for wind and solar, and how does that change the cost profile? Like, it might be cheaper to build a wind farm than building a nuclear plant, but the intermittent power of it all is an issue.
Yeah, that is definitely right. It is a problem with renewables that is often cited, but there are supporting technologies for supporting a grid that is dominated by wind and solar, and that would be battery storage, for example. And so, if we look last year alone, the cost of the typical project fell by 1/3. And out to 2035, we estimate that the cost of battery storage projects fall by 50%. So there are supporting technologies that pair with wind and solar. And we also model, we look at these costs, we break them down, and we look at the view out to 2050, how different power markets are likely to change. And just to put that in context, when we take that system view, we see that there are really strong long-term fundamentals for renewables. So today, wind and solar are around 8% of generation, and that increases to 60% in our modeling by 2050. And at the same time, the flip side of that is with fossil fuel assets, so coal and gas plants. Today, they're at 60%. But by 2050, they go down to 25%. And what they do is they kind of operate in a space where they support wind and solar as well as battery storage.
So thinking just in the near term, what do high tariffs and maybe possible cuts to tax credits, what does that mean for this transition? Does it slow it down materially, possibly?
Yeah, it is a really interesting question, and it's, as you know, it's moving very quickly. So our team in the US are tracking this very, very closely. And what we can say is the policy and tariff uncertainty is posing a challenge for business confidence. It kind of impacts the willingness and investor appetite. But we do see that there is resilient demand, that deployment stays resilient over the next 10 years or so, because we do see increased electricity demand from AI, needs for manufacturing as well. And what tends to be the cheapest source of electricity is wind and solar, so there is resilient deployment. We did model a scenario where if tax credits were cut, the amount of wind and solar being added over the next 10 years would reduce by around 17% or so. So there is a material impact, but if we're adding new power if we're adding new supply to the grid, then it would tend to come from wind and solar.
What about geothermal? The administration is definitely positive on geothermal. In speaking with the Energy Secretary here, he speaks a lot about that, as well as clean coal. What's the cost profile like for geothermal?
Yeah, it's hard for me to comment on that. I think the configuration of geothermal changes significantly. But there have been developments recently, I suppose, with the pairing with the kind of coupling with oil and gas experience with geothermal there. On the specific costs, I couldn't comment on.
Where are the dollars going? Because we see last year, 2024, was a record year for investment projects in renewable, almost double the amount in 2020, talking $728 billion in 2024 alone. Where does that number go?
Yeah, I mean, we do still think globally there is an upwards trend for dollars spent on clean energy technologies. One interesting thing to consider, though, is that last year was the lowest increase in investment. So it was a record high, but it was still lower than compared to the last 3 or 4 years or so. But a separate point to also think about there is that you're getting more megawatts for every dollar spent as those costs come down. So you're hitting record highs in terms of investment, but you're also adding more megawatts there as well.
I would
just add. Yeah, I would also just add there that as I was saying, we do model this out to 2050, and if you're going from 8% to 60% of your generation mix over the next 25 years, then the kind of the fundamentals are there for renewables really. So we do see a lot of investment over the next 25 years if we want to build a least cost power system.
All right, Amar, thank you very much. Amar Vazdev joining us from Bloomberg, NEF, lead levelized cost expert, so really understands how wind and solar are priced versus other forms of energy as the adoption rate continues to grow. Coming up, Mark Gurman about Apple in the studio. This is Bloomberg.
Og der stakk gull.
Videre oppover.
Ja.
Ja, Nasdaq ramla med 70 poeng. 60.
Ja, skjøtten blir til linja her.
Gull bør gå mye mer. Nasdaq bør falle til helvete, egentlig. Det er veldig rart der, ass, at det ikke faller. Det er en grunn til at folk kjøper gull nå. Det skal jo basically skal det kraftig ned nå. Men jeg tror det er Magnificent Seven som holder oss oppe, altså. Jeg kan ikke forstå noe annet, det. Det her gir jo null mening. Det blir jo nedgradert, hele dritten.
Himmels vanvittig å ta i da, Eivind. Nå ramla video litt, da.
Also live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. We're also on Bloomberg Originals, so check us out there on your smart TV. Let's talk Apple. Let's talk AI. I mean, we've all followed Apple for 20, 30, 40 years. They don't miss very often. You know, they kind of get the PC, they get the phone, they get the gadgets. But boy, even to this person who doesn't really follow that closely, they're not getting AI. And I wonder if just to what extent that's a problem. Our next guest will help us out there. Mark Gurman, managing editor for Global Consumer Tech for Bloomberg News. He's based in LA, but he's here in New York, so we got him in studio. You've got a Bloomberg Business Week big take story out today on Apple. And they're just kind of missing AI. What is going on in Cupertino as it relates to AI?
Well, philosophical differences, mismanagement, and the biggest thing is they were blindsided when generative AI with ChatGPT and GitHub launched back in 2022, November 2022. I'm told Apple Intelligence wasn't even an idea back then.
Why?
Well, they missed the boat.
But how? I mean, I mean, I don't understand. Yeah.
Well, clearly there was philosophical disagreement and philosophical disinterest in the topic of artificial intelligence. I write about how Craig Federighi, Apple's senior VP of software engineering, doesn't really believe in these multi-billion-dollar projects. He tends to try to shut down or steer away from projects of that sort, and AI is something of that nature. AI is quite a bit messy. They're known for their very intricate and well-designed user experiences. AI, sometimes with hallucinations, can take away from that, but I think they didn't think it was going to be as big of a thing as it became today. A lot of it fell on deaf ears years ago, I'm told. But really, this is a company that's known for updating their operating systems once a year. It's known as a company that focuses on the minutia, and they missed the big picture here with artificial intelligence, and it really is a shame. You know, the big picture here isn't the AI capabilities of its devices today. The big picture today is the AI capability of future hardware. If you don't have the core technology, the AI ready to go at a deep level, how are you going to develop products like humanoid robots, smart glasses, watches and AirPods with depth sensing cameras for AI purposes? Can't do any of that if you don't have that technology. So they need to seriously turn this thing around quickly, or they're going to be in big trouble. This is as core a technology as the touchscreen.
Wow.
I mean, first of all, how many words is this story, dude?
6,000.
Yeah, this is a long, well in-depth story, folks. So if you want to get smart on AI and Apple, you got to read the story. It's in the Bloomberg Business Week. It's on the terminal. I'm sure it's everywhere else as well. Mark, what can they do? If I'm an investor, that's the only question I have for Tim Cook. Can you guys catch up and get some of that AI pixie dust in your stock?
Yes, they need to make acquisitions, and they need to up the percentage of that R&D budget tied to AI. They need to up that percentage. They need to allocate more of their hires to AI as well. So they need to go big or go home on this. And I think...
Do they know that, do you think?
Yeah, of course they know that.
Okay.
How do they go big?
You got to spend more money. AI is really one of the only things that you can buy your way into when it comes to this technology, right? You can buy your way into it. You just need to throw billions and billions at AI training. They need to make probably some tweaks to their privacy policy, right? They have so many devices. They have more devices than anyone else as a single brand of a hardware company, of any company in the entire world, in the history of the world. But they don't leverage that because of their privacy stance. So maybe make some tweaks there to be able to collect some more data, maybe figure out a way to convince people to give up some of their data for this purpose. And I think that could go a long way for them. So spending money, collecting more data.
Is there somebody out there that they could buy, should buy, that would leapfrog them, do you think?
They hate doing that though, right?
Well, the problem is this philosophical disgust, I would say, to making these large acquisitions. If I told you, I mean, you know this is true, so maybe you're not a good example, but if I said to someone who didn't know the company as well as you two, would you believe me if I told you that Apple's biggest acquisition in the history of the company was $3 billion?
Yeah. I actually believe that.
Well, you believe that because you know that. But I think if you ask people who didn't know that, that would be completely unbelievable. They make these small acquisitions. And in addition to not wanting to spend big bucks on a company, they're really poor at integrating companies. The Beats integration, integrating all those engineers into the company, disaster. Intel, they bought the modem unit for $1 billion back in 2019, disaster. What is it going to feel as an AI person at Apple today if the company buys your replacement to bring them in? It's not going to be fun. There's enough turf wars as it is at Apple. So
if they do then have to do it internally, they've still not done well at that.
They've got to do both. They got to make the acquisition. They got to just deal with that. They got to make their biggest acquisition ever, and it has to be for AI, maybe multiple acquisitions. They have to turn things up a notch internally as well. They're going to be making changes. I mean, there's so many philosophical disagreements. The biggest is about chatbots when it comes to AI. They are allergic to AI chatbots. They don't like the technology. They don't think OpenAI has staying power. So yes, I know.
I made a face when he said that, by the way. Okay.
You're going to see deeper integrations with other companies. You're going to see Google Gemini integration. I think next year you'll see Perplexity integration, maybe some Anthropic integration, maybe some Microsoft integration, but they're going to keep pushing, and this is going to be a multi-year thing. The biggest problem is they were caught off guard when this happened, so they had no head start on this. They're coming way from behind.
Yeah, it's amazing. Now, some people would say, hey, they're rarely first phones. But boy, when they decide to get into phones, they do it really
That's
well.
the big difference. They were not first, and they're the worst.
Okay.
Wow.
Of the big tech companies.
And that is the reason why you need to read the 6,000 page word article. Thank you so much, Mark. Really a pleasure. Mark Gurman, Bloomberg News Managing Editor for Global Consumer Tech. On Bloomberg Big Take Store, you can check it out online as well as on the terminal. For our listeners in the U.S., here's a reminder. You can listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM Channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network coast to coast 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio, Sirius XM Channel 121 is presented by ShipStation. Stay with us. Your top stories and global business headlines are coming up right now.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Steve Kathan. President Trump with two phone calls today. First with Russia's President Putin and later with Ukraine's President Zelensky.
Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says the president has grown frustrated with both Russian President Putin and Ukrainian President Zelensky, and he's hoping the phone conversations will lead to progress towards a ceasefire. But she wouldn't say if President Trump would impose a new timeline to get it done.
He has made it clear to both sides that he wants to see a peaceful resolution and a ceasefire as soon as possible, but as for specifics on a timeline, I won't get ahead of the president.
Stacey Lynn, CBS News, the White House.
Former President Biden thanked well-wishers on social media today, hours after it was revealed he has an aggressive form of prostate cancer. Urologist Vipul Patel at the University of Central Florida.
I think his prognosis is really going to be dependent upon the genetics of the tumor. At 82, he's not in poor health, but obviously the therapies would have more effect on him potentially.
On a flight home from Italy, Vice President Vance questioned the former president's transparency about his health.
This is serious stuff. And this is a guy who carries around the nuclear football for the world's largest nuclear arsenal. This is not child's play, and we can pray for good health, but also recognize that if you're not in good enough health to do the job, you shouldn't be doing the job.
House Speaker Johnson wants a vote by Thursday on the Trump budget bill that was sent through a committee. Many hardline conservatives have yet to back it. CBS's Caitlin Huey-Burns is on Capitol Hill.
Jeg snakker med en annen investor, den store investor, og bare hva faen det som skjer?
His first term and makes those permanent and includes some campaign promises to eliminate taxes on tips and overtime pay. But it cuts billions of dollars in federal spending to Medicaid, food stamps, and clean energy subsidies.
Well, CBS's Jim Krasula tells us millions of people have an eye on the forecast just days after deadly storms.
Strong storms, including tornadoes, are expected to target the central and southern plains with the highest risk of severe weather across eastern Oklahoma. Residents of the hills of eastern Kentucky are dealing with the aftermath of deadly weekend storms. These people live in hard-hit Corbin, Kentucky.
I'm going to be out here for weeks and months trying to help build back lives of people that I love, that I care about.
We're all blessed just to be alive.
Severe storms claimed at least 27 lives in Missouri and Kentucky.
Netflix has thrown Sesame Street a safety net with a new streaming deal. New episodes will run on Netflix, PBS, and the PBS Kids app on the same day starting in the fall. Checking Wall Street, right now the Dow is down 18 points. The S&P is down 15. This is CBS News.
Ja. Jeg har troen på faderslivet. Ja, så teknisk så peker det opp sånn ja.
Raycade er den samme spredden dag og natt, snitt, så den er ikke noe, den er sånn, du kan handle på natt og dag. Vanligvis så er spredden jævla høy på etter stenging. Da er den ikke på frontbruker. EM, det er umulig å si her nå, for det her skjer helt. Gull går i taket, rentene stiger, Macron krasjer, men det faller ikke. Og det kommer nye AI-nyheter hver eneste dag, ser det ut som.
The European Union and United Kingdom have struck agreements at a first post-Brexit summit.
Britain and the EU have signed new deals on defence cooperation and trade.
We are agreeing a new strategic partnership, fit for our times, providing real, tangible benefits on security, irregular migration, energy prices, agri-food, trade and more, bringing down bills, creating jobs and protecting our borders.
Keir Starmer, UK Prime Minister. Both sides hailed today's summit as a new chapter in relations. Elaine Cobb, CBS News.
The Associated Press reports the WNBA is investigating racial comments directed toward Angel Reese by fans during the Chicago Sky's loss to the Fever in Indiana Saturday. The league had not publicly identified who the taunts were directed toward or who made the allegations as it looks into the matter. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
The call is underway right now. Welcome to the Monday edition. Waiting word from the White House today on a call between President Trump and Vladimir Putin about the war in Ukraine. Will they reach an agreement on a ceasefire? We'll find out together today as the White House manages the message after a credit downgrade by Moody's late Friday. Markets are reacting today, and we're going to discuss both of these stories with Republican strategist Ashley Davis from S3 Group and with Cliff Young at Ipsos. Washington reacting to news of former President Biden's cancer diagnosis. We'll have analysis from our panel with us today on the Monday edition. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, Bloomberg Politics contributors, all after a look at Wall Street. Let's start there right now at the matter at hand. And Charlie Pellet, the voice of the markets in New York. Hey, Charlie.
You're very kind, Joe Matthew. Indeed, happy Monday with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ. Not so happy. All in the red right now. The key takeaway, we are well off session lows. At one point, the S&P had been down more than 1%. Right now, looking at a loss of 0.2%, with the S&P down 13 now at 59.45. The Dow has been swinging between gains and losses in the past couple of minutes, down 5 now. Little changed. NASDAQ lower by 75, a drop there of 0.4%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index down 0.8% with a 10-year 4.49%, the 2-year 3.99%. Gold up $26 the ounce, $32.30, up 0.8%. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.1%, $63.19 a barrel on crude. As for the market backdrop, Sinead Colton-Grant is Chief Investment Officer at BNY, and on surveillance this morning, she told us she is monitoring the news out of Washington when it comes to tariffs and markets.
Things have changed a lot over the last 6 weeks. So, as with everybody else, when we saw the tariffs on Liberation Day, that really had a significant impact on our expectation for growth. But the picture is a lot better since then. Since we've had a couple of 90-day pauses, we've started to see more constructive moves on the tax package.
Sinead Colton-Grant of BNY. Nippon Steel plans to invest $14 billion in United States Steel Corp. if the Trump administration approves the merger of the companies. This is according to Reuters. Right now, we've got shares of U.S. Steel up 1.4%, Nippon Steel down 1.2%. And Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington, the Monday edition. Once again, your host, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Happy Monday, Charlie Pellet. We'll get our way through this in the markets and get back with Charlie in a bit this hour, as we always keep tabs on stocks and bonds while we're talking politics here in Washington. Deeply connected once again today following this downgrade, but we've got a couple of buckets that we're painting out of here, 3 to be exact. It's not just the downgrade and the answer from Wall Street. Some of the rhetoric we heard over the weekend from the likes of the Treasury Secretary and so on, acknowledging maybe the inflationary aspect of tariffs. But it's also what happened on Capitol Hill over the weekend. They actually did the 10 o'clock at night budget committee hearing and they moved the bill. So here we are on our way potentially to a floor vote. Maybe it's not that easy. We'll talk about that. This is the big, beautiful bill, right? The Trump tax cuts and the rest. 4 members of the Freedom Caucus holding their noses to let this go by, voting present. And then there's what we hope will be another perfect call remember how this goes with President Trump. He's on the line right now, from what we understand at least, with Vladimir Putin. The call began at 10:40 a.m. Washington time, and we have not yet heard that it has ended. White House officials reminding us the third publicly announced call between the two leaders. And we're trying to get a sense here of what this might lead to, what we would call a win, what they're actually discussing. So we have a lot to get to today.
Sikkert derfor ikke faller da, fordi han skal vente på en samtale med Trump og Putin.
Partner at S3 Group, Republican strategist, great to see you.
Good morning.
I'd like to start with the anatomy of a phone call here. Yes. Your experience in the White House as a national security official gives you pretty unique perspective on this. It's not like Donald Trump just picks up the phone and calls Moscow. How many people are on the line? What's the choreography?
Well, first of all, nice to be on again. And I think, obviously, they're probably in the Situation Room, which is obviously the most secure area of the White House. What's interesting to me, remember last time they spoke a few weeks ago, it seemed like hours that they were on the phone together. And something that's different, at least when I was there under Bush and Obama, did as well, and so did Joe Biden, was usually your staff has this so teed up that when the principals actually talk, it's like a 20, 30-minute conversation. I mean, just from my old boss, George Bush would not be on a phone call for this long. Yeah. So it's always interesting to me how there are a lot of loose ends that it seems that before these conversations take place. There's a few things to watch. Obviously, is there really going to be a ceasefire announced? There's supposed to be a call later on with Zelensky after this from Ukraine. But the thing that's hanging over everyone's head right now, or at least the president has in his back pocket, is that Senator Lindsey Graham has this sanctions bill to add even more sanctions on Russia, that if there isn't some sort of an agreement that he has ready to introduce in the Senate. Obviously, from a political perspective, that would pass easily in the House and Senate on both sides of the aisle. But right now, I think what you probably get out of this conversation, if I was a betting girl, was a location of where the conversations are going to go from here in regards to some sort of agreement.
So we're going to meet up maybe in some neutral location. Yes. The Vatican was floated apparently by the Pope. That'd be pretty high.
Did you see he invited the Pope too to the White House today?
Is that going to happen?
I mean, I would think so at some point. It may not. I mean, he's got a lot of things to do, being the Pope
Pope's
now.
Also
but
had a lot of things to say about this administration, which was what makes it interesting.
But he did meet with, the vice president this weekend, so we'll see.
And we saw the vice president talking with Volodymyr Zelensky. A lot's changed since that Oval Office meeting, hasn't it?
Yeah, listen, I think it was an embarrassment maybe on both sides. I mean, it was completely out of control. Again, it's not something that you usually see in previous administrations. Right. But listen, there was a lot of pent-up anger in regards to this president and the vice president. There was obviously concern and anger on Zelensky's part, but I think that was purposely played out in front of the American people, because obviously Donald Trump could have stopped that conversation in the Oval if he needed to. But now we're starting to come back together. Also, one of the other things that I would say is I think the president has realized that dealing with Putin is pretty difficult on this issue.
Yes.
I do think he's one of the best to be able to deal with it, just because it's kind of a clean slate. And I think that people do consider President Trump a little bit more volatile in regards to what he could do in response to things, and willing to take some risks. And so I think Putin takes some
så lenge den bryter under den forrige, så skjer det ikke noe
Remember
problem.
Vladimir, stop, exclamation point. We saw another massive drone attack last night. So everyone's trying to get their
Da må
leverage
den
here, right? You
riktignok
mentioned
bryte
the
under
Lindsey Graham bill. Does that actually bring leverage to the table? Does Vladimir Putin care? We've been talking about sanctions against Russia for years.
I don't know if he really cares, but listen, I think that it's a tool in the toolbox, and what else can you do? So supposedly this legislation goes very, very far. Obviously, it would continue to hurt the economy in Russia if it does happen, but I don't think that anyone wants to escalate it. I think what the message would be, if from President Trump to Vladimir Putin, would be, listen, I can't control Congress. They can do this. I can sign the bill or not, but let's get to a point. The president does not want more people to die. Period. So so I think he also ran on this. I think he believes in it ending.
Yes, right.
So he's trying to do what he can.
Well, we'll see if we get a meeting out of it, if not an agreement to a ceasefire. As we spend time with Ashley Davis, I want to ask you about what I think we could call a win, but maybe not for President Trump last night on Capitol Hill. How about the 10 p.m. hearing, by the way? It only went 40 minutes or something? Is this the new way to do business? By the way, the next one is set for Wednesday at 1 a.m.
Which is really
What's
like,
going on
I had to
around
figure that out in my brain, which I'm like, that's really tomorrow night.
That's right.
Yeah.
What's the deal with that?
So
Is this
that
the new
all-
deadline on Capitol Hill?
No, this all goes around procedural issues because you have to, depending on how the rule is going to be written, you have to have 72 hours, you have to have at least 24 hours.
So we care about that
they
now.
want to get this
Okay.
out and home before Memorial Day. When 20 years ago, when I first started doing some of this stuff, there used to be rule committee meetings in the middle of the night. It's not unusual. It just hasn't happened. And I'm like so thankful because I go to bed early.
We got press briefings at 8 in the morning now, Ways and Means at 1 a.m., whatever it takes. But the fact is, 4 Republicans voted present. Is the only way this actually got through. If these 4 voted no on the bill, we'd have a massive failure for President Trump. Is that going to happen next week?
Well, first of all, I think it's also interesting to watch to see how these people will vote on. These 4 will vote on the floor or the moderates, depending on what the SALT number ends up being. But they can also
So
vote
this could
present.
get worse, is what
No, I mean maybe. Listen, I think one of the things that has been super interesting to me is how good the speaker is of trying to bring people together. Obviously, he does have the president right now as well. But these 4 voting promise letting it go to the next stage. So tomorrow night at 1 or Wednesday morning, we do that. And then they're looking for, a vote sometime Thursday morning-ish, 11, 12. I think they get there, yes.
Okay, gets to the floor.
If they... Oh, I think it gets to the floor. Yeah. And I think they continue to try until some people have canceled their Memorial Day plans, some haven't, but I think that you get here. They don't go home until they get it done.
But they're going to get it done, and then it goes to the Senate.
And then the Senate's going to strip
and
the Senate's going to strip a lot of stuff out because of procedural reasons, and then they're going to come back to the House and they're going to have
all
to
over again?
No, because they can't amend the bill at that point because they won't survive in the Senate just because of their procedural rules.
Well, so then what's the point of being Chip Roy at the end of the day when you make all this noise, hold up the whole thing, and then it passes anyway? At some point, he needs to get his, doesn't he?
Well, I think he will. There is some things that I think he could get in regards to some of the energy tax credits from the IRA bill. I think that you'll have lots of people that will agree to that. I think that
move up the work requirements. Does that make him
to
happy?
2027 from 2029. You would have probably a lot of people that would agree with that, but you do have people like Josh Hawley in the Senate, Senator Hawley, who said he's not going to vote for any Medicaid hits. But you can lose 3 in the Senate with the vice president. So, but you obviously you're going to lose Rand Paul right off the bat because he'll never vote for this. But listen, there are some people that really believe this is the only time we're ever able to get our spending in check. A lot of the conservatives in both the House and Senate want to go back to pre-pandemic levels. It's really, really hard to do, but it's not that long ago, and they would rather add to the bottom line of our debt in order to get to the budget under control. But it is going to be I think we get this done at least in the House this week. That's my prediction.
Meanwhile, Moody's is saying what? That's a great prediction. I love that. We'll talk about it next week. Maybe you'll be saved by the holiday. Come see us Tuesday. Ashley Davis, S3. That's the way forward right now as we know it.
Kan vi skyte videre til Trump uten samtalen? Hva tenker du, Dr. Botox?
Ja, jeg må hedge meg akkurat nå, for akkurat det som kanskje. For vi skulle falt som faen opp på den nedgraderingen, og det skjer jo ikke.
Well, it'd be rejected.
Så nå prater du om Putin, og så kan det smelle rett opp. Så nå har jeg bare hedget meg for å se hva som skjer.
Ned. Smeller rett ned.
Ja, jeg håper det. Ser jo... Ja, nå faller Nvidia som faen her.
Bryter vi noe ned på trendlinja her nå, så det noe... Ja, da kan vi jo droppe en god del.
It's 12:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg, and we have got the Dow Jones Industrial Average at the best level of the session right now, up 27 points, overcoming earlier losses, up by about 0.1%. S&P 500 index does remain in the red, down 11 right now, down 0.2%, but putting it all in context, at one point we had the S&P down by more than 1%. NASDAQ down 7%. The 10-year, 4.49%, with the 2-year currently yielding 3.99%. Spot gold is up $25 the ounce, up 0.8%, and West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 1.3%, 63.28 a barrel. Capital One Financial's takeover of Discover Financial Services is officially completed, creating the largest credit card issuer by loan volume in the United States. COF on the ticker, up now by 1.1%. You can take the TFS ticker off your screens. PepsiCo shares are little changed right now. We do have PepsiCo down 0.3% after completing its $1.95 billion acquisition of the soda brand Poppi. And Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick has sold his stakes in the Wall Street Business Group. He ran for more than 3 decades, passing ownership to outside investors. Recapping, the Dow up 0.1%, S&P down 0.2%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
Charlie, thank you so much. Pretty remarkable to see the markets hanging in there. Even positive numbers after what happened on Friday evening. We felt the earth shake when Moody's weighed in with the downgrade, but clearly everyone seems to be going along with the Scott Bessent line from Sunday morning. Backward looking. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. It's great to have you with us here on Bloomberg Radio, satellite radio channel 121, on YouTube, where you can find us by searching Bloomberg Business News Live, and now on Bloomberg Originals. Welcome to the most original political program on the radio. We're going to do this every day from now on. It's a great honor to be on Bloomberg Originals, and glad if you're finding us right now for the first time. that you're
Han sa nå på Bloomberg at det helt merkelig at vi ikke faller på det som skjedde fredag. Så sier han at antageligvis det på grunn av Scott Bessent fortalte at det var bakover I tid.
Things got a little bit deeper. The waters got a bit deeper for President Trump, as I mentioned on Friday with that Moody's downgrade. There are a lot of questions going forward here, not only about tariff policy, but what happens to tax policy and who's going to pay for it on Capitol Hill, right? One big, beautiful bill that could add trillions to the debt and deficit if we don't get the pay-fors that many are asking for, that Moody's is looking for, along with, Fitch and S&P. We heard from the press secretary, Caroline Levitt, this morning in an early briefing at the White House. Here's what she said.
The world has confidence in the United States of America and our economy once again. Oil prices are dropping, gas prices are dropping. The president has added nearly 500,000 jobs to the American economy already. So there's a lot of optimism in this economy, and the president disagrees with that assessment.
Yes, cautious optimism, according to Ipsos. The next 100 days, friction, uncertainty, but cautious optimism, writes Cliff Young, who's with me right now, Ipsos Public Affairs President for the U.S. It's great to see you. Welcome back, as always.
It's great to be here, Trump.
You've got the benefit of a slightly longer view than those of us who are in each wrinkle as we wait for the headline on when the phone call is going to end and so forth. Broadly speaking, despite all the stuff I just said, the president's actually doing better in approval ratings than he was weeks ago.
Yeah, he's in a better place. If you look at Ipsos numbers or the average of all the polling firms out there, all the polling numbers, he's improved a point or two since, let's say, the beginning of the month. And I think that has a lot to do with him stepping off the gas a bit.
Interesting.
He was creating a lot of friction around the edges. He was confronting conventions and norms. People don't like that. They're worried, obviously, about potential inflation linked to tariffs. And all that has sort of tampered down a bit.
Interesting that this may have coincided with his pulling back on China for a bit, right? We'll give that a breather, maybe an agreement in principle, whatever we go home thinking, reciprocal tariffs under review. What happens, though, when that review ends and maybe some of this stuff kicks back in?
Well, it's going to be ultimately about whether there's negative impact in people's day-to-day lives. Right now, it's all noise. It's news. It's not concrete, right? And people are worried about that. Public opinion's worried about that. But we really won't see the impact, if there's going to be an impact, until it affects, if it does affect, people's ability to make ends meet.
Give me a reality check on this Moody's headline, because at Bloomberg, that's a big deal. 10 years back above 4.5%. You say, oh my God, the market's going to tank. It's not, clearly. And I wonder what people really think of this. Does a Moody's downgrade to AA1 mean anything to somebody who's trying to figure out how to pay the bills this month?
No, not at all. They don't know what it even is, right? Ultimately, these are things that elites and bankers and people in Wall Street and people that run companies are worried about, less so about someone in trying to make ends meet, putting food on the table. But ultimately, it runs in part counter to what we're seeing in public opinion. Like we said before, we're in a period of lull. There is trepidation, there is unease about the present, but there are glimmers of hope looking forward for people.
I'm fascinated by the push and pull when it comes to tariffs based on what you found. Americans do not see the near-term benefit of tariffs. Americans do, however, see the long-term benefits, but are split on whether the pain is worth it. How do we rationalize that?
Well, they're worried about things today, right? Like I said before, there's a lot of trepidation and unease, and it doesn't matter the poll, the question, the indicator, we see it in a general sense. When we talk about the potential benefit of tariffs, generation of jobs, bring manufacturing back to the U.S., a majority of Americans say, yes, I can see where tariffs make sense. I'm in favor of that. But I'm not quite sure I want to suffer the pain needed to get there.
Doesn't that say more about our society, the way that we look at things? Like, hey, I know it's going to pay off, but I'm not sure I'm actually willing to pay it.
Yeah, I think most people need to think in the short term. They need to think about how to make ends meet. They need to worry about how much money is left over at the end of the month, and that's just an indicator of that.
Incredible. As we wait to hear from the president on this phone call with Vladimir Putin, you find that Republicans are still being seen stronger on immigration, on the economy, on inflation, and yes, foreign policy. Are people paying attention to wars on the other side of the world?
Not much. I mean, they're really worried about immigration on the one hand, the cost of living on the other, and Republicans are strong on those points. Trump is strong on those points, and they have been historically. Foreign policy, less so. They get good marks, that is, Republicans do, but people are much less worried about what's going on in the Ukraine or in the Middle East, and much more worried about how to make ends meet.
Right, absolutely. And I guess we're going to be hearing more about this now. When it comes to messaging, there's been a big question about the way this White House is flooding the zone, as they say. I think you're suggesting that maybe things are improving because the zone isn't quite so flooded, the cadence that we've seen. But the messaging around inflation specifically, talking about kids not being able to have as many toys, was one that kind of hung around the president's neck here. Scott Bessent over the weekend suggesting that, maybe Walmart needs to eat some of this, as the president said in a Truth Social post. It's been impacting the soft data, as we say. Consumer sentiment, consumer
Ja, Stig, ser ikke ut som at det her skal ned da.
Creep into the hard data. But you're a pollster. You're an expert on this. Do you have a sense of at what point people lose patience? The honeymoon period ends.
Yeah, there's a lot of noise once again. And like I said before, there's a pessimism about the present. We have seen some sort of behavioral change among households. They've cut some sort of non-essential expenditures like travel, and they are stockpiling on some essentials. We've seen that. But this is all, once again, theoretical.
Yeah, right.
This is about the future that hasn't gotten here yet, hasn't arrived. And it really will be about whether it affects Americans' ability to make ends meet, and we're not there yet.
Well, now to the comedy part of the program with Cliff Young. Americans want the president to work with Congress rather than issue executive orders. I'm not sure if they've been paying attention, but that's not going to be the plan coming out of this White House, is it?
Yeah, I don't think we should take it literally. We should take it sort of conceptually. In other words, Americans want less friction. They want their leaders to follow the rules. They don't like it when they're thwarted. A lot of the
There's been a lot of that.
A lot of that, and that's why why he dropped in the numbers. That's why he outstripped the historical average for the first 100 days. He was at 6-point decline versus a 3-point decline.
These were the Doge executive actions, or any
all of them all together, right? And like that's what. And today, what we're seeing a bit, as you've already said, Joe, is him stepping off the pedal a bit. I think the numbers are improving a bit because there's less of that friction of that contest going on in public opinion's mind.
Does it help to see the president being presidential, as they say, on a trip like he just took to the Middle East? Not a heck of a lot of news other than some investments in technology, some of the other things that he was talking about, but it was mainly a big photo op. They put a music video together at the White House to post this, being seen with leaders, not just political leaders, but business leaders out there doing things in a forum that nobody else could do. Is there actually a benefit in 2025 to those kind of optics?
Yeah, on the margins, it's important to see our leaders
pretty jaded,
our presidents act presidential.
Yeah.
And I think these sorts of initiatives, activities, actions go to seeing public opinion tampered down a bit. It won't have a huge impact, but it does have an impact.
At some point, this is going to start feeding into midterms. I don't know when you start paying attention to that, but we've already got people talking about it here on the air. We had the chair of the DCCC on just a couple of weeks ago talking about strategy, talking about special elections where we're trying to read tea leaves. Has this begun already, or is it too early?
Well, the season's begun, but it's probably starting too early.
Yeah.
I don't like
to
look at things. Is the polling
season?
No, we're far off still. We, really, November, December is when we begin to look. Listen, typically the party out of power does better in the midterms. Normally, the party out of power, the Democrats, in this case, gain seats in the House, typically take back the House.
Sure.
That's probably going to be the trend, at least. The Democrats probably will trend better. But let's see where we are, especially with this administration going into next year.
Multiple lifetimes between now and then, but I'm always pushing it here. What are your clients asking you about? People should know that Cliff Young doesn't just sit here and talk to guys like me. You're actually out interfacing with clients on a granular level, running numbers like the ones we're talking about. What's the most important question you're getting at the moment?
They want to understand the contours of the future. Not necessarily what's going to happen.
Nothing easy about
that.
But
what can we expect? Right? I think, at this point, a lot of our charge, a lot of our sort of objective, or my objective, is to say, listen, things are not as bad as you think they are. Trump is actually in a better place than many believe. Public opinion is worried today, but there's glimmers of hope looking forward. Just those two statements is a way to sort of understand the contours of what will happen.
Interesting. That is only, we're on to the next 100 days, as you pointed out at the top of your deck. That's only, what, 100 days plus into the administration. Will they start caring less at a certain point? When does this get boring?
No, I think with this administration,
never.
And this politician and this president, never. Yeah.
That says a lot. Job security for Cliff Young.
Yeah, good for business.
It's good for business, so keep coming back to see us. From Ipsos, Cliff Young, live in Washington. I'm Joe Matthew. Thanks for being with us here on Balance of Power. We've got a lot more ahead, including our panel. They're back together today, Jeannie Sheehan Zaino and Rick Davis with us after a late night on Capitol Hill. We're going to take a look a little bit later on at the legislation that's moving here on the so-called One Big Beautiful Bill. Also news about Joe Biden, as you likely heard over the weekend, a cancer diagnosis that has Washington reacting today, and we'll get some insights from our panel on this going forward. Still waiting for the high sign on the call. Trump and Putin, with a lot of news likely to flow from the White House after they get off the horn together talking about Ukraine. We'll have much more on that straight ahead here on the fastest show in politics. Thanks for being with us on Bloomberg Radio, on YouTube, and now on Bloomberg Originals. This is Balance of Power, only on Bloomberg.
Møtet er nå. Dere kan stoppe anytime. Jeg kan nesten garantere at Trump kommer til å si at det er suksess uansett. Gå og pisse.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Best level of the morning right now. In the afternoon on the Dow, we have got the Dow up 92 points. That is a gain of just about 0.2%. Your S&P lower by 6. Little change there, down 0.1%. At the worst level of the morning, we did have the S&P down by 0.1%. Nasdaq right now down 0.3%. 10-year yield 4.48% with the 2-year currently yielding 3.98%. Gold now up 0.9%. Spot gold 32.33 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.4%, 63.36 for a barrel of WTI. April housing activity is the focus of this week's U.S. economic agenda. And with a look ahead, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
Numbers on new home sales are set for Friday, and Wall Street anticipates an April loss. Economic outlook, mortgages and costs are weighing on demand. Tariffs are poised to strike building materials. The supply of new homes for sale is the highest since the Great Recession 17 years ago. Builders are pulling back on spec homes, which contractors start without a buyer. Also this week, data on home resales Wednesday could show a modest gain. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
Walmart lower, as President Trump says the retailer should stop trying to blame tariffs as the reason for raising its prices. You'll recall Walmart's comments last week during its earnings report. Walmart right now down 0.2%. Two key retailers will be reporting this week when we hear from both Target and Home Depot. Shares of both companies lower right now. Also today, we have got the Dow, the S&P, Nasdaq trading mixed, with the S&P down 8, down 0.1%. And briefly, Microsoft adding models from Elon Musk's xAI to its artificial intelligence marketplace, including Grok 3, which will be available on Microsoft's cloud computing platform. Balance of Power continues now, and back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet. Moody's what? Amazing to see that market today after the downgrade late Friday. Thanks for being with us here on this Monday edition of Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio, satellite radio channel 121 on YouTube, and now, yes, on Bloomberg Originals. It's pretty hard to avoid us here on the fastest show in politics as we wait for word from the White House here on the call. It started about 2 hours ago, 10:40 a.m. Washington time. Trump and Putin on the line, talking, of course, about the war in Ukraine. When we learn that the call has ended, of course, we'll let you know, and you better believe I'm refreshing Truth Social here. It's not just Jeannie. We're all on it now, trying to find out exactly what the president has to say. You know how this goes. We'll probably get a readout, an official readout from the White House. We might get a very different version of what happened from Trump himself on Truth Social, and then a whole different version when we get the readout from the Kremlin. All that is expected in the coming hours here, so hang on. Maybe we will get some news on a ceasefire, maybe a meeting. They're floating this idea of Vatican talks now. Imagine this, imagine the optics of Putin, Trump, the Vatican. We do know that he was on Truth Social late into the evening, or should I say early in the morning. Donald Trump preparing for this meeting by writing about Kamala Harris, Beyonce, and Bruce Springsteen. 1:34 a.m., he writes, how much did Kamala Harris pay Bruce Springsteen for his poor performance during her campaign for president? This is a long post. I won't read the whole thing. A little later, according to news reports, Beyonce was paid $11 million to walk onto a stage, quickly endorse Kamala. This was top of mind for Donald Trump just hours before the call here with Vladimir Putin. And there we have it. This is coming from the Russians, James. The Kremlin, says the Putin-Trump call is over. The RIA reporting, and you would have seen that headline if you were looking at the terminal. So there we have it. This could have been done a few minutes ago. That's basically a 2-hour call is what we're talking about here as we assemble our panel. In the nick of time, they're back together again. Rick and Jeannie, Bloomberg Politics contributors. Rick Davis, a Republican strategist and partner at Stonefield Capital. Jeannie Shanzano, senior democracy fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. Jeannie, I don't know who talks first in this world. I don't know who decides to hang up first, but apparently they have had the call. Do you believe that Vladimir Putin, knowing that we had this massive drone swarm last night, another huge attack against Ukraine, is a serious player in this conversation?
We have not seen any acknowledgement of that yet. Of course, we don't have a readout from the call yet. You mentioned it's over. Hopefully, I think the best, at least in my estimation, we could expect is, to your point, a meeting being set up. What's odd about this is that in normal past political life, you wouldn't see two leaders of this level getting together, talking on the phone, unless they were really close. But that's not the case here. What we have here is Russia and Putin clearly thinking they can still make gains militarily, and Donald Trump keeps inserting himself into the negotiations, saying, we can't resolve this thing without me. And so you get them together, and yet they hype up expectations, and then in all likelihood, the most we'll get is a meeting, which would be a good thing, but that's likely all we will get at this point.
We're getting more from Russian state media. Apparently, Putin's talking to reporters here. That's in itself a bit of news. Talking with reporters after the call to say his conversation with Donald Trump was useful. That's the word from the TASS news agency. Adding to the rest here, Russia ready to work with Ukraine on a future peace deal, he says. In the call that lasted over 2 hours, Trump stated his position on a ceasefire. And again, now Putin says his conversation, this according to IFX, with Trump was very meaningful. Rick Davis, how are you interpreting these headlines, and do you think this call was premature?
Look, I mean, Donald Trump negotiates a different way than previous presidents have. As Jeannie said, Ashley Davis earlier on your program, normally these things would be worked out at a lower level, cabinet, sub-cabinet, expert level. There'd be real detail associated with the conversation so that nothing would be misunderstood. And then the principals will get together and basically solidify whatever had been preordained. There's none of that. Marco Rubio, our Secretary of State, has been meeting with his counterpart in Russia. No telling what has come out of that other than Russia's repeated increase in attacks on Ukraine throughout this, quote, peace process. So you hope it's meaningful, right? You hope that the president was able to make the case on ceasefire, stop the killing, which has been his mantra since the day he was sworn into office. And yet, you have to, be clear-eyed about Vladimir Putin. He's had a lot of disdain for the peace process. All of his negotiation positions have been, I want everything and I will give up nothing. And in the meantime, he's launched some of the largest aerial attacks on the country of Ukraine since the war started over 3 years ago. So when you look at those cards, it's not a good deck for Donald Trump to be playing right now. It will be interesting to see what comes out of this substantively from the U.S. side, because you can't really believe much of what the Russians are telling us right now.
Right. Wow. Well, and they're still talking here. The headlines are flying. Russia ready to work with Ukraine on a future peace deal. Adding to that, a memorandum with Ukraine may include truce terms. That's TASS News reporting. Putin says the truce is possible. A truce is possible, Jeannie, if certain agreements are reached. We should note first, and you're right, producer James, it's really fascinating to me that the Kremlin's getting the jump on this. We have not heard from the White House yet, nor have we from Donald Trump as an individual on Truth Social. This is all coming from Moscow here, knowing that this, of course, is the invader, Jeannie. Will the invader set the terms of the truce?
That's part of the problem. One of the latest things we heard from Russia was that they wanted to keep portions of Ukraine that they have not even annexed yet, and that's certainly a non-starter. And this is one of the things that Zelensky has been trying to implore both J.D. Vance and the president, that they are being played by Vladimir Putin. What does Vladimir Putin want? He wants to buy time without the U.S. continuing to give military and intelligence support to Ukraine so that he can gobble up as much as he can get what he wants militarily, and then potentially go to the table once he's satisfied himself. And so this is a very difficult position for the Trump administration to be in. I mean, some people are saying, for all of Donald Trump's bombast and talking about how much he matters in this, what really matters is, does the U.S. continue to support Ukraine militarily and in an intelligence way so that Russia and Vladimir Putin realize they are going to need to compromise and come to the table? Otherwise, this is going to be a repeat of the 30-day ceasefire, which Ukraine accepted and Russia did not, the meeting in Turkey that Ukraine went to, Russia did not. We've played this game before, and Donald Trump's got to be very careful here. He is not being played by Putin.
Boy, so what's a win? I hate asking a cliched question like that, Rick. Forget the win. What needs to happen now? Is it a meeting between these two in person, or do we get some kind of a timeline on talks, or is it simply getting to a ceasefire? How can we have serious talks as long as Vladimir Putin is bombing civilians in Ukraine?
Yeah, look, it's a good question. When you have one person really dictating the flow of this war since day one, what's it going to take to get that person off the position that they've been in for so long? It's really hard to tell. Efforts to get a brokered deal between principals failed in the first month of the Trump administration. I think Donald Trump really believed that Putin would give him what he wants on this deal, and he didn't. Then there were efforts to try and get delegations to meet, as the most recent version of that, to create a ceasefire in Istanbul. That failed miserably. Europe had a deadline of May 12th to start imposing crippling sanctions on Russia if there was not a ceasefire deal in place. Well, it's been a week. And the group of the willings don't seem to be willing to have those sanctions done yet. So it's really a cauldron of different issues that are mixing together. And I'm sure that's why the president felt he had to, stake his reputation on trying to bust this thing loose, because everything else has failed to date.
What needs to follow this meeting, Jeannie, because it does not appear that a lot of progress was made?
I think what's going to need to happen is, hopefully a face-to-face meeting at some point. But I really do think it is going to have to be the United States and Europe, to Rick's point, continuing to show that they are in full support of Ukraine militarily from the U.S. and intelligence-wise from the U.S. and their European allies. That is the only thing that we can see at this point that is going to dissuade Putin from this idea that he can wait out the U.S. and eventually we're going to go away, we're going to focus at home and let Ukraine suffer over there. If he continues to believe that, he has no reason to stop fighting. And what happened over this weekend with these drone attacks, it was very devastating and a sign that this is not serious in terms of his willingness to stop this attack.
Look at this, Rick. Vladimir Putin talking to reporters. I thanked the U.S. for support in resumption of direct talks with Ukraine. He's no stranger to the flattery game either when it comes to Donald Trump, is he?
No, I mean, first of all, he is a trained KGB agent in infiltration and propaganda. So when you start with that as your career basis, you know that he's going to understand the psych ops of getting under Donald Trump's skin. And I'm sure 2 hours on that call, most of it was spent undermining the president's commitment to Vladimir Zelensky.
Gapet blir fylt nå på 409 her.
Doing that before, and he
Jag ser flera som går lång och som var på sentimentet.
Is committed to picking up the phone and talking to Zelensky. And that's probably the readout we care most about, because up until this point in time, Trump's approach, coddling Putin, try to get him sucked into a deal, hasn't worked, and he's basically berated Vladimir Zelensky for the last 3 months to try and get him to a place where he would do a deal, and he has been there. So now what do you do? I think the president is quickly losing options because he's playing all these out, and those cards aren't really winning. So how we get to a place where there's a constructive process in place to try and stop the bloodshed and figure out what a truce looks like, I don't see the mechanics of being there right now.
Yeah.
Well, we've still only heard from the Russians on this. Still no Truth Social post, interestingly, and no readout officially from the White House, although this is something else. As Vladimir Putin continues to talk with reporters overseas, the point now, he says, is that Russia and Ukraine would find compromises. The main thing is to eliminate root causes of the crisis. The invader, of course, speaking here about root causes of the crisis. We'll have a lot more as we learn more. And in our second hour, we may well get that readout from the White House. We'll, of course, let you know whatever the American side is saying following this roughly 2-hour-long meeting between Presidents Trump and Putin. Rick Davis and Jeannie Sheehan Zaino, our great panel with us today. They'll be back in hour 2 as we welcome our global television audience to the conversation. Already heard here on Bloomberg Radio, satellite radio, on YouTube, and on Bloomberg Originals. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Kaylee Lyons is on the way in, so stay with us right here, only on Bloomberg.
Vi har faen meg snart tilbake 0 nå, etter å ha falt 400 poeng på nedgradering. Nå kommer et land fra Donald Trump sikkert. I og med at han jumpa. Kom noen news nå, eller Stig?
Nei, ikke kommet noe enda. For sånn det igjen da.
Dette det sjukeste jeg har sett liksom. Vi går i 0 fra å bli nedgradert. Skal bare tikke oppover da, på sånn lite fittevolum som har vært de siste ukene. Det så jævlig irriterende altså.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
The call lasted over 2 hours. Welcome to the Monday edition of Balance of Power as President Trump and Vladimir Putin wrap their call about the war in Ukraine with big questions still about the way forward. Thanks for joining us. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines in Washington. Kaylee, this is going to be interesting. Over the course of the next hour, we anticipate a readout, likely from the White House, if not Donald Trump himself, on Truth Social. With what we've heard so far from Moscow, maybe not the most productive call.
Yeah, Russian state media reporting that, as you said, this was a 2-hour phone call, that Vladimir Putin found this conversation useful. And interesting to see the TASS headlines in particular, that Putin says a truce is possible if certain agreements are reached. The question is whether the U.S. Side, President Trump or the White House, gives any more detail on what those agreements actually would be or how quickly they could be made, knowing the president has been demanding a ceasefire now.
We're not going to get one yet, at least no word of a meeting as well. And talking about eliminating root causes of the crisis, the words of Vladimir Putin sound a lot like the language he was using before the invasion actually happened.
Well, it's a very good point. And of course, there's the conversation with Vladimir Zelensky that President Trump also had, interestingly, before speaking with Putin today. So we'll get the latest on all of that from the White House. Plus, we have to check in on what's happening in Congress.
Yes, indeed.
Now, the Budget Committee finally did it. Took a nighttime Sunday hearing to do it, and votes of present from conservative holdouts rather than outright voting no. But there is still a lot of legwork to do if the Speaker wants this thing to pass before recess.
That's for sure. The members of the Freedom Caucus holding their nose, voting present, suggesting that they still have to be convinced that this is a good idea. And Kaylee, we could see a floor vote in the next couple of days. Greg Stanton, Democratic congressman from Arizona, is going to join us with this and a lot more. He's on Foreign Affairs Committee and will likely want to weigh in on that phone call we just talked about.
Yeah, we're looking forward to that conversation. But of course, we also are tracking the markets today in the aftermath of the Moody's downgrade on Friday. Charlie Pellet has a look for us. And Charlie, it's quite the reversal we've seen on this one.
And I tell you, your co-host summed it up last hour for us on radio with Joe Matthews saying, Moody's? What Moody's? Right now we have got the S&P 500 index in the green. Significant turnaround from the early going at the worst level of the day. We did have the S&P down more than 1%, but right now on the screen we're looking at a gain of 1 point, but positive rather than negative on the S&P. The Dow up 118 now. That is a gain of 0.3%. NASDAQ lower by 23, drop there of 0.1%. The 10-year 4.48%.
Det var mye mer før bottene kom, så var det mye mer sånn absolutt. Du hadde i hvert fall på Oslo Børs da. Jeg vet ikke lenge vært botter i USA, men det var
big story that we're following. Nippon Steel reported plans to invest $14 billion in U.S. Steel Corp.
Hva skal jeg si da? Det var litt annerledes å navigere. Var du flink på nyheter og makroflow og sånn, så gikk det stort sett den veien. Nå så må du ta hensyn etter hva bottene gjør på breakouts og på teknisk og sånn, så det er litt annerledes. Det er ikke sånn jævla annerledes.
Balance of Power continues now, and back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines.
All right, Charlie Pellet tracking the market action for us. Thank you so much. Incredible indeed to see a largely shrugging off of a credit downgrade when we consider the full faith and credit of the United States of America, and Moody's perhaps increased doubt about that given what's ongoing on Capitol Hill in regard to the U.S. fiscal situation. We'll have more on that in just a minute, but of course we are still at this hour watching The Wire to see when a readout from the White House or a Truth Social post from President Trump will come after his 2-hour-long phone call with the Russian President Vladimir Putin. Of course, Russia has already given us its take through state media.
Jeg vet ikke helt hva jeg skal si med tanke på de bottene og sånn nå. Så nå så vi tilbake til null i dag, og USA er nedgradert. USA går mer opp enn Europa.
This is a big day at the White House, regardless of what happens. It's something we talk about a lot, and whenever these two get together, there's typically news. Whether they were in the Situation Room, presumably, it's unclear. We're still waiting for a lot of details on this. So why don't we get to the White House right now, reporting from the North Lawn.
Det virker ikke som det har blitt nedgradert i det hele tatt. Det er liksom ikke noe...
Yeah, hey Joe. Well, you said it's still a lot of big questions here, but the White House did confirm that the call started at 10:40 a.m. Eastern, and as we await the U.S.'s side and readout from what happened, Russia says that the call lasted 2 hours and that Vladimir Putin found it to be importantly. We're also learning that the Russian is possible if certain agreements are reached. Now, what that actually entails remains to be seen, but Bloomberg News had broke last month that the U.S. was preparing to demand that Russia recognize Ukraine's
ser det her av botter nå, liksom. Det går sånn
defense industry in exchange for Ukraine likely abandoning its goals to join NATO. The U.S. had also been said to be prepared to recognize the battle, to freeze the battle lines where they currently are, although our allies have really pushed the U.S. to talk about some firmer security guarantees moving forward here before they discuss any sort of territory concessions. So those are sort of the threads that we're looking forward to see if there's been any developments after this call today. But one thing is for sure, this White House is trying to ramp up the pressure here on both sides to reach an agreement. In fact, you had the White House press secretary Caroline Leavitt earlier today saying President Trump is growing frustrated.
The president has made it clear his goal is to see a ceasefire and to see this conflict come to an end. And he's grown weary and frustrated with both sides of the conflict. The president and his team have put an enormous amount of effort in solving this very complicated war.
Ja, gull går videre oppover. Det er det som er så rart. Gull skal gå opp nå, rentene skal gå opp nå, men da skal egentlig markedet gå ned.
The upper hand going into these talks, and that Russia feels that it can break through Ukraine's defenses by the end of this year. We should say that Western military assessments do not agree with that, and that it likely signaled to us that Vladimir Putin was not prepared, Joe and Kaylee, to make any meaningful concessions during this phone call, but we'll have to wait and see.
All right, Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall live on the North Lawn of the White House. Thank you so much. Of course, President Trump pushing for a deal between Russia and Ukraine, but he's also pushing for a deal today in Congress. He has been pushing for this for some time. He wants to make sure his massive legislative agenda is passed through the budget reconciliation process with all of the tax cuts that he wants. Spending curbs as well, of course, are part of this. The thing is, Joe, that there's still a lot of remaining question marks. Even though the bill was able to advance through the Budget Committee late last night, it still faces a steep hurdle in the Rules Committee later on this week. And then, of course, if it can get to a full floor vote, there's not a guarantee that the votes right now are there.
Not at all. You've got 4 individuals, Republicans, potentially voting no here. They voted present last evening. It was a squeaker, 17-16. It barely got out of committee, Kaylee. And as we've discussed, it's these same gentlemen, specifically Chip Roy and Ralph Norman, who are also on the Rules Committee. So we're about to go through this all over again. And I don't know if you saw the time in which that committee hearing was scheduled, but it might be a late night.
Or early morning, I guess.
What's that
1
about?
a.m. Eastern time is when they will convene.
Is that the 74 or 72-hour rule thing, or what's the deal with 1 in the morning?
I think because budget passed it so late Sunday, you have to have enough, like a 48-hour period for the minority to respond. And there you go. All of a sudden it's 1 a.m. and lawmakers are going to have to be trying not to fall asleep in this hearing, as we saw in the markups last week. So let's get into all of this now and turn to Megan Scully, who leads our Capital Influence team here in Washington. Megan, I don't know if this means you're going to have to be live and online in the wee hours of Wednesday. If so, I'm so sorry. But before we can get to that point, what needs to happen between now and then? If Wednesday or Tuesday night, I guess it's Wednesday morning.
That's correct, yes.
Yeah. If that's to be successful, what needs to happen over the remaining hours?
Yeah, so first I should say I'm seriously questioning my life choices at this point, but basically they need to come to a deal. So these 4 ultra-conservatives in the Budget Committee, which we had expected to just rubber stamp this deal, essentially withheld their votes last night on the promise that they would get something that they like out of Speaker Johnson. But Johnson here is having to, he has to appease very disparate camps of Republicans here. You have the ultra-conservatives, and then you have the SALT types, the lawmakers from New York and New Jersey and California who want to see that increased beyond what the levels that are currently set in the bill of $30,000 go well beyond that.
Har virkelig Donald Trump så jævlig makt og sånt? Det er sjukest jeg har sett, dette grensesystemet.
Ryan Fitzpatrick from Pennsylvania who were really concerned about
Rita som sitter short.
And to try to appease all 3 of these camps.
Tror du de gjør det? Er ikke mange som er short der nå?
3 votes on the floor
fortsatt
is incredibly difficult.
Well, so here we are.
Summa summarum så sitter nok flest som short,
a new timeline for work requirements for Medicaid, as you mentioned, and a couple of other details, the undoing of the IRA. Do we have a sense of
de var lang I hele forrige måneden. De gikk opp på det også.
This is a deal that has really yet to be hammered out.
So several House leadership aides talked to reporters today and essentially said everything is still in flux. But some members of leadership have indicated that the work requirements of moving those from 2029 to 2027 is very much on the table. That would save billions and certainly get closer to where the House Freedom Caucus folks would like it to be.
Og så blitt
nedgradert. The problem with that, though, is twofold. One is in the implementation by the states. How do they get this implemented that quickly? And two is there's an election in 2026. And by speeding up that date to 2027, that's going to be hanging over a lot of these Republicans' heads going into the midterms.
Fascinating. Wow, we've got a lot to learn this week, Megan. We'll try to stay close with you on this. Megan Scully is going to have to rest up for quite a week here, perhaps to run our Capital Influence, our team leader, our Capital Influence team. Thank you, Megan, as we add the voice of a member of Congress. Greg Stanton, the congressman from Arizona's 4th District, brings us the view from the Democratic side of the aisle. Congressman, it's great to have you with us here on Bloomberg TV and radio. I don't know if you were up all night counting votes and waiting for the outcome here, but this is a pretty interesting situation. And the Speaker finds himself once again facing a massive challenge, but he will not have Democrats to help him in this case. Based on what you're hearing, will Republicans advance this bill to the Senate this week?
Var är pengarna då?
They got a long way to go. I tell you, I'm in Arizona. I didn't have to stay up as late as others because of that. I'm on Pacific time. But yeah, the fact that 3 Republicans didn't even vote on the bill to allow it to advance, but they made it clear they're in opposition to the bill. You have people on the more centrist Republicans who have been clear that they don't want this level of Medicaid cuts. They don't want this level of cuts to the clean energy tax credit program. So Speaker Johnson has opposition from both ends. And oh, by the way, you said that he would not have Democratic support. Why would we support it? They haven't reached out at all and asked for our input. We would certainly be willing to work in a bipartisan way if they would reach out in a more sincere way. But because they want to make this a Republican-only bill, they keep moving it further and further to the extreme right, way out of the mainstream. This bill is already very unpopular with the American people, and the direction they're going, it's going to be a political death knell for them in the next election if they move forward with the bill as currently proposed.
Well, Congressman, you sit on the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, and to the point on the perhaps more accelerated rollback of measures of the Inflation Reduction Act, are there shovel-ready or nearly shovel-ready projects or ongoing projects that you're concerned would be affected if that timeline is indeed moved up?
Well, first off, the tax credit program, the clean energy tax credit program, making America a leader in clean energy, was great public policy. Why would they want to roll it back? It's creating thousands and thousands of great jobs in Arizona and around the country. It's the reason why so many Republicans have written to the Speaker saying instead of rolling back the tax credit program, keep the tax credit program in place. That's one of the elements of the Inflation Reduction Act that they very much like. So my question is, the majority of Congress, if you bring Democrats and Republicans together, want to maintain the tax credits in the Inflation Reduction Act because it is creating so many great jobs in America. And what the Republican majority wants to do is move us backwards on this most important issue.
Congressman, we're following a telephone call between President Trump and Vladimir Putin that ended a short time ago. As we have learned, at least from the Russians, it lasted a bit over 2 hours, and Vladimir Putin says the call was very useful. I'm curious, from your viewpoint on the Committee on Foreign Affairs, how useful this call is and whether the invader in this case, Vladimir Putin, will in fact set the terms of any peace in Ukraine.
Yeah, well, if Vladimir Putin says it was useful, it makes me very nervous. Vladimir Putin is not a good actor. President Trump is learning that international diplomacy is really, really challenging. The United States had stood firmly on the side of the Ukrainian people and in support of Zelensky. President Trump, and early on in his term, flipped on that and went more on the side of Putin, thinking that he could get Putin to make major concessions. That has obviously not worked out. I think the president is growing frustrated with Putin, as we all have grown frustrated with Putin, because he wants to be a dictator and he's a threat to Europe. He's a threat to the world, and we have to move forward knowing that fact about Vladimir Putin.
Well, Bloomberg reported ahead of this phone call that Putin does feel he has the upper hand here, that there is actually gains he still could make offensively rather than agreeing to a ceasefire. And I wonder if the information you're getting on the Foreign Affairs Committee does confirm that Ukraine may find itself in the weaker position here, and how you would think about balancing the scales.
Well, I obviously can't talk about any classified information that I've received
Sure.
as a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee. All I'll say on this is that, of course, Putin feels like he's got the momentum. He got the president of the United States to switch sides in this terrible war, this terrible conflict, this illegal invasion of Ukraine that puts Europe at risk. So of course he's feeling emboldened right now. That's why it was such a disastrous decision of the president to flip sides in the middle of the conflict. It is critically important that as we negotiate a peace to this illegal invasion, as we negotiate any peace, it is not done in a way that emboldens Putin, thinking that he can march on in the future and try to invade other European countries. And I'm afraid that's the message that we are sending to him right now.
I know the president has said he's not loyal to either side. Are you suggesting he flip sides to favor Russia?
Oh, without a doubt, that's exactly what he did. He made indications even during the campaign that he felt that Zelensky was the bad actor in this regard. I don't know how the heck that happened. Russia illegally and brutally has invaded Ukraine, and they have paid a heavy price in terms of the lost number of Russian servicemen, lost ability to do economic deals around the world because the world sees Putin and Russia as the villain in this horrible illegal invasion. And that's the right analysis. That's exactly what happened. And Donald Trump to sort of suggest that Zelensky is the villain in this is factually wrong and does major damage to American foreign diplomacy.
Congressman, in our final moment with you, I'd also like to ask you about the news from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who announced today that Israel will take over the entire Gaza Strip. And in addition to that, increased attacks on Hamas, Israel says it will start allowing aid to flow back into Gaza after pausing that in early March. On net, do you see this as a positive development or a concerning one?
Well, it's critical that aid get to the Palestinian people. Israel, obviously, the Hamas on October 7th did unspeakable acts, and Israel has every right, and I support their effort to dismantle Hamas. Hamas cannot be a player in the region. It can't be a player in Gaza. It cannot be in charge of the government there. They are a terrorist organization and need to be treated as such. In terms of the long-term solution, we got to make sure that Palestinians are not displaced in Gaza. We have to make sure that innocent Palestinians, because many of them are not involved in Hamas, have access to humanitarian aid. And obviously the regional players are going to have to come together and work on a solution as to how we govern Gaza moving forward. But that is not a unilateral decision. That has to be made with regional partners in the Middle East.
All right, Congressman, we appreciate you joining us. That's Democratic Congressman Greg Stanton of Arizona here on Balance of Power. And we have much more still ahead as we'll turn next to our political panel. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano will weigh in on all of this here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV, radio, and now on Originals.
Wall Street, we do check markets all day long. Here at Bloomberg, we have got the Dow, the S&P, yes, NASDAQ, all in the green right now. Traders trying to look past that downgrade Friday by Moody's ratings. The S&P holding on to a 6-point gain now, up 0.1%. We are off session highs. The Dow up 147, up by 0.4%. NASDAQ just about flat on the day, up by 2 points right now. And should point out that the S&P, while up 0.1% at the worst level of the morning, it was down more than 1%. 10-year at 4.49% with the 2-year currently yielding.
Filippina, det sikkerhetsene vil falle. Vi skulle falt nå på nedgradering av USA. Det liksom det verste tenkelige som kunne gjøre. Det sikkerhetsene at det faller.
62.84 a barrel on WT.
Nå går man og håper at Trump har laget fredsavtale med Russland.
19% after
Det her går jo ikke ned. Det skulle falt som faen i dag.
Easing investors' concerns after its clearance was delayed, and Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. raised doubts about its efficacy. Again, Novavax up now by almost 19%. And the bankrupt genetic testing firm 23andMe has agreed to sell its data bank, which once contained DNA samples from about 15 million people, to the drug developer Regeneron Pharmaceuticals for $256 million. Regeneron trading lower now by 0.4%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. And Balance of Power continues right now. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
The great Charlie Pellet in New York. Charlie, thank you so much. Watching Wall Street for us every day here as we talk politics in Washington with big question marks on both ends of Pennsylvania Avenue. We are, by the way, still waiting for a readout from the White House on President Trump's call earlier today with Vladimir Putin. Moscow saying it went over 2 hours and that it was a very useful call for Vladimir Putin. We'll get the take here from the U.S. side of that call, hopefully shortly. But we're also waiting for news on Capitol Hill. Just hours after, yes, still only hours after the Budget Committee in the House cleared what the president calls the one big beautiful bill. This is the tax and spend bill that includes the Trump tax cuts and the rest. Several members of the House Freedom Caucus, Kaylee, voted present. And this is an issue because they also sit on the Rules Committee. It could come up the works a lot this week. One of them, named Chip Roy, we talk about him a lot here, Republican member of Congress, says the legislation still does not yet meet the moment.
Yeah, so we could consider their present votes last night as being an upgrade from their no votes on Friday, but it is no guarantee that there'll be yes votes either in the Rules Committee, in the case of Chip Roy or Ralph Norman, or if this thing actually gets to the floor at the end of the week, remembering that Republicans, with their very narrow majority, can afford to lose roughly 3 votes. And there are 4 who have serious problems just on the conservative side, not to mention the SALT members and the moderate members who have issues with the SALT cap and Medicaid cuts, respectively.
And the more Speaker Johnson does to alleviate concerns of the Freedom Caucus, the more likely he is to offend moderates and get more no votes to worry about. So it's a really delicate balancing act here, and it's one that probably feels pretty familiar for the Speaker of the House.
Yeah, probably pretty familiar for our panel as well, as they've seen a few of these. Let's turn to them. Rick Davis and Jeannie Sheehan Zaino, Bloomberg Politics contributors. Rick, of course, Republican strategist and Stone Court Capital partner. Jeannie, our Democratic analyst and senior democracy fellow at the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. Rick, to the point that Joe was just making about Johnson trying to appease members of the Freedom Caucus, the more that he gets pulled to the right, does that not only risk that he can actually get this thing out of the House, but even if he can and it goes to the Senate, that everything he agrees to gets reversed by the upper chamber?
Well, we can now say that this is not Johnson's first rodeo. We couldn't say that last year, but we could say it this year. I mean, and he's been pretty adept at, sort of piecing together coalitions with the Freedom Caucus and at the same time holding his sort of left flank of the Republican caucus in check. I would say that the aggressive nature of the SALT caucus, probably through the cheerleading of Jeannie Sheehan Zaino, has really bolstered their side of the equation. It probably made life a little tougher for Johnson. But that being said, I think really the biggest thing that's happened this week outside of the vote last night was the Senate basically saying, hey, look, guys, we're not going for any of this stuff. We're gonna change the Medicaid cuts. You can fight about it all you want, but it's not gonna matter once you get here. And that does let a lot of air out of the tire. I mean, when the House sees that and they're like, what am I fighting over? This is just going to get changed. So
Gull reagerer ikke noe på Nvidia. Nvidia går fordi det er AI.
What they want. out of these, cuts in the budget they're trying to make. And they have made a promise not to raise the government debt, which they're not going to be able to keep. There's just no way this goes to term without adding to the deficit. So these guys are going to be disappointed. Now the question is, how much noise are they going to make before they're totally disappointed?
Boy, well, I don't know about your cheerleading here, Jeannie, but it's hard to deny the sticky situation that Speaker Johnson is in. What role are the SALT Republicans, let's say the delegation from your state specifically in New York, potentially going to play to complicate this further, because they still do not have a deal on raising the cap?
They absolutely do not. And by the way, can I just say, I know producer James never makes a mistake, but when I got the email this morning saying the meeting for rules was at 1 a.m., I thought, mistake by James, it's got to be 1 a.m. And of course he was totally right. Never happens. In terms of, the problem is just what's been laid out, which is, of course, that the more Mike Johnson appeases the far right, the House Freedom Caucus, the more upset the folks from my area get, the SALT caucus, as you will. And then there's also the other folks, you were just talking about the Medicaid folks who are concerned, like Fitzpatrick in Pennsylvania, about cuts there. And then, of course, the old story that if this gets passed in the House, the Senate is going to take it, totally rewrite it, and try to jam the House. And then we're really going to have to see, do these folks buckle under pressure from Donald Trump? They've done it before. They may do it again. But some of this rhetoric about one bill, this is the big, beautiful bill, it's all you get, it makes it seem like if they don't get their piece of this in there, they're not going to get anything. So this is really, really tough for the House. I think they are going to get jammed by the Senate, and how they react is going to be the big question.
Well, it's going to be a fascinating conversation on the late edition of Balance of Power, Kaylee. We're going to be spending some time with Andrew Clyde, the Republican from Georgia, one of the four we've been talking about here, who has great trouble with this bill. Yeah. I don't know if he's been getting phone calls from Donald Trump or what actually is going to end up happening here.
We'll ask.
We will ask him. Rick, what changes between now and the rules committee, if anything? And is this just a silly exercise with everything that you just mentioned about the Senate? They're going to get together at 1 o'clock in the morning to try to hammer something out in rules when the Senate is sitting there waiting to change the whole thing?
Yeah, that's pretty much right. Look, the Rules Committee has a tricky job of piecing together all these different committee reports. So they'll add it all up. They'll figure out what they got to do to shave a little here and there. And they'll tweak some things. Maybe they'll tweak the SNAP program coming out of agriculture. They'll tweak, some more facets of the tax cuts, specifically SALT, to try and buy in those votes. And so, the rules have actually got quite a bit of juggling they've got to do to get members comfortable enough, at least in the committee. And as you point out, Kaylee, you've got Ralph Norman and Chip Roy sitting on that committee. They weren't there a year ago. They demanded to be put on there as a part of the exchange of cooperation to get Johnson as Speaker. And now he's going to really regret having those rabble-rousers in the Rules Committee.
Well, especially when those rabble-rousers perhaps have more ammunition from a ratings agency. Moody's, of course, downgrading the U.S. credit rating on Friday, taking a lot of us by surprise. But, of course, it was the last rating agency standing that still had the U.S. rated the highest possible grade. Of course, the downgrade, in part blamed on successive administrations and Congress not doing enough to address the deficit and the interest costs of the United States. This is something that Kevin Hassett, the director of the National Economic Council, was asked about by our own Tyler Kendall at the White House earlier today, and this was his response.
I think that American bonds are the best buy in the world, and they're going to be even better buy once all of our policies are in place. And this downgrade is something that happened because of the runaway spending of the previous administration. They were the last agency to move, and I don't think it should be a surprise to markets.
Like we saw with the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, on Sunday shows, Jeannie, he's looking at casting blame backwards. Bessent suggested that Moody's is really a lagging indicator, that this is about past behavior, not necessarily the behavior of this administration. To what extent is that a makeable argument, given that this is active legislation we are talking about here that can add trillions of dollars to the very deficit Moody's is concerned about?
Yeah, it was interesting. A few times on the Sunday shows, Bessent was saying, you know, look, Larry Summers said this, we don't always agree, but it's a lagging indicator. And the reality is that there is so much blame to go around for where we find ourselves in terms of debt and deficit. And so, yes, you can look back at the previous administration, but what was the administration before that? Oh, it was Donald Trump's, which added an enormous amount to the deficit. And before that, you know, Barack Obama. I mean, we have a deficit that has now gotten us downgraded by all three. And, you know, you frequently talk to people from the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget. They're talking about this bill alone adding $3.3 trillion to the debt. And, you know, it could even go up as far as 5.2 according to their numbers. That is disastrous for our children and our grandchildren. And Bessent and the rest of the folks in the administration want to say, well, that's going to be offset because we're going to do better with energy. All of that may be true, and yet we still have a debt or deficit which is going to strangle our grandchildren. And that is a result of irresponsible budgeting on both sides and in all administrations in the modern era. And of course, we're sitting here today talking about potentially a rules meeting at 1 a.m. What happened to regular order and responsible budgeting? Our Congress is not up to it across the board, Democrats and Republicans.
Kind of amazing seeing the reaction in the markets here, Rick. It was
Truth Social, on
Friday night when the Moody's headline dropped. Then we saw the 10-year at 4.5%, 4.5 this morning. And now we've got the S&P 500 up 7 points. If Wall Street doesn't care, will Washington?
Yeah, Washington has different priorities than just Wall Street. I know everybody on Wall Street wants to believe that Washington only reacts to their whims, but there's enough sophistication inside the Beltway to say, hey, you know what? We got to go home. We got to get reelected. And if we add, like Jeannie said, trillions to the deficit, we're going to have a lot of really upset constituents. And on top of that, there are serious issues with some of these entitlement programs that need to be reformed. And there'll be some positive things happen in this effort, but there'll be some damaging things too. And so, you know, those are the things that constituents, that voters care about, and that these members are thinking about much more than Wall Street right now. And I think there's a general consensus that the underlying economy of the United States is sound. That's why you see the robust kind of response today, even on top of the Moody's thing. We're not, you know, dancing on the head of a pin. And so I think that these are the kind of things that members are really upset about, is that they've got to go home and defend some of this stuff. And it's very hard for the many members of the Republican caucus to reconcile each other's ideological differences to be able to get a, you know, concerted message through to the voters.
Well, I'd like to talk about a message that just dropped on Truth Social from President Trump. This just breaking after his 2-hour-long phone call with the Russian President Vladimir Putin. President Trump says he believes it went very well and that Russia and Ukraine will immediately start negotiations toward a ceasefire and, more importantly, in the president's words, an end to the war. He said the conditions for that will be negotiated between the two parties, as it can only be because they know the details of a negotiation that nobody else would be aware of. He went on to say that he has so informed Vladimir Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, other officials in Europe of this, that these negotiations will begin immediately. He also notes, Joe, that the Vatican has stated it would be interested in hosting the negotiations. He ends the post by saying, let the process begin.
Pretty remarkable. And it doesn't sound unlike what we heard from Moscow, save a couple of lines here. For instance, root causes of the war, as we heard from Vladimir Putin. But apparently we are going to the Vatican peace talks, which is something that we had discussed earlier in the process, having been floated by the Pope. J.D. Vance, the vice president, meeting with the Pope again over the weekend here. A ceasefire, however, would need to begin before any real talks could happen. So I'm not sure how the order of events goes here, Kaylee, or whether we'll see these two in the same room at some point.
Well, it seems that the president is suggesting negotiations need to happen to get to a ceasefire in the first place. And then you get to the end of the war in a second step. We'd love to hear from our political panel on this. Of course, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are still with us. Rick, we know this as a White House and a president specifically, that it was growing increasingly frustrated with the lack of progress in reaching a peace agreement between Ukraine and Russia. Do you really believe he's gotten closer with this 2-hour phone call?
Well, he certainly indicates that he thinks there's a process now that's going to kick off. What's really stark about this is the fact that he doesn't consider the U.S. or his presidency as part of that process. Here's a guy who campaigned for 2 years saying on day one he could resolve this conflict. And now, based on his own tweet or whatever it's called, he's basically saying, oh, you know, I can't get to know all the details of the solution, so we're just going to leave it up to, you know, Ukraine and Russia. I don't know who that actually benefits. I would be surprised if it benefits the U.S. because it's good for us to be in the middle of these things to ensure that, you know, at the end of the process, we're keeping everybody honest with their commitments. But look, I have to be an optimist. This war's gone on too long. That's one thing I agree with Donald Trump on. And whether or not we can trust Russia at this stage after many disappointments, we'll see. But we can be hopeful, and maybe the American Pope has enough magic to sprinkle on this process that we could get something really positive done.
Yeah. Jeannie, the president writing in this post on Truth Social, Russia wants to do large-scale trade with the United States when this catastrophic bloodbath is over, and I agree. He says there's a tremendous opportunity for Russia to create massive amounts of jobs and wealth. Its potential is unlimited, in all caps. I guess I go back to the same questions I was asking when we got Russia's readout on all of this. Are we going to be in a world in which the invader is setting the terms of the ceasefire?
You know, listening to what Donald Trump has written on Truth Social, I too would like to be optimistic like Rick. I hope that this works. But Donald Trump seems to believe that he can attract people to these deals by talking about the economy and all of those things which are critically important, obviously, to Russia and all of us. But the reality is what Russia said right after Putin got off this call. What did Putin say? He said the main thing is to eliminate the root cause. And what Putin sees as the root cause of this has nothing to do really with the economy or jobs or transactions like Donald Trump is talking about. For him, the root cause is he believes profoundly that Ukraine is part of Russia. So I'm not sure how this helps us get across that bridge, so to speak. How do you appease Vladimir Putin when it is utterly a non-starter for Zelensky, Ukraine, the West, the United States, that he should get to move into and keep large swaths of Ukraine? Even in the last few hours, talking about parts of Ukraine he hasn't even annexed yet. So I think Donald Trump is being a bit optimistic here, and I'm not so sure they're going to be able to get through, but hopefully I'm wrong and they're able to get this ceasefire going.
Going into overtime with our panel. Many thanks again to Jeannie Sheehan Zaino and Rick Davis in the clutch now that we have a White House readout on the meeting between President Trump and Putin, roughly 2 hours in length. It took place a short time ago, beginning around 10:40 a.m. Washington time. And we want to add the voice of Nick Wadhams, who's been in the center of our coverage here when it comes to national security. He runs our U.S. national security team at Bloomberg. Nick, now that we've actually heard from both sides, how are we characterizing this meeting? Is it one that was productive because we don't have a ceasefire?
Right.
And it doesn't appear that the President of the United States will be deeply involved in these talks from here.
Right. I mean, I think for Europe and for members of Congress who have supported sanctions, this is going to be a disappointing readout in some ways, because what it looks like is President Trump is hopeful that there's going to be progress, that there is going to be some sort of outcome. But so far, Vladimir Putin hasn't committed to anything. I mean, we talk in the Truth Social post about negotiations for a ceasefire starting immediately. There have been conversations about a potential ceasefire going on for weeks and weeks, and the idea of a ceasefire does not seem to be all that difficult to do. You just stop the fighting. So I think the initial impression from some of the folks we've spoken to is that you again see a situation where President Putin is looking to string the U.S. along, draw out a process, and keep up the fighting in Ukraine.
Well, and it's worth pointing out that we did see talks in Turkey between Russian and Ukrainian officials, though they were quite low level. Vladimir Putin, of course, himself did not show up. Zelensky was willing to meet with him, but wasn't going to go if Putin did not attend. So even as the president says, Russia and Ukraine will immediately start negotiations, how much does it matter, Nick, who exactly it is that's showing up to the table?
Right. I mean, there are a lot of questions about who they would send and who is empowered to actually make commitments from the Russian side, for example, but also what is the true interest and outcome from Russia. Do they actually want to stop the fighting? I mean, based on the events of the last couple of days, no. It was a massive drone barrage in Kyiv over the weekend. Very deadly and one of the most intense in many months. So they are determined, it looks like, to continue the fighting. I mean, the issue you see here is one where Vladimir Putin, it would almost be in his interest to play for time, because you have a lot of unresolved questions about where Ukraine's munitions and weapons are going to come from next. Are they going to come from the U.S.? Is Donald Trump willing to send more weaponry, push another supplemental through Congress? You know, in a lot of ways, Vladimir Putin can say, we're just going to keep doing this till you guys run out of weapons and munitions, and then you're going to be in a weaker position to negotiate.
Vladimir Putin's got his own audience at home. To what extent does it embolden him or help him politically, domestically, to appear to be stringing along the United States?
Well, I mean, it does help him. I mean, to have this conversation with Donald Trump, you know, there's a lot of concern. You know, what he really wants is that one-on-one, mano-a-mano, equal time with Donald Trump, and that's certainly what he gets here. And then you see a truth from the president that, at the very least, is not negative.
We're going to
towards
be trading
Vladimir
partners
Putin.
again.
I mean, he's saying basically he's, you know, let's get this done. This is a big deal. You know, they're on equal terms. There is no criticism or pressure or leverage being exacted on the Russians, and crucially, no mention of sanctions. So it doesn't feel, from what the limited readouts we've had so far, that President Putin is under much pressure at all.
Yeah, in fact, President Trump describing the conversation, the tenor of the conversation, as being excellent. The tone and spirit of the conversation were excellent. He said, if it wasn't, I would say so now rather than later. Read into that how you will. But to your point, Nick, on no mention of sanctions in this post, is this a testament to the threat of sanctions, which President Trump said he was willing to impose? Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary today, said everything would be on the table in that regard if Russia isn't playing ball the way the administration wants. Is this a testament to sanction threats working or not?
Well, I mean, very initial impressions here, of course, but to me it is a suggestion that President Trump does not believe the sanctions threat is necessary. I mean, he seems to be signaling that there's progress here. They're moving in the right directions. He's not going to want to spoil that with a potential announcement on sanctions. He's not saying progress or else. He's just saying, hey, we're doing it. These guys, the process is launched, and suggesting that his phone call with President Putin is the reason why the process has begun, when, of course, you know, there have been conversations back and forth via intermediaries and then directly, as you mentioned, in Turkey by Russia and Ukraine, but so far, no ceasefire.
What do you make of the Vatican involvement here? I have to admit, it smacks of the optics that you would think Trump would really like.
Sure. I mean, I think
does it add to the drama or the urgency around this? What does it bring to the conversation?
I mean, you know, in the theory of throw spaghetti against a wall and see what sticks, why not? I mean, the UN has been essentially discredited and frozen because of the clash in the Security Council between the U.S. and Russia. There is some concern about, you know, if the U.S. is the mediator, whose side are they really on, as evidenced by President Trump's truth. So if you have a truly disinterested / impartial venue, the Vatican, why not? Let's give it a shot. New Pope, new day. Maybe there is a way under which you could get the parties in a room together and there might be slightly less mistrust. I don't know. I mean, it's just another notion that's out there that in the past you wouldn't have even heard about, I think, but in this sort of radical transparency where President Trump just broadcasts everything from truth, now we have to contend with it. I don't think anyone really has much idea what that means right now.
Well, amazing.
And finally, Nick, President Trump gives a number of specific shout-outs in this post to people he spoke with after speaking with Vladimir Putin on a phone call. Vladimir Zelensky, Ursula von der Leyen, the president of the European Commission, the presidents of France, the prime minister of Italy, the chancellor of Germany, the president of Finland. How important is that everybody got together, all of the allies of Ukraine, if you will, spoke immediately after he got off the phone with Russia?
Well, I mean, the question is what was actually in those conversations and what was the tenor. I mean, the European leaders are deeply uneasy with President Trump having this one-on-one call with Vladimir Putin. They just say, for one thing, there's no need, and it would seem to serve Putin's purposes of splitting the U.S. away from Europe. So we're really going to need to see what came from those calls. If President Trump went to those and said, okay, don't worry, if we don't see progress by such and such a date, we're going to impose sanctions, well, that's one thing. If he went to them and said, go stuff it, we're going for this thing, progress is continuing, butt out, a much different, they're trying to telegraph unity there, but it's hard to tell if that goes any deeper than the surface.
All right. Bloomberg's Nick Wadhams leading our national security team here in Washington as we grapple with this breaking news. Thank you so much. Again, President Trump providing the readout of his 2-hour-long phone call with Vladimir Putin on Truth Social, saying that Russia and Ukraine will start ceasefire talks immediately, describing as a process beginning, even though the U.S. had already been trying to broker a ceasefire, granted through bilateral negotiations separately with Russia and Ukraine rather than Russia and Ukraine directly talking, but 4 months now, really, since he came into office.
Well, that's right. And to your point, just last weekend there was a session that the president of Russia decided not to send his top lieutenants to. The Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, was there, Steve Witkoff was there, and they were dealing with much lower level officials at the table, questioning again the motivations and intentions coming from the Kremlin.
Well, we want to get a read on how Melinda Herring is viewing the Kremlin's intentions and motivations here with what we're reading. She, of course, is senior fellow with the Atlantic Council's Eurasia Center and is one of the experts we love speaking with on the war in Ukraine specifically. Melinda, welcome back to Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV Radio and now Bloomberg Originals. I do wonder what's going through your head as we look at the words of President Trump, that negotiations toward a ceasefire and an end to the war will start immediately. Does that fill you with confidence or skepticism?
Hey, Kaylee. So, no, it does not fill me with confidence. And I think it's important to not just look at what Trump said, but also to look at what Putin's saying. So let's take a pause for a moment. Putin has grabbed the microphone and he's talking about a memorandum which will outline all the conditions and then maybe there'll be a ceasefire. So I don't have a lot of confidence that this is going anywhere. The Europeans threatened Putin a week ago and said if he didn't agree to a 30-day ceasefire that there would be massive sanctions, and there was nothing there. So I think this may be a lot of hot air yet again.
Well, you could look at this, I'm sure, a lot of different ways, Melinda. We're waiting for an official readout from the White House, and I don't suspect it'll disagree with what you heard from President Trump. Slightly different, though, than what we did hear from the Kremlin. And when you hear Vladimir Putin talking about getting down to the roots of the invasion, the roots of the conflict, what does that say to you? And is it possible to have negotiations while the fighting continues?
Joe, that's really the question. So Russian demands haven't changed over the last 3 years. And the negotiations broke down in Istanbul on Friday because Russia went back to its demands. And this time it said we must have not only Crimea, but 4 of those oblasts in eastern Ukraine. And they don't completely control those Ukrainian oblasts, and the Ukrainians said stuff it. So it's hard to see that this discussion is going to move anywhere. It's good that the Vatican's involved. It's good that the Europeans and the Americans are working together. But when Putin talks about intent, he means NATO, and he's blaming Ukraine for insisting on sovereignty as the cause of the war. That's what this coded language is.
Well, Melinda, to your point about Russia wanting the recognition of Ukrainian territory as its own, despite the fact that it does not have many of these areas in its full control, does Russia right now have the military advantage to be able to get those areas under control? I just wonder the strength of each side's position here if they are indeed about to join together at one table for these talks.
So right now, you know that Russia controls Crimea. It illegally annexed that province. But in terms of those 4 other oblasts, they control about 20% of Ukraine, and it depends on the oblast. Russia does have the momentum on its side, but it's very slow going. If you look at the Institute for the Study of Wars report, it's very, very small progress. The Ukrainians are holding the front with drones, but there is an expectation that the Russians are going to make a push this summer, and the expectation from the Russian side is that they're going to be able to take all 4 of those provinces by the end of the year. I think that may be an overstatement, but that's the Russian expectation.
Well, then it sounds like you can't negotiate when you're in the throes of fighting. We just saw one of the biggest drone barrages against Kyiv of the war so far, just in the last 24 hours. Melinda, at what point does the White House lose patience for this?
That's right, Joe. So over the weekend, Russia hit Ukraine with 273 drones across the country, and they want to increase that number. They're trying to overwhelm the Ukrainians' air interceptor system, their air defense system. But you can't negotiate in an ongoing war. So we're all looking for the ceasefire. President Trump has been great on this. He called for a 30-day ceasefire. He's been calling for that for weeks now, and Putin won't agree to it. So I really encourage our viewers to keep your eye on the ceasefire part of this. If he doesn't agree to a ceasefire, there's not going to be any real negotiations. And we see him again stalling for time and talking about, he wants to get into these weedy details, Joe, so that he can delay the ceasefire. And let's go back to Easter. He demanded a 3-day ceasefire right after Easter when he was having this big May Day parade. And he can call his troops off. It's up to him. So when he starts to get weedy, it means that he doesn't want to do something.
Well, and when we consider even just the prospect of a ceasefire beginning, Melinda, what are the enforcement mechanisms or what keeps both sides honest on maintaining that ceasefire? If it's also just the two of them at the negotiating table versus having some sort of mediator, what would guarantee that it holds?
That's a great question. In this case, you need an external mediator, and we don't know who that would be. It can't be the OSCE because both Ukraine and Russia are party to the OSCE. So we're going to need some kind of neutral mediator to make sure that once a ceasefire is in place, it can be observed by outsiders and that the rules of the negotiations are very clear. So in this case, we haven't seen the details, and I'm not sure who could do that job capably.
The president writes, Melinda, the Vatican, as represented by the Pope, has stated it would be very interested in hosting the negotiations. Are we to believe that the Vatican would be involved on any level of mediation here? What would that mean for talks?
So the Vatican has offered to host negotiations, and the new Pope has it feels very different, Joe, than the previous Pope on Ukraine. He's been clear that Ukraine is the victim. And he, both there are quite a few Roman Catholics in the Trump administration, so I think that sort of appeals to them. And we've seen Zelensky also do his big meeting with Trump there at the Vatican. So I think this is a good sign that this could be one of the potential places where the parties can meet and discuss their friction. But TBD. Everyone wants to host these negotiations. Turkey would love to. Qatar would love to. Everyone wants credit for the end of the war. So I think we're going to have to stay tuned with that one as well.
Melinda, it's great to have you with us. Melinda Herring, as we learn some of the details of this meeting between the two presidents, senior fellow at the Atlantic Council's Eurasia Center. We should note, Kaylee, that the Truth Social post that we've been describing and reading from by President Trump was sent out by the White House. So we'll call that our official statement.
Yep, and of course that official statement included this breaking news that Russia and Ukraine will begin immediately direct negotiations for a ceasefire and the end of the war. I guess we'll have to wait and see how immediately that actually will be. And
Indeed.
That's one story that we're tracking here in Washington, but there's another we should keep tabs on as well. As the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, just spoke to reporters on Capitol Hill saying that Republicans are almost there on their big tax bill. He says that they're very confident they will get this done, but there's still a few issues we need to resolve. Reminding us, Joe, that a lot of those specific details still not hammered out in terms of what's going to make it.
Skulle ha fredsforhandlinger med Putin, skjedde ikke en dritt da. Det eneste som kom ut av var at det ble et nytt møte senere. Det faller sikkert noe på. Det bare piss, altså.
In that conversation, join us 5
Det
p.m.
kommer til å
Eastern time
krasje
for
så
the late
jævlig.
edition of Balance of Power. We'll meet you back here on Bloomberg.
Det kommer til å skje når ingen skjønner det. Ikke meg heller. Vi skulle ha falt nå. Vi skulle falt på et planetgradert i dag. De sier det om en på TV. Nå, men. Hva er det som skjer? Hvorfor faller det ikke? For rentene går i taket, og da kjøper jeg heller renter enn aksjer. Så det er liksom, det gir ikke mening. Du kjøper ikke aksjer på Altamar, du kan kjøpe renter for 5%, ikke sant? Bare går long på selv da. Ja, får se da, så skjer noe etterpå. Nå er det noe ferdig å prate, da dropper du. Eller Truth Social melding. Det ble nedgradert for 3 uker siden, men Moody's er listen det største. Sist gang det ble nedgradert sånn som dette her, så ramlet det med 6,7% intra. Det ramlet med over 1000 poeng i rettene. Ja, vi får se, Nico. Jeg pleier å få rett. Jeg pleier å ha rett. Jeg vet ikke om normalt på ikke. Men jeg tror det blir normalt igjen. Ellers er det ingen som gidder å ha noen aksjer. Så det må bli normalt. Jeg tror bare må rose litt ned med Trump-femmeren.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, everybody. What about that downgrade? Because it feels like it happened Friday. I think I thought the world was going to fall apart, and yet we're off our lows of the session, at least when it comes to the equity side of things.
I mean, basically over the weekend, Carol, investors were saying to themselves, Monday's going to be a little ugly if you're long this market. We think equities are going to go down. They started the day lower. Now, we're going to have an update from Charlie Pellet in just a minute, but suffice it to say we're flat on the S&P 500.
Don't cue the music yet, folks, because coming up over the next 60 minutes, we have a great roundup. We are going to talk with Raphael Bostic. Actually, our Mike McKee is going to. Of course, the president of the Atlanta Fed. Curious to see what he has to say. He's been out there already talking about maybe only one rate cut this year by the U.S. Central Bank. So we'll see what Mike gets out of him additionally.
Also, we're thinking about what's happening around the world. The president just wrapping up that 2-hour call with Vladimir Putin of Russia. We're going to be joined by a group, a roundtable. We got a great couple of guests coming up on the program to really give us an understanding of, where is this conflict going and is it really wrapping up?
Yeah, Libby Kendra,
Jeg sitter og svetter her, jeg har vært så forbanna. Jeg sitter og kløpper meg i øret med en tannpirker, jeg har vært så forbanna.
We also have the CEO of John Hancock Insurance. I always am curious about, Tim, CEOs, heads of companies, how they are taking the
I dag trodde jeg, fy faen, Jones, du har konge, ass. Du visste du skulle bli nedgradert. Jeg bare følte meg så jævla konge. Jeg bare, fy faen, og kontroll på markedet, tenkte jeg. Alle sier det skal opp, jeg bare, nei, jeg skal til helvete, og så blir det faen meg nedgradert. Jeg bare, fy faen, nå blir det konge. Og så går det rett opp.
Dow up 86, up 0.2%. Nasdaq down 24 for the Nasdaq.
Jeg usikker på Pina, han går ikke ned på noen ting. Jeg har aldri sett dette før. Jeg jobbet som aksjemegler I faen meg siden 2006 til 2017 var jeg fulltid som aksjemegler. Jeg har aldri sett dette før.
Oil is falling as President Trump says Russia and Ukraine will start ceasefire talks. Right now, West Texas Intermediate.
Ja, de har ikke levert en dritt. Til den der peace-talken nå med Donald Trump og Putin er ikke en dritt. Han skulle stoppe krigen første 24 timene han ble president da. Nå har de kommet like langt igjen. Ikke skjedd en shit.
If the Trump administration approves the merger of the companies, this according to Reuters.
Jeg vet ikke, ass. Jeg var bare at jeg ble nedgradert, og det det mest negative. Det det samme som å komme en nedgradering på en aksje. Da skal det ned, liksom. Her har de nedgradert et helt land. På grunn av rentetaket, på grunn av gjeldstaket og rentene, liksom.
Charlie, thank you so much, Charlie, there with the market set up on this Monday. There is a lot going on, and of course, Tim
Da skal det basically til helvete. Det skal ikke opp på det. De som kjøper noe, da vet de ikke hva de kjøper.
That's part of the geopolitical macro that we are kind of digesting on this Monday. We came into it, though, dealing with that Moody's downgrade, which happened late Friday. I'm kind of surprised at the support, but if you look at treasuries on the longer end of the yield curve, you definitely see some movement there. So let's not forget, Tim.
Jeg bare skjønte ingenting. Så jeg bare, hva? Jo.
Watching all of this is Libby Cantrell, Managing Director and Head of Policy over at PIMCO. She joins us from New York City. Libby, I want to start with the downgrade from over the weekend. It's fair to call it over the weekend. I'd say it happened during our program, during the 4 o'clock hour after markets were closed.
Inflasjonen var stiger videre. The Magnificent Tax-bilen som han snakker om, som så bra, kommer til å pumpe opp gjelda I USA enda mer. Jeg vet hva som skjer.
Good afternoon. I think in many ways this is confirmation of something that we already know, which is that the debt trajectory, the fiscal trajectory of the United States is on what's seemingly an untenable path with fiscal deficits running at around 6% during a very strong economic environment, at least up until this year. So I'm not sure that it really provided us any new news. I think the most kind of consequential impact, though, is does this impact the trajectory of the tax bill that, as you
Jo, men jeg gikk på short igjen, for jeg tenkte nå folk syke I
by Congress, and I think our answer is probably
Japan var ned
not.
600 poeng, så.
Maybe a little bit more of a talking point for the
Nei, jeg shortet her
budget
opp,
hops, and there still are some deficit hops in Congress, maybe. But I think the sort of the practical implication here is that Speaker Johnson knows he needs to get something passed, and he probably will, as we talk to our clients, it's easier to give kids candy than to take away their toys. And so most likely easier to pass a bill with more tax cuts and fewer spending cuts. And again, Moody's downgrade probably is not
Når jeg tror det skal ned for å bli nedgradert, og Bloomberg tror det skal ned for å bli nedgradert, og CNN tror det skal ned for å bli nedgradert, og E24 og alle der nå skal ned, dette skummelt, og så går det opp. Det ingen har tjent penger til det. Bare de som ikke leser nyheter.
Exactly. Having said that, Libby, what kind of tax and spending bill, I should say, that goes through Congress is going to be an important one in terms of, you look at policy that's an important one for the country going forward in terms of domestic policy, or one that is good, that creates growth longer term, one that doesn't necessarily hurt citizens.
Yeah, I think that again, there's going to be some hand-wringing among Republicans here in terms of what provisions are ultimately in the bill. But the upshot is, while seemingly impossible, passage of the tax bill is also inevitable, and that's just because the alternative is just not viable for Republicans. They can't simply.
Jeg har hørt på meg selv, og jeg har tatt penger. Jeg går for å være jævla god for dette her. Jeg gjør det live, ellers hadde jeg ikke gjort dette her. Jeg hadde aldri gjort dette her live hvis ikke jeg trodde jeg hadde peiling.
that this bill will ultimately be passed. I think that another big takeaway though for this year is just the structure of the bill. At least
det startet veldig bra, opp 50%. Helt til Trump begynte den turneringen å si oi, nå skal jeg forandre Tesla-loven, og nå skal jeg forandre Nvidia-loven, og nå skal jeg forandre AI-chipper mot Midtøsten, og nå skal jeg forandre ditt, og nå skal jeg forandre datt. Da fikk jeg alt i trynet.
Both in 2025 retroactively and in 2026. Most likely aim to mitigate.
Men det ordner seg. Jeg trenger bare litt volum. Jeg sier egentlig faen hvilken vei det går. Jeg bare har litt volum. Og så må det... Det som har vært jævla fun nå, at hvis det raser nå på close. Det har vi sett før også. At det bare tanker på close. For det er pissnegativt, liksom.
Relative to what I think many people expected at the beginning of this year.
Yeah, kind of interesting, certainly as we think about the economic impact going forward, certainly shorter term versus longer term. Libby, I want to go back to what you said, that you certainly are hearing about concerns about the U.S. fiscal situation, certainly from PIMCO clients and investors. Tell us more specifically what's top of mind and what it differs from, or how it differs from maybe some of the conversations you've been having over the last year or two.
Well, I think a lot of our clients were, had a big overweight to the United States coming into this year with this very kind of robust economic outlook. Again, more focused on the dessert, if you will, than the vegetables coming into the year. So I think a lot of our clients have just been, in many ways, kind of right-sizing their portfolios, particularly their dollar exposure, which of course is easier to implement than maybe, say, U.S. Treasuries.
Snakker om Mikkel eller snakker om Nasdaq? Det ikke noe volum.
Again, maybe it's not a referendum against the dollar, maybe it's not a referendum against U.S. Treasuries, but it's really trying to kind of reevaluate their allocation to the United States just broadly.
What do you think about U.S. exceptionalism? As you said, it's interesting, coming back from Milken, people said, what we realized, or what everybody was saying, it was a case of, wait a minute, we're just overweight the U.S., we need to rebalance, which is what any good investor does. So yeah, we want to put some more money out to Europe. Is that what's going on, or is it really people saying, I'm not so sure I feel as comfortable investing in the U.S. market?
Well, I think, broadly our view is that, two things can be true. One is that the dollar might be overvalued given just, again, where the economic outlook looks like it's going to be with tariffs and some of these other cross currents in the U.S. economy. But also that this is not necessarily a referendum on the U.S. more broadly. If you just think about all of the things that made the U.S. attractive coming into this year, those things, more or less are still intact. So I think, what we're telling our clients is that, again, these fiscal worries have been a concern not only for the past year, but for the past years. And at some point, Congress will have to do something. Unfortunately, there is actually a lot of fiscal runway.
Serumet funker jo ikke. Jeg hører på Pina, jeg klarer som et helvete.
Last week, we talked a lot about how
kind of the different tools Congress has
revenues or cut spending relative to other countries, and actually we have a lot more runway.
Bare hele USA nedgradert. Ja, da går vi opp.
Increase taxes. Now, again,
hva bruker du nå? Jeg bruker gullgreiene. Jeg klør sånn. Månse.
When push comes to shove, we'll actually get to the business of doing some fiscal consolidation. We don't think that's going to happen anytime soon, but we do think that.
Nei, men du har jo ikke sånn utsatt i huet mitt. Jeg har det.
Libby, given everything happening, not just when it comes to the credit rating, but also when it comes to the tax bill, I'm taking a look at the bond market, the 30-year yield rising above 5% briefly earlier, down at about 4.95%. What's the story the bond market is telling us about the long-term fiscal health of the U.S. economy?
Well, in many ways, I mean, I think that this is what, again, you just take a step back coming into this year,
Rødvende sola på en plen i Høvik, hvis det mandag og ikke føler seg faen, du heldig da. Oi, nå kommer det ned. Hva skjer for noe? Jeg gidder ikke å håpe. Jeg gidder ikke å ha håpene for høyt opp da. Jeg tenker det går opp en etterpå. Det går sikkert opp igjen. Trump sier det et eller annet. Me and Putin are going fishing next weekend.
Is just reflective of that view that yes, deficits are high. There doesn't look to be the political will for fiscal consolidation anytime soon. And as a result, investors should get some yield premium, and that's what I think we're seeing in the market.
Hey, Libby, last question. Just got about 30 seconds here. The point is, though, I think about the other matter.
Din så også sånn
right now we're not talking maybe as much about right now with everything else that's going on, but still out there and still historically high. That's kind of
Ja, din også så helt forferdelig ut. De så ut som en sånn brystvorte. Jeg husker jeg tørte ikke si det før jeg så det. Jeg husker jeg satt så til hva er det
Så du dine egne, eller du så helt jævlig ut?
Ja, jeg så som sånne skrellgreier, liksom.
Ja, det var masse frost og sånt der.
Ja, men det så for ut som noe kjønnshår.
Nei, mine hårsjekker var tetta igjen, skjønner du?
Det så bare rart ut.
Så tror jeg
great point to end on. Hey, Libby, thank you so much. As always, Libby Cantrell, she's Managing Director, Head of Public Policy over at PIMCO, joining us right here in New York City, which is, I think, a great setup for where we want to go next.
And that's directly to the equity market because it really seems to be taking all of this in stride when it gives to Moody's, when it comes to Moody's downgrade of U.S. debt. Off our worst levels of the day, the S&P pretty much flat, but down less than 1/10%.
Nå snakker de om at det worries about US debt. Det var rart. Hvorfor ikke falt på det tidligere?
At Bloomberg
Hvorfor skulle falle på det nå,
Gina, I
liksom?
want to start with the short term when it comes to a decision such as this rating agency Moody's to downgrade the U.S. To then go sort of long term with you, starting though with the reaction, the equity market reaction that we saw earlier today, and then that we're seeing right now, where essentially it's we don't really care about this. What's your view?
Yeah. I think the equity market, when it comes to these types of things, takes their cues from the bond market, frankly, who is a lot closer to assessing the impact of fiscal deficits and or rating agency sort of views of the broader fiscal situation. And the bond market is taking it in relative stride as well. So unless the bond market were really freaking out, so to speak, it's difficult to say the equity market would really take this news differently. I do think longer term, there is an interesting conflict underneath the surface of the equity market in that yields are suggesting maybe we won't get the Feddies that we were anticipating at the end of the year. And it seem to be priced for both a Feddies and better growth emerging. So there's a bit of a conflict inside the equity market right now that does need to be resolved. I think until, frankly, we get to the end of the 90-day pause and we really have some certainty as to what the economic outlook is going to look like, the result is the equity market will just trade with momentum. As long as momentum is improving, the equity market improves. As if momentum turns over, then we would experience more declines again. But for now, the momentum is on the side of the bull trend.
Interesting. I got to tell you something, Gina. I'm a list maker, right? And I like to check off my things. And I still feel like there's still a lot of things, though, that investors need to check off. And I was just thinking, we came off of Libby Cantrell of PIMCO, and she said, let's not forget, tariffs are still high. We have this 90-day pause. We're still kind of waiting for the particulars to understand exactly what the climate is. And even if once we have that certainty, it could be a very different dynamic for companies going forward.
Yeah, and I think that's a very good point. I do think that we're seeing that, but only a tiny bit in terms of the market, mostly because of the pause. The nature of the pause is being interpreted by the equity market as only temporary downside with resolution coming. And we don't know for sure that resolution is coming, but the equity market is going to trade that way until we know for sure. I think it's important to keep in mind that the equity market's default direction is higher, and we've talked about this a lot. The equity market drops and drops precipitously when it drops, but most of the time equities rise because the long-term profitability outlook is improving. In the short run, we don't exactly know that we can say that with certainty, and that's really tough for an equity investor because you're basically betting on the idea that the pause will end with certainty and certainty to the positive. Over time, or at the very least, not worse tariffs.
USA har alt høyere tariffene og kommer til å kvele bedrifter de nærmeste 2 ukene. Det glemmer de. Det er for opptatt med å høre på Trump.
Well, why doesn't it seem like the equity market fully prices this in or fully gets this? At least to me, a layperson, Gina. I mean, we're up 20% from those April 8th lows. Yet we don't have a clear, distinct policy difference than we had on Liberation Day. We've had pauses.
Yeah, I mean, all the equity market knows is that it's not as bad as Liberation Day. And at least in the short run, that's all it needs to know until we get that certainty. I think that is really tough, but I think it's a nature of how stocks price events, right? a 20% decline in stocks prices a tremendous amount of risk. We're still in the process of unwinding that tremendous amount of risk that emerged as of Liberation Day. Apologies.
It's okay.
But we have to determine whether or not that's the appropriate unwind. We won't know until the end of the 90 days, but in the process, we're going to continue to unwind it until we get news otherwise, is the best way that I can describe it. The other wiggle in this is what's happening with economic data, and this goes back to your other points. The equity market will only ignore deteriorating economic data for so long. Our work suggests that even at a 20% drop, we didn't price recession emerging. So you've got this downside risk that after the 90 days, if we do have material downside in the economic outlook emerge, the equity market is very unprepared for that. And we do have to acknowledge that that is a remote risk, that we are due for some sort of economic downdraft as a result of this disruption. But in the interim, we don't know that. And until we do have much better visibility, the default direction for stocks is just to follow the momentum.
Speaking of momentum, we just got about 30, 40 seconds here, Gina. You've got some research out that says the U.S. lags the world in returning to stocks pre-tariff peaks. Is that significant?
I think it is. I think it's really interesting that the U.S. has trailed the rest of the world in this recovery process. Until last week, the U.S.'s high beta status really didn't give it a whole lot of benefit in the rebound, which is very interesting that emerging markets, for example, have erased all of their declines affiliated with Liberation Day. Developed markets outside the U.S. are also clawing back their losses much faster than the U.S. So it is at least somewhat clear that the market is voting that the U.S. is still experiencing the greatest downside risk as a result of this new tariff environment, and that does seem to be quite rational considering how the tariffs are structured.
Yeah, it just makes it kind of even more interesting as we look at kind of this backdrop. Gina Martin Adams, the best, Chief Equity Strategist at Bloomberg Intelligence. This is Bloomberg.
Trump, nå må du si noe snart, for nå faller det. Jeg kan åpne kjeften sin, Øyvind.
Det ramler jo greit nå.
Ja.
Jeg er nærmere å støtte her nå.
Ja, får se om jeg klarer å bryte ned da.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got just about 24 minutes to go until Michael McKee sit down with Atlanta Fed President Raphael Bostic. The Dow holding onto a gain right now. We've got the S&P and NASDAQ both in the red. 10-point drop right now on the S&P at 59.47, giving up earlier gains down 0.2%. Got to keep in mind that at the worst level of the morning, we did have the S&P down by 1%. The Dow up 42. That is a gain of 0.1%. NASDAQ down 59, a drop there of 0.3%. 10-year 4.47% with a 2-year 3.97%. Spot gold up $25 the ounce, up by 0.8%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellett.
All right, got it, Charlie. Charlie, keeping us up to date on the market trade on this Monday. One of the things that certainly has been front and center, and that is a call between President Trump earlier today and Russian President Vladimir Putin. Apparently it went on for more than 2 hours. We do have some headlines out of it. Curious to see, though, what our Nick Wadhams has to say about it and what he is hearing about what this means in terms of progress towards ending the Russia-Ukraine war. So let's get to Nick. He is in our Washington, D.C. bureau. He's Bloomberg News National Security Team Leader. Nick, good to check in with you. So what do we know, and does it feel like this is a step forward? It's always hard for me to kind of make sense over what is real progress.
Well, I think it really very much depends on your point of view. The analysts we've been speaking to and folks around the administration suggest that this could not have been a better day for Vladimir Putin. Essentially, what you see if you parse President Trump's truth post that came out of this meeting is he says there's a lot of forward momentum, it was very constructive, and ceasefire talks will start immediately. That goes very much against what European leaders had wanted. They had initially set a deadline for a ceasefire by May 12th, and if that didn't happen, then you would have sanctions. Their argument is, listen, you don't need negotiations for a ceasefire, you just stop shooting the guns, and then you have a ceasefire. But what you see in that truth post is, for one thing, the president does not appear to be putting any pressure on Russia, no mention of sanctions, and then the next thing he says is essentially this is a conversation that has to happen between Russia and Ukraine and no one else, and so he's essentially pulling the U.S. out of that conversation and saying it's up to the two of you. So it really feels like a very positive moment for Vladimir Putin. If he wants to play for time, he just got a really strong signal from President Trump that the U.S. is going to give it to him.
Nick, some additional information coming from IFX. The Kremlin says that Putin and Trump didn't discuss ceasefire timeframe, but they did agree to meet in person in the future. Given what we've heard from the Kremlin and what we've heard from President Trump in the Truth Post, what questions do you still have about this 2-hour conversation?
A lot of big questions. So, okay, no mention of a time frame around a ceasefire. That appears to be a win for Vladimir Putin. This has been an absolute meat grinder of a war, but he does have the personnel and the munitions on his side. So in a war of attrition, if it takes a long time, that's going to be a victory for him. The other question is, how does Ukraine stay in this fight? What does the U.S. do in terms of providing additional weapons, ammunition? I mean, the U.S. has been so crucial and sent over so many weapon systems. So if the Trump administration says we're not going to provide that anymore, we're not going to give you money to buy weapons anymore, what happens to all those U.S. systems once Ukraine uses up all the ammunition that it has? So there's going to be a lot of focus right now around timelines and around, okay, there's going to be a Trump-Putin meeting. When will that happen? Will it happen in June or July or August? Could Putin drag that out? Final question for me is, what happens to this big sanctions bill in Congress? Senator Graham, who's been an ally of the president, says, hey, we've got this big sanctions bill. It's got 80 members of Congress, or 80 senators, Republicans and Democrats alike. Let's do this thing as a way of putting leverage on Putin. Well, what happens to that? Right now, folks we talk to suggest it's dead in the water. Trump is going to have no appetite to sign that into law.
Man, it just feels like back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So who's going to bring this, Nick, ultimately to an end? I mean, the Vatican is now saying that they'd be interested in, I guess, according to the president, in hosting negotiations to bring about a truce. But seriously, you understand these situations. Who is it that ultimately, is it President Trump that says, let's do it, and can put the pressure on Putin? Who is it that ultimately gets this thing to end?
Well, I mean, it's a great question, and I mean that's what's so interesting about this Truth Social post today, because for so long the president and the folks around him have been saying, you know, listen, Donald Trump is the only person who can bring this to a close. I mean, remember in the campaign he said he would have this thing solved in 24 hours. Now in this post he seems to be saying we're not going to be involved in these conversations. That's going to happen between Ukraine and Russia. So he's sort of bowing out. So then the big question is, okay, well, what does Vladimir Putin want to do? He seems to have no incentives to stop the fighting. So the only way that I mean, at least according to the folks we've been speaking to, the only way you can really get him to sit up and to take notice is for the U.S. to say, we are going to join this sanctions effort and maybe go after oil and really squeeze the Russian economy in a way that the previous rounds of sanctions have not been able to do. Right now, though, it looks like President Trump has no appetite to do that.
All right, Nick, going to have to leave it there. Really appreciate you taking the time, keeping us up to speed. Once again, the Kremlin did say that Trump and Putin didn't discuss ceasefire timeframe. This is coming from IFX. But Carol, they did say that the president and Vladimir Putin agree to meet in person in the future.
Yeah, so it's like TBD, TBD, TBD. Dates and certainty are what I think investors are looking for. Hey, having said that, that is our macro environment, right? And it's not easy. I think we've heard from a lot of CEOs and leaders of institutions what they are dealing with as they try to run their organizations, make decisions, but with a backdrop that can be changing from minute to minute, hour to hour, as we know. We're also coming off, you know, for leaders who maybe had to deal with the great financial crisis or had to deal with COVID. It's a lot that has been coming at leaders. Curious to see what Brooks Tingle has to say. He is the president and CEO of John Hancock Insurance. It is a unit of the Toronto-based insurance company Manulife, and we do have Brooks joining us from Boston. Before we get into some of your strategies, Brooks, I am curious, you know, what it is like to be running a company in this environment today.
Well, great to be with you, Carol and Tim. And somebody gave me some really good advice on this front around the beginning of the year. We'll say in January. And that was, if you see something, a headline or something happens that you take note of, you're worried about it, you feel like you want to respond to with some urgency, if you can, wait 45 days. And if in 45 days it's still a pressing matter, then act. Now, I'm being a little bit facetious. As a leader, you can't afford always to do that, but that actually was quite good advice when you think about the day-to-day that we've seen and that we're involved in with headlines and so forth. And honestly, as a CEO of a 163-year-old company, we do try to take the long view, and it's been helpful to do so. But you're certainly right. A lot of activity day to day right now.
Well, Brooks, it does look like, or at least did look like in April, that President Trump was trying to reshape the global economic order and sort of move away from everything that we knew during our lifetimes as economic policy and go back to an economic policy that we haven't seen in this country for many, many decades. Does that still look true in so-called 45 days later?
Well, there's some potential for fundamental shifts. I think it's way too early. I certainly wouldn't try to characterize the president's agenda. I kind of stay clear of the political aspect of it. When I look at what's going on with the economy and the aspects of the economy that affect us the most, obviously markets, interest rates, and so forth, it's still too early to tell. You know, you hear some things that are a bit worrisome long-term about, are there parts of the world that are thinking, is the U.S. still, you know, the currency of choice, the location of choice to invest? Now, I would say, you know, the U.S. economy has been incredibly resilient. You look over the years, you know, Carol, earlier on you mentioned the global financial crisis, the pandemic, all these things. We've been remarkably resilient. People talk about the amount of debt we have as a country, and I take that seriously. I think we all have to. At the same time, I can recall vividly being in university, 1987, and my economics professor saying, the amount of debt we have is crippling. Interest rates are going to be through the roof in the next decade. So, you know, Tim, I guess I can't really prognosticate on that other than to say I would I would generally sort of be cautious about sweeping statements about what the past few weeks have been. It has been a few weeks, but many of us are paying attention to say, are there lasting shifts resulting from some of these policies?
Well, and just, before I want to get into your Vitality program that you guys have been doing, hitting a decade, just real quickly, in terms of interest rates and the interest rate environment, insurance companies do care about that. I don't have to tell you or school you. You understand that. Lower interest rates can make an insurance company's products less attractive. I mean, there's lots of things. Higher rates, also bring with it certainly a different strategy. How are you thinking about the rate environment right now, and what seems to be Fed officials increasingly reducing the amount of Fed cuts potentially this year?
That does seem to be the trend. You're right that higher rate environment is generally favorable for our industry. And generally favorable for our clients in the context of our industry. I totally understand and appreciate that higher rates are quite challenging with mortgages, credit card debt, and things like that. So I'm not saying it's all great, but for our industry, higher rates are generally a positive. It does seem as though
markedets småsavang
largely with consensus, we do think rates will be lower a year from now than today, but not anything dramatic or sudden, which frankly, I know I can say as a leader, and certainly in our industry, we generally prefer orderly movement in those things. Like if rates are going to trend down,
right?
Methodical, sort of steady tick down, whether that's 4 cuts of 25 basis points over the coming, number of quarters or what have you. Orderliness and stability will be a good thing. That seems to be the mindset right now.
We'd all love some stability. Always a good thing. Hey, listen, Brooks, one thing I want to ask you, your Vitality program, 10 years, you guys are hitting an anniversary. It's really about teaching your customers, helping them stay healthy, longevity. Again, this was a big theme at Milken this year. What have you seen as a result of 10 years of doing this and the impact it's had on some of your customers?
Well, thanks for the question, Carolyn, and I love the call out on longevity. Speaking of the economy, the so-called longevity economy, wellness economy, are literally among the fastest growing segments of the economy. We're living at a time where the